Hello, humans. I appear to be live. It looks like I'm live. It appears to be your power report for this. Shut up, phone. It appears to be your power report for this 26th of June, 2025. I'm Dan from the internet. I am awake. I am here. I definitely did not almost sleep through the show. I am joined by my co-hosts, Kristina and Bam, who will be on the stage like that. Bam is there. Kristina is there.
Hello.
I can tell because I have a contingency screen over here, and that shit is working. Hello, humans. How are y'all doing?
Doing good.
Okay.
Good as we can be doing. I'm going to continue.
Uh-oh.
But either Bam, pop off. What are you going to say?
No, I was going to say, is that me or you? I didn't know.
That might be him. That's
Okay.
Dan, definitely.
No, it's definitely me. I'm still getting my stuff set up. How do I sound?
Is that okay?
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm hopefully less echoey than I've been the past couple of days. Yes, this is your power report. Oh my gosh. I missed it by that much. I was 10 minutes away from sleeping through the whole thing. I did not do that. I am here. I am awake. I have a show.
That's why we have alarms.
I'm low-key setting alarms. Y'all must have that down south, but up here we don't. I mean me. I don't do alarms. But yes, glad to be here. Glad to be here on this power report for this Thursday. This is a unique Thursday. This is, it is a Thursday of many in this Trump administration, but it is also a Thursday where we are definitely experiencing the Trump administration and the best and the worst of what the next 4 years have to offer. I am, as I have been reporting from New York, from an undisclosed location. How are y'all doing?
Okay. It's wild out here, but we'll talk about it, I guess.
Just trying to get rent paid. That's the whole thing with me right now. Focus. Bills. But other than that, all the politicking, I'm like, it's a mixed bag right now, especially this week, considering, we have good news and then there's bad news. And then we have meh news and then it gets worse news. And it's just, ugh.
Yeah.
I feel that. I am, like I said, setting things up. I did play that. Actually, I played that too much. Of the cold open. I'm on 2 computers right now because I don't trust either one of my laptops to be able to properly load everything. But we out here, we're doing it. Anyways, welcome to the stream, everyone. We have a lot to go through over the next 3 hours that I will be totally awake for. And Bam, I love this because again, I'm now more in Kristina's corner in the sense that I'm starting the show at 9 p.m. The show is going to end at midnight. God willing. We'll see how I'm doing it.
Kristina doesn't sleep.
No. What's sleep? I
Literally
sleep
doesn't.
when I'm dead.
Literally doesn't.
Well, YouTube keeps me awake.
You've been streaming in the middle of the night, right? Like a lot.
Yeah, overnight streams and stuff like that. And then, work's been like a lot of customers have moved or retired and, so they don't need us. So it's like I sleep during the day. Try to get some stuff done.
Overnight streams. I got to check that out. Sounds fun.
Yeah, we celebrated Michael Jackson last night. We watched one of his concerts because we honored the anniversary of his death. So that was a lot of fun.
I missed that. Damn.
Yeah, we watched this Bucharest concert from the Dangerous Tour. Everyone's like, "Wow, look at all this!" I'm like, "Yeah, he wanted to do." I was explaining all the little magic tricks that he did, how he got away with some of the stuff he, like doing the lean, the smooth criminal, disappearing during Thriller, then appearing during Billie Jean, like all the cool stuff. I'm like, man, people don't do this stuff anymore. Concerts used to be fun.
Yeah, no.
Come
Oh my
on.
god. Okay.
So
I'm also
boss
realizing
here.
that there are some cold open pieces, like some videos to lead in the show this week that I didn't have ready, of course, because I'm Dan and of course I got it messed up.
When are you
But
ever ready though? That's the thing.
when I'm well rested, that's the answer. This
You
week,
already.
not quite.
Mm-hmm.
I will just put all my cards on the table. I was at the South Brooklyn celebration for Zoran Mondani's campaign, and they had a rule about not having press there, and so even though I was technically press, I respected that rule and I didn't want to like go live and just like pop off in that moment. Because even though I have no respect for any regional DSAs, I wanted to respect their rule of not having press there, even though they did not respect the bartenders who were there. Anyways, that's
Oh wow.
report you decide.
Okay.
There, I'm gonna play the cold opens that we did have. I'm gonna play this is probably the biggest clip of the week where Donald Trump hit us with he loves to use the N-word, and he just loves to call the N-word as like, a fake slur, as in like, oh, it's nuclear. It's the secret N-word I'm not supposed to say. One weird trick people don't want you to know.
Mhm.
And he went through it a little bit right here. We're going to play that, and yeah, we will see how that goes here. So let me, oh god. This is how my computer works. Okay. Cool. One sec.
Not happy with Israel. When I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just run everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Whose fault is that, Trump?
There was one quote where Trump said was like, "Oh my god, Israel's coming harder than anything I've ever seen before." And if I had my desktop computer, I would absolutely have clipped that and made sure we had that to run for the show as a sound clip. And I'll probably do it after this once we get off. But like, it's like Israel was shooting rockets to defeat my ceasefire in the way that rockets have never been shot before. Kristina has never seen rockets shot the way that they have been shot like this. Many people are saying this, folks. Like, no. Like it's Trump was flexing real hard on that.
Oh yeah.
But yeah,
like it's compensating for something.
Always. Dude, stop. Anyways, Bam, since you feel talkative, as we are going through this, a lot of stuff happened this week. We will get to it, especially as I start to get my technical flow control stuff under control. But I think one of the bigger stories besides the New York mayoral race was Iran.
The meltdown? Oh yeah, Iran.
I mean, like there's many meltdowns. I think Iran is part of that piece of the meltdown, like around, I'm pretty sure most Republicans think that Zoran is Iranian at this point.
Yeah, isn't he from Uganda?
I was literally telling someone at the election party that like, okay, is this what we're gonna do? Are we gonna do the thing that we did during Obama's campaign where we break out the government, we do the full middle name like Barack Hussein Obama? Are we gonna start calling him like Zohran Kwame Mamdani? Like, are we gonna really break it out? Like, he's an Arab. He's John McCain's gonna have to wake up from the dead like, no, sorry, he's not an Arab. He's a good family man, unlike Arabs who are bad family men, apparently. No, but yeah, Bam, I want to lead it off to you, and then Kristina, feel free. Again, as I'm slowly working behind the scenes and figuring out my setup, but like, yeah, how was your reaction to, just the news of the week? I know we're gonna like focus on Iran a little bit, so feel free to jump into that, but also just in general, because we've been talking about a bunch of different things. I'm sure you can tell Kristina and I can't wait to talk about the Sonomantani race, but
Bam, go ahead.
Well, okay, there you go. You froze for a second. Well, the whole Iran thing is it's interesting. I mean, Trump dropping the F-bomb is whatever. He's cursed before.
Yeah.
But
I do declare.
It's a big fucking deal.
He is upset about his own intelligence, which, like, anybody that knows how these things go, like, didn't even need that intelligence to know that Israel and the United States bombing over 12 days was not going to really do much damage to Iran's nuclear program. We saw the satellite images of the trucks leaving Fordo nuclear facility. And it's like, yeah, dude, like, you're just gonna bomb some stuff. I think Israel mostly was bombing missile missile sites so Iran couldn't bomb them back. That didn't really work, but yeah, you just know that like you can say a lot of things about Iran and like the Iranian government, but like, they're not stupid, dude. Like, they already know what Israel and United States are aiming for, and so they're gonna be prepared, and they already know, like, they're any given day that there is the danger of an Israeli strike, if not an American strike on their sovereign land. This isn't the first time also that Israel is like, I mean, Israel's never like bombed Iran like this, but like, they've killed people in Iran, nuclear scientists. They killed the head of Hamas there, like, I think last year. So when I'm looking at this whole situation, I don't think the ceasefire is going to hold, because it's obvious that Iran still has a nuclear program. Now, well, let me just say, actually, let me take it back. The ceasefire, I don't really believe there's a ceasefire. I believe that this was just over because it's over. Netanyahu doesn't really, like, he's not really trying to take out Iran's nuclear program. He was trying to get a domestic boost. He's very unpopular. You have Trump out here saying to like get it. Trump is advocating for Netanyahu to get his case dropped now, which is like, I never seen this level of like this. I've never seen nothing like that before. Like, I thought that it was a lot that Trump moved the embassy to Jerusalem, but saying, like, appealing to the Israeli courts to pardon Benjamin Netanyahu is wild. But yeah, I think Netanyahu did it for a domestic boost. And I don't know, I can't, I don't know why these shows just disappear from my head after they're over, but the whole narrative that the United States wasn't involved before bombing last Saturday, in my opinion, is false. And Donald Trump has been an Iran hawk from day one. Let's not forget that the reason we started Power Report, assassinated Soleimani in Iraq, the top general for Iran, assassinated him along with like just chilling ass Iraqi military dudes who are allies of America. Killed them too in 2020 January. Fast forward to this year, bombing Yemen in a way that hasn't been bombed since 2015. I think that paved the way for Israel to do what it did in Iran over 12 days. But yeah, Kristina, what have you been thinking about it?
Yeah, this is why I like Jon Stewart when he's on. It's like Netanyahu has been saying for God knows how many years, like since the coup of like 1951 or 54 or whatever, like the Middle East is never going to have peace because the United States government in general. So it's like they're like, oh, they're building a nuclear weapon. We gotta watch out. We gotta watch out. We gotta watch out. And I'm like, y'all been beating this drum for decades. You know who has nukes? United States. You know, is it North Korea? Everyone has nukes, pretty much. Like,
Israel.
yeah, Israel, definitely. So it's like, it's like we all want a Barbie summer, but we're getting like Oppenheimer instead. Like, and did you guys know that Trump was nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize for like 2 seconds, but then it got rescinded because of like him striking Iran? Yeah, I didn't know.
Well, I know Pakistan is nominating him for the Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah, I think that was the I think a guy from like Ukraine was going to nominate him over like the ceasefire of some sort, but then it got, and I'm like, what does the Nobel Peace Prize even mean anymore?
He wants it bad though. He wants it bad.
Yeah, he wants to be like Obama, who got it because he won an election. But it's interesting to me that we are seeing the same post like 9/11 weapons of mass destruction arguments. We're seeing it's 2003 all over again with Islamophobia, the propaganda being spread. It's driving me crazy that we do not. I mean, those who do not remember the past are condemned to repeat it, and we're seeing this in many different circumstances, but especially when it comes to this situation with Iran.
Right. And even this whole situation now about the administration being so upset about its own intelligence saying that it only set back their nuclear program a few months. And then, Trump is saying that it was completely obliterated. Like, how are you going to know that in the same 10 minutes, dude? Like, it's ridiculous. Like, This is a joke. And Donald Trump has wanted, he wants blood in Iran. Like him and Netanyahu are like the same.
Yeah.
Like they want blood there, but what we'll see is like if Trump, Israel can't do it on its own, obviously. If Trump is like really gonna go full force and really send America into an actual war, I think it's quite possible. The way he's looking at it right now is like, well, hopefully it's his last term, and what do I got to lose? Right? Like, what do I got to lose at this point? Either I send American military into battle. So much about the MAGA base and Marjorie Taylor Greene and stuff. All of them folded after those bombs were dropped. Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Bitch made.
Deletes her tweet. We haven't heard anything from Tucker Carlson. I haven't. I don't know where he is. But,
they will always fold.
Of course.
I'm tired of hearing about the anti-war right. I'm like, it doesn't really exist.
It doesn't exist. They're going to fold.
I'm unmuted, right? Yes, I am.
Yeah.
I'm still figuring out this current setup that I have. Bam, thank Christ. I do the show with you. Not that I would have gotten this wrong. Of course, I wouldn't have gotten this wrong or anything. But just like I felt like when I was talking with you on the show last week was really the only time I was actually hearing from anyone else in my real life that right-wingers were not going to jump upon this thing. Oh, this is the moment where finally the people we've been fighting for literally our entire careers in politics show principles. Dude, no, man. And I regret really fast, Kristina, finish after the sentence. But I regret the naivety of people in this space, and y'all know who I'm talking about because I've made videos about them. But I regret the naivety of people in this space who believe that this is the moment where you will actually see any sort of fragmenting, any sort of change within this movement. Because of course not. No, like to borrow a phrase, of course! No! No! You're not going to see that bend in this moment because of the people we're dealing with.
Yeah, and it's like, they're like, well, if Candace Owens agrees with me, that's fine. I'm like, yeah, but what are the intentions though? Like Candace Owens' support for Palestine is just rooted in anti-Semitism, pure anti-Semitism. Like that if right wingers are on our side, it's not for the right intentions and reasons. So that's why we care about when these people come to us. Okay, we vet, we're vetting more and more now. Okay, I don't care if someone agrees with me on one or two issues. I'm sorry, they're ill intentions. Okay, I can't trust these people.
Yeah, like that came to be the whole thing. Is like, okay, how much are you willing to agree with the kind of person who wants to walk into, and I'm sorry to be crass about this if I am, when I am, but like, how much are you willing to agree with the kind of person who is willing to walk into the middle school bathroom to make sure that none of the middle schoolers playing softball that day are trans?
Yeah.
Like, I hate to even, like, I'm not joking, actually. We had this story just like maybe 1 or 2 months ago where there was a cisgender lesbian woman who walked in the bathroom, or maybe accompanied to the bathroom, their cisgender, cousin, whatever, and they were beat up by a bunch of men because those men were like, "Oh, you're in the wrong bathroom. Oh, we're protecting women. You're protecting men." Meanwhile, they're beating up a woman during this entire thing. So, like, I'm gonna hold it for when it makes the most sense to unleash the point. But the point is so strong this week that reasoning with transphobes, reasoning with racists, reasoning with people who, I mean, let's fucking look at Charlie Kirk's. Let's look at Cenk Uyghur's beer friend Charlie Kirk this week talking about Zohran Mandani, saying like, New York is under Sharia law now because
Oh my God,
man,
Jewish folks are like, I'm hiding in my bunker. I'm like, what? I'm like, what is wrong with you people? Like, and this is something I argued. I think it was the other night, that if any, they're two Semitic, religions, Islam and Judaism. If anyone understands what it's like to be, just constantly attacked, murdered, bigoted, harassment, is those two religions. And in my opinion, they should be looking to one another when both of Islamophobia and anti-Semitism is on the rise. That's the time for them to unite. But unfortunately, people are like, no, we're under attack. We're going to be Islamophobic. And I'm just like, can we please not do this post 9/11 stuff? Like, can we please not do this, guys? Like, it's insane seeing the right wingers cope. And Bam, I know you've probably seen quite a few of them, but is it insane how they're freaking out about, like, oh my God, we're gonna have another 9/11? I'm like, you do not know how 9/11 happened, clearly.
Oh, what were you gonna say, Dan, about the Sharia law? Did Charlie Kirk actually said that?
I'm not exactly sure if Charlie Kirk said it.
Quite a few people have said that.
A lot of right wingers have said that New York is under Sharia law. And let me tell you, as a New Yorker, as of like 5.5 minutes ago, folks, come visit. Like, please. We have Sharia law. Like, listen, Kristina, you're looking really cute right now. We're going to have to run that burqa on you real quick, but it's okay. It's Sharia law in New York. It's going to be totally fine.
We're going to build that 9/11 mosque.
Listen, we're going to build the grounds. We are building the ground zero mosque, y'all. We're running that shit. Halal plates are not $10, not $8, but like $3, right? Like, we are halal plates, $3. Fried pork, cooked, cooked bacon, that's $17 here in New York now. Everything is totally changed now that Zohran Mandani is the presumptive nominee, not an elected official, nominee for mayoral, for like, you know, the mayoral race in New York. Everything I want to say is like ending up to be like a Los Angeles or a California thing. I am stopping myself right now. But yeah, like Bam, especially because you're the most awake out of all of us at this point.
Really? Okay. You know what's funny too, and I know I want Bam's opinion on this, but you know how so many people are like, oh, look at how like the Middle East, you know, treats women and blah 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 blah, and I'm like, look how we treat women here.
Look how Dan treats women.
I know, exactly. I see it in the comments all the time.
You know, now I'll say this. Those people probably haven't been there, but yeah, look, man, it's rough for women out there. I'm gonna keep it real.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Huh?
In Bushwick? In Greenpoint?
It's pretty rough, man. But like they're saying that as like like look at like these same people, like the whole like Christian fascist movement is like envious of the Taliban. Like they want to have a society like that. They want to have like women enslaved and just like you better not like they want to have their women enslaved and still have like underground strip clubs basically. Like so I don't really take them serious when they talk about the plight of women in anywhere because they don't actually care. The reality is women are the most oppressed demographic in the world ever. So they could care less though. These are the same people that are like, you can't if the fetus is dead inside you, you can't take it out. Like that's these people.
Yeah,
we literally just had that in America recently.
Right.
Like
Georgia,
yeah.
That was crazy. A lot of women are like, well, I would do it. I'm like, you would be dead and decaying. Your baby won't make it. And also, too, there's a debate about whether removing an ectopic pregnancy is an abortion. I'm like, yes, it is. If you're terminating a pregnancy, it is still an abortion. Woman from Florida, you hypocrite.
I mean, look, I seen the rally where the woman is on the stage talking about I hate to even repeat it.
How her father raped her and had her baby?
Yes, she's having her R-word baby.
This is the result. I'm like, you don't call your baby this? What the
she's like airing out her son's business over here that this is her dad's baby. Like you ain't seeing that in the Middle East. I'll tell you that. Like you ain't seeing that. Now they're gonna be like, you can't go on TV with no shit like that.
Yeah. Even while watching that, I was like, wait, what?
I'm like, why are you airing your son's business out like this? Like,
yeah, and also your dad committed a major crime. You're admitting your dad's crime. So
I just imagine Bam watching Iranian TV, seeing that woman who's broadcasting while the station is getting bombed by Israel, going, "Hey yo, why is she on past 7 p.m.?"
The thing is though, I'll say this because I feel like we're going to transition. But
I'm slandering you, Bam. Like for the record, like let's just be clear, I do not hold that opinion. That is
no, I know, you're joking.
Yes.
But about Iran, like, you know, I think that like there was a big movement in 2022, the Women Life Freedom movement, and it was like a grassroots movement that the people in Iran, like they were protesting and a lot of them suffered and people were put in prison and executed and beaten on the streets and stuff like that. Like they fought against their government's laws because they were like, this is bullshit after that woman got killed by the quote unquote religious police. Now, when you see videos in Iran, like you can't even tell, like you're like, I seen videos in Iran. I was like, is that New York? Like the women got like blue hair and like piercings and stuff. And like, there ain't no hijab in sight. I'm like, okay, like
something
happened. I'm sure it's not like that in like every neighborhood in Tehran, like whatever, but there was like a grassroots movement that had some success. And I think the way that Iran is talked about, like we don't have a perfect democracy here in America either. Like we got the biggest idiot ever as a president. the Iran system is not like a perfect democracy, but they do have a semblance of democracy. They vote for their president. There is the Ayatollah, but we got the Supreme Court. You know, we didn't vote for them.
That's a
They're
bar. They have
Yeah,
the
they're making-
Ayatollah, we have the Supreme Court. That's a bar, bam. Let's just
Yeah, they're making all kinds of rules that we don't get to say in. So,
Mhm.
so they do vote. They be out there voting. Iran has like a high, like a lot of the scientists, doctors are women. I'm not trying to say it's perfect or like it's like I'm not trying to like act like it's something that it's not.
But there's a lot of propaganda.
There's a lot of propaganda, and you know, it's not easy to find like videos or like videos of Iran or like what's going on in Tehran or whatever. But if someone was to find that, you would probably be surprised based on what you may think of what Iran is.
Yeah.
It's also very diverse. You know, a lot of different cultures within Iran. It was really funny. I think I talked about it last time, but it was really funny when Tucker Carlson asked Ted Cruz, like, what's the ethnic makeup of Iran? Because I'm like, Tucker Carlson does not know the ethnic makeup of Iran. Like, he does not know that there's Persian and Azeri and Baluchi and Arabs. He does not know that.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, they had a revolution to get an American puppet out of there.
Yeah.
I don't agree. I'm not a religious person. I don't agree with like a religious law or whatever.
Or like the
But
result of that rebellion, you know?
whatever happened. Like that's
Yeah.
and you can't pretend like nobody likes the government there. Like there's people that's like just like here. Somebody might think like, how the hell is there anybody in America that supports Donald Trump? Homie, half the voting population supports him.
Yep.
You know, so in Iran, it's probably similar. Like there are a lot of people that still support the government. It's the Middle East. There's a lot of people that are religious.
And the only reason I'm not jumping on you right, Bam, is because you said the magic words voting population.
Right.
Because, again, like let's be clear. Like and also let me put all my cards on the table. I don't know shit about the Iranian voting populace. But at least when we're talking about America, in a weird way, like I'm especially as a semi-British person, like I'm not the one to defend America in any context, but I'm like, hey yo, America did not vote for Donald Trump. Let's stand 10 toes down on that, all right? Republicans voted for Donald Trump. Fewer Democrats voted than Republicans did. And a lot of people, I'm not sure plurality is the right word, but like a substantial chunk of people that probably would have made the difference in the election
Did not vote.
sat out. Precisely. They sat out because they were like.
And that's who we should be reaching out to, not right wingers.
But Charlie Kirk he likes beer.
Yeah.
Charlie Kirk's
Cover your drink, ladies.
Charlie Kirk is a double drop West Coast IPA man. Like, you know, you gotta.
If I were to find him on a college campus, I would debate him like, you are a grown ass man. I'm 2 days older than you, literally, and you look like shit. But second of all, why don't you debate, you know, actual adults your own age and not college kids who don't know a whole lot yet?
Yeah, that
no one does that to him, and I'm like, is that like the one thing off limits? Like
that college debate stuff was real cute, like literally 10 years ago when Kristina and I were also in college, and Bam was looking for college. No, okay.
Who told you?
Well, no. But like, Charlotte, like, let me be clear. Charlie Kirk was a little bit old for college when Kristina and I were in college. Like, that's kind of the elephant in the room, that a lot of these folks were not really like, they were older for college, even when they were doing this like fake college, let's bait college students into talking about politics.
I mean, didn't Charlie Kirk even drop out of college? Like, he didn't even like. A lot of
I'm pretty sure he
out of college.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he didn't go. And like, you know, he runs that as like a sign of pride. And listen, like, going to college, listen, if you went to college and you're proud of that, cool. If you didn't go to college and you did something else with your life, cool. Like, I don't.
Except for Charlie Kirk, what you're doing with your life is pretty useless.
If you go to college and your like your college experience, like Charlie Kirk's, is you are getting paid by billionaires, millionaires, and or billionaires to run a fake sort of scam, convincing other people that going to college is a scam and what you should really do is watch Prager University.
Yeah.
It's literally burned into my soul. That PragerU video that I shot, that's like, PragerU is not, the original title for it was Prager University is not a real university. And I just screamed
like
that
Trump
throughout
University.
The yeah, I screamed that throughout the entire video. Like, I literally remember looking towards the camera that I'm looking at right now saying, PragerU is not a real school. It's worth admitting because the right wing has developed a whole apparatus to say, hey, don't trust quote unquote their institutions of power, trust our institutions of power. And by that we mean go to our fake universities, get our fake credentials, go through our propaganda. Again, I'm now doing flashbacks to that video, but there's a guy who was like, why we should love fossil fuels. And I'm like, okay, that's your science professor. But in any normal situation, that is not a science professor, because that is not how science works. That is not how science is represented. PragerU is not a real school.
Yeah. It's funny too, because I mean, we have the private Christian schools, a lot of them in my town. And and I'm looking at the stuff that they're learning. They're learning about the Bible and Jesus and the facts about how dinosaurs walked with Jesus. And I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, when they get into college, all that, because we don't really have private Christian colleges in town. It's just USC Aiken and then Aiken Tech. But they once they go to those real type of universities, they're gonna be so fucked, because it's if they major in something scientific, they're not gonna know anything, nothing, and they're gonna be so lost and alone. I mean, I feel bad. There's a pre-COVID and a post-COVID generation split, obviously, and it's clear to me that post-COVID kids are kind of screwed because they're using everything with ChatGPT and AI and all that crap. And back in my day, we had to show proof of sources, So it's really sad to, to be millennials be oh my God, the younger generations, are doomed. It's weird that boomers would say that about us, and they still treat us as children when a lot of us, a lot of them are well into their 40s.
Yeah, I think that we are in for a shell shock when it comes to education right now. You're seeing viral videos of people with graduation caps on, and they're bragging about the fact that they use ChatGPT to write their dissertation or write their honors thesis or whatever. I'm like, dude, that's not a flex. That's
I do 100 note cards.
It's literally antimatter for you getting hired. And also, let's be clear. Let's level with the audience. It is hard to get a job right now if you're entry level and just coming out of college. I mean, it's hard to get a job right now for a lot of folks in a lot of different situations. But generally, we're the lie, especially, I think it's starting to end now, because even the adults can't lie about the situation we're in now. But the lie that definitely Bam, Kristina, and I's generations have been sold was that you go to college, you get an education, and you don't have to be poor. And that's just not fucking true. That arguably was never fucking true. And there's going to be a lot of people who are experiencing that, and it's an opportunity for the left wing to get to a bunch of people and say hey, what you're experiencing is not I forget the book because I don't have my collection of books over to the corner. This is my cousin's collection of books, which is hopefully off screen because I don't want to dox her. But
what books?
What books? Dan doesn't read. But the it's not this is a great opportunity to express to people that it's not you, it's capitalism.
Yeah.
That it's not even necessarily AI, it's not even necessarily Jerome Powell and all of those situations. It's the fact that capitalism brings us to this natural conclusion of a state to where fewer people need to be hired for jobs. Simultaneously, capitalism brings us to a state to where we don't want social safety nets for people because we believe those are handouts. We believe those are just like things we're giving out for free to people. And so you can have, and I think Andrew Yang was maybe the red herring in this. Not saying like I agree with him as a politician, but like he was the one who was like so tech, like based in tech, that he was able to scream out onto the rooftop some tiny semblance of a smart thing, which is that we could either have a universal basic income, or we could have AI, or we could have peaceful streets where people are not like going out and protesting and like in general uprest. You can pick two of those things. You can't have all three. Like if you go to this like maximalist, like AI is replacing all the jobs, then you're going to have to give the people who used to have those jobs either something to do or resources to do things. Otherwise, you're going to end up in chaos. And I think that kind of chaos is the sort of thing that like the Republican Party benefits from right now. And they're probably like slowly moving their political strategy to be like, we represent the people who have been disenfranchised from the job market, who have been disenfranchised from the voting, pool. And we did that disenfranchising, Black Dynamite. Like, that's our fault. But we are still going to, represent that public. But to the extent that we're representing them, we're going to represent, like, their misguided anger. Like, hey, don't you hate how you don't have a job? It's definitely not our fault. Blame the Jews. Blame the blacks. Blame the women. Blame the gays. Blame like that is going to be the Republican strategy, I think, going forward, if we don't see any sort of like big shift in the electorate outside of the Republican base, because we're heading towards that time, unfortunately.
Well, I just want to say too, like I like exactly what you're saying. Like if AI or whatever just replaces all the jobs and people don't have, like you said, they're gonna have to give them something to do. And I feel like there is, like especially from the right, it's like give them a war to fight. And I think that's exactly what happened in Russia, or what's been happening in Russia. Like there's no like ideas by Putin and his cronies to like do anything meaningful for the population. So it's like, well, let's fight a war, and send them all to the meat grinder. You're losing all these people, and at this point they're not trying to really recruit from the big cities, but it's like, the people don't have anything to do. There's no work. There's no meaningful work. They're unhappy. So just give them a war to fight. And I hope that doesn't become the case here. But I do remember in the 2003 Iraq War, the word draft was floated around. It was floated around. Obviously, it didn't happen. But you could imagine if... It's hard for me to see it because I do feel like the age of invasions is coming to an end. And it's hard for me to imagine any invasion, like a ground invasion of Iran, just because it's so big, and it just has a lot of natural barriers. But if something like that was to happen, Trump is like the person to have a draft, because for whatever reason, people
Dodger.
right, although he's a Dodger, because for whatever reason, people just kind of take what he says at face value. When he says, I'm mad at Israel, people think he's really mad. When he says he's mad at Russia, people, oh my God, he said he's mad at Russia. It's like, dude, stop it. Like Russia just bombed some shit the next day.
Yep.
But if he comes out and says, we have to fight this war with Iran because such and such and such. And, there's not enough people because of the Democrats. There's not enough people in the military. So we need to do a draft because there's not enough people. Biden slashed the military budget. So we got to get more people for the military. So I need to draft you people. That's a way to give people something to do.
Yeah, I'm so glad that Iran cannot reach my part of the country because I live literally near the biggest nuclear plant in the southeast. So if that got attacked, I'd be dead because I literally live there's so many entrances to SRS, to Savannah Riverside. So it's like my mom's like, yeah, we live near a bomb plant. I'm like, why do we live near a bomb plant? Why is that okay?
No, not to put every single card out I have on the table, but when I visit you, Kristina, I'm like, this is a bunch of nuclear sites, and y'all decided to build a mall and some apartment buildings in the middle of it.
It's coming along. It's coming along.
It's crazy, dude. Literally, and I don't mean any disrespect, you live on a nuclear site surrounded by a couple of houses, apartment buildings, and 2 rivers.
That's where most of the traffic comes from. It's SRS traffic. That's why I kept saying, I'm like, if the hijackers really wanted to cause some damage on 9/11,
well, no matter what, even if there's the nuclear or anything there, it's still South Carolina. It just doesn't have the ring to it.
I'm like, you know what?
Damn.
Fine. I've lived my life. Take me now.
Yeah, they're like, look.
I'd be like that TikTok trend. Boom.
They're talking to each other like, oh, we got a great target. It's a nuclear thing. Oh my God, it's gonna go soar. They're like, okay, where is it? South Carolina. What's that? They're like, we'll just bomb a mall in LA or New York. How about that?
There you go.
Joking.
Yeah, and Roblox, the whole shebang.
Right. How? Yeah. I'm. Believe it or not, I did not totally I was having fun with the conversation. I was also like, oh my God, an hour passed already? Jesus Christ. Okay.
Well, you started 20 minutes into the stream, so.
Getting late out here in California, guys.
Oh, now you're gonna attack us East Coasters. Okay, well, everyone likes to brag about Central Time being the best time. Well, East Coast represent.
You know what, man?
I just said it was getting late out here.
You know what, man? Okay.
It's 7 o'clock.
Wait. Okay, Dan, this is dumb and off topic, but what time is the sunset over there?
The same time it sets over there, my guy.
Like 8:30? 8:30?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
8:30 Eastern, so 5:30.
Well, yeah. Well, no. I'm just wondering because it's a bit more north. I'm wondering if it's 9:20 or something like that.
I mean, I'll be honest. The past couple of days, because it's been hot as shit, I have been privileged enough to just spend my life in office buildings and apartments for the past couple of days. So when the sunset, I don't know. That's not my problem. But
sorry.
No, don't apologize for me. Apologize for the many thousands of people who are unhoused and don't get the privileges that I do. But the sunset is about the same time, 7:30, 8:30. It's late down, summer in the city. It's that time of
Pretty, yeah. Love a spoonful. Let's go.
Yeah, no. I was about to get into that, but no, I think I've alluded to this a little bit on Power Report. I think most of the Power Report audience knows, but yeah, I am moving, have moved, am in the process of moving to New York City. I am.
That never sleeps.
I can confirm the city does indeed sleep. I went outside last night because I wanted a sandwich at 3 a.m. and no one was going to give it to me. Everyone just said, fuck you. And they started playing Ski by Young Thug and Gunna. So, that's what the streets out here be feeling, man. Ski by Young Thug and Gunna. Yeah, Yeah. So, no, yeah, but I say all that to say, being in New York at the like everyone. I traveled across. I will do a separate video about this, but I traveled across the country in the early part of this month, June 2025.
And you didn't come to see me?
I went on the I-80 route, so I went the north route, not the south route, because you know, I already visited Kristina once, and you're not gonna catch me in a sundown
we heard.
town.
We heard.
You're not gonna catch me in a sundown town.
Well, I mean, my birthday party, we're gonna have it's gonna be a costume party, and we're gonna do Halloween shit, so it's gonna be fun. Bam, you're
Okay.
invited.
Libra season.
Dan,
Okay.
maybe. I don't know yet.
Listen, Bam was upset that he wasn't invited to the last party, so I will extend the gloaty to him, and I will not take it to me. But anyways, what was I going on about that? Yeah, I traveled across the country and seeing everything that was going on with the country and how people were feeling. I had an experience that was not necessarily like, oh, I traveled across the country and white people are terrible. No, I actually have a lot of faith in Middle America, and that's a very unpopular opinion, but I stand by it because that's the experience I had. Was that folks in Middle America don't have the vocabulary for it. The word socialism, they're afraid by it, but they're socialists, like deep down. Like I always have this like version of a conversation with when I was back in LA, it's like the transplants versus locals conversation that like always ends up coming up when you're in a very basic bar conversation. And I was having a version of that conversation everywhere in the country. I was at, not to spoil like literally the best part of my video, but like this is probably gonna be my favorite part of the video. I was at a bar that was on the cross borders of Colorado. It was on the Colorado side, but it was on the cross borders of Colorado, Wyoming, and Nebraska. And there was like a contractor there who I was fully expecting to be like a right winger, and maybe he was, but everything he was saying about like, yo, we need to just like pause rents for a little while to allow people who live here and grew up here to be able to have homes and be able to live, because it's, no offense, he was talking to me, he was like, it's you people from California who are raising our rents and making it unaffordable to live here. And the way I was able to connect with him was like, hey dude, like I really see you in that. But let me just tell you, I'm a Californian who's leaving California because I've been priced out of my home.
For New York City, though, like.
And I'm about to gentrify some New Yorkers, baby. Let's go. Get the fuck out. No. But yeah, like that is the issue, is that like you have people who grew up like, I've talked this with Bam before. Like, people are moving into Compton. People are moving into houses in Compton, and they're uninstalling the bars from the windows. Like that is how gentrified. Like, you put bars on the windows, and if you've ever like, I was in West Hollywood, and I was asking kind of just for fun, like, hey, we're gonna remove the bars from the windows? I mean, like, this is West Hollywood. This is a nice neighborhood. And he's like, it's more trouble than it's worth to get rid of them. So like, we're gonna keep them. I'm like, oh, okay. That's I guess how we're doing things. I've now gone on 3 different tangents. What I mean to say is that Zohran Mandani.
Well, I do want to know, like, because you were there for like the best part of the election, like the right before and during. So, what was the energy like in your little hobble there?
Can I be honest?
Yes.
Thank you, Bam, for allowing me. I was, because otherwise I would have lied. I was not feeling Zoran's chances being where I was, because I'm purposely
Cuomo area.
I'm purposely moving to an area that is hard to gentrify, and I wanted that experience within New York, so I'm moving there. And
Flatbush.
Yes, I'm oh, not just Flatbush, but Little Haiti is kind of where I'm looking at. And whenever I describe the area that I'm moving to, people are like, "Oh no, are you sure you're gonna like that? Because they do street parties at night and they play music really loud. You know,
Oh my God, who cares? Like
they run the fire hydrant." I'm like, "Yeah, that's why my rent is low. I love it. That's great. Like that's good." Also, like I again, it's New York and it's amazing. I'm not even doxing myself right now, but like I am moving to a neighborhood to where I don't hear any of that. Kristina, please visit. It's gonna be fun. But like I don't hear like
what money?
I'm in proximity to the craziness, but I can't hear any of the craziness from where I live. So that's all good. But no, I was, and I think I maybe sent this to Bam in our group chat. That there was a bus full of paid Cuomo actors who were like going like they were dancing to West Indian music. They're like, "Cuomo, Andrew Cuomo, hey Cuomo, Andrew Cuomo." Yeah, you know, like
You know what? Maybe we need to be more anti-Italian for the Cuomo's sake.
Cuomo, Andrew Cuomo. No. These people were like, "Cuomo for president," and I was like, I know you're paid, but you're not paid that well. Okay, like you can't. You gotta stick to the script, yo. You gotta be
you
like.
You couldn't pay
from...
me to do shit for Cuomo, man. I don't care.
Good morning, comrades. WKVLP New Orleans 102.3. This is your weekly GMC. Jeff here on the show. Got a couple very special guests today. I guess we can introduce ourselves, just sort of kick it around. Sean, you go first.
Hey, I'm Sean, membership secretary for the Richmond chapter of DSA.
All right. And Thomas.
Hi, my name's Thomas. I'm one of the two co-chairs of the Richmond chapter of DSA.
Yeah, and I wanted to bring these two guys on to talk a little bit about an article they wrote about a strategy for small chapters. So we're all members of the Richmond, Virginia DSA chapter, and you know I've been here for about 2 years now. I moved here in December of 22. Been involved for probably about 2/3 of that time. And I've definitely seen a marked difference from where we sort of began and where we sort of like moved to from then to now. And so two of the people that were, you know, in the leadership of the chapter who were a part of this process making it happen were Sean and Thomas. And they actually wrote an article in Groundwork, which is one of the you know, splinter groups within DSA, I suppose. One of the caucus. They're a caucus. But they wrote an article because they have a blog and they lifted up the information that they shared. A strategy for small chapters, reviving the Richmond chapter with a campaign-first strategy. And in that article, they write, Richmond DSA has been on a fairly dramatic journey since its inception 8 years ago. We started as a small chapter attempting to find our identity and role in our communities, unsure how to best interface with local labor and housing organizations, and how/if we could approach electoralism. After years of work, trial and error, we have come up with a model that helped us turn our chapter into an organization that is just beginning to throw its weight around and affect change in our community. So I guess to sort of like begin that conversation, so I guess we can talk a little bit about sort of the Richmond chapter and its sort of history. Where were we before we sort of developed a campaign strategy?
Do you want to lead that one?
Sure. Yeah, I guess I can try. First, I'll say I know this is on the Groundwork blog for those of you who are in DSA and are noticing that. Sean and I are not in Groundwork or any caucus, and I think there's maybe like 5 or 6, less than 10 people in our whole chapter that are in a caucus at all. So I just want to put that out there up front in case DSA people are noticing. Yeah. Ask us about the caucus stuff a little bit more when we've had a beer or two, right? Yeah, off mic as well. Yeah, so you wanted to know about what the chapter was like before we started doing this. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I would, I read an article in Damage recently about statementism, and I would say that's basically what we were doing. What is statementism? So statementism is, we are putting out emails or putting essentially it's posting on social media our posture and our disagreement with like the whatever political event of the day, local, national, and affirming our righteousness or something essentially, and not really engaging in any way in the political process, just sort of like saying what we believed in. Mm-hmm. And that's basically what we were doing, at least when I joined in at sort of like the tail end of 2020 and then the early 2021. And I'm sure the chapter was doing other things before that because it grew quite rapidly after it was formed in 2017, and was involved in doing like brake light clinics and kind of like all the first round DSA stuff that people did after the 2016 election went the way it did. That's kind of my perspective on what the chapter was like before. Sean?
Yeah, I joined like 6 months after you, I think. And when I joined, most of the time we spent at general body meetings were surrounding national DSA discourse.
What do you mean by that?
So it was just convention for 2020, I think. 2021 maybe, I can't remember. And that was pretty much all we talked about for like 2 meetings. And I was very much looking to, get involved in a community organization. And instead I was given a crash course on national politics that didn't necessarily have much consequence to Richmond City, what the workers were doing, what the renters were doing, any of that. So yeah, pretty much statementism and just really focusing on things that are not here.
Yeah. And I guess so while there is, some room for, letting your values be known, I guess you could say, and providing an alternate perspective or some kind of commentary. I mean, here we are yapping on the radio, right? I mean, like there is something to be said about, having positions and in the discourse, but you don't want that to become like, you want it to be actionable in a certain way, right? If you feel that, the housing, in Richmond is one of the worst housing cities in the entire United States, right? If you just sort of like post on your blog or whatever it is, housing in Richmond needs to be reformed, and this is specifically how, and da-da-da-da-da. I mean, that's great and all, but like, what are you actually doing to change that, to move it into a more positive direction, right?
Yeah, I think one of the things, we might have mentioned this in the article too, that we were putting out statements, this is pre-2023, about Palestine. Mm-hmm. When we didn't even have like a BDS. Yeah. Like we didn't do any BDS work. We didn't organize around BDS. We didn't do any kind of.
You're not even doing the consumer stuff.
Yeah, we weren't even doing like baseline like individualistic type politics. We were literally just putting out statements.
Yeah, and that's like the thing for me that needed to change. Is like, it's fine if we want to put statements out, but
it's necessary to put statements out to a certain extent, right?
But regardless of if we have the right perspective on it or not.
Yeah,
people will be out there organizing outside of DSA, their workplaces, their, neighborhoods or communities, regardless of what our statement is. And if we're not out there doing those things too, then we're just going to get completely left behind by, the working class in Richmond. And I would say a lot of our growth is because we did make that pivot of realizing where we needed to be, not what we needed to say.
Yeah.
And I hate to be provocative here, but like if you're only doing the statement stuff, if you're only saying this is our position, then you're just the guy with the newspaper that's got the wide margins and no pictures. You're the weirdo that everybody's kind of looking sideways at the thing, at the event, whatever you go to. You go to the march, you got the weirdos handing out papers.
Yeah, I mean, and I'll be even more provocative. I think, there's some comfort, and there's probably a reason why it's a predominant form in leftist organizing to only engage in that level of politics, because it doesn't require you to be vulnerable. It doesn't require you.
There's no friction.
There's no friction. It doesn't.
To quote Matt Christman.
Yeah, it doesn't require you to do anything spooky like knocking on a stranger's door and asking them their views on stuff or asking them to vote for a particular candidate. It doesn't involve any kind of scary stuff like going to city council meetings and getting in front of a camera with 100 people behind you, and hundreds of people watching a live stream, or getting quoted by a journalist. It doesn't involve anything scary.
Yeah. And again, like this is we're not doing this to be provocative. We're doing this to sort of like provide a path forward or a case study on what has been successful. So I guess to sort of move forward a little bit, when we, in this chapter, I think it was not long after October 7th, we really did take on one of the first really big campaigns that we had in earnest. You want to talk about that?
So after October 7th, we were kind of already in the process of trying to come up with our next campaign to really invigorate our membership after meeting with a national organizer that kind of ran us through the process. And it was right after October 7th, and
like 10 days after.
It was,
yes.
yeah.
It was like
immediately after.
It was immediately after.
And we knew we wanted to see if we could pass a resolution for divesting from Israel and defunding sort of the RPD and the state's kind of movement towards giving supplies to Israel's genocide. And we reached out to the allies we had, and we wrote a resolution, and we kind of pushed that, and it really did grow into a really large thing that's beyond BSA now. But it was definitely something that really fueled membership.
Yeah, there was definitely like a hunger in the city, because there had been protests since like 2 days after October 7th by Arab Muslim groups in the city, and because I don't think Richmond has a functional, or did at the time, had a functional JVP chapter. I think the JVP chapter were like secretly Zionists in the city. I think I heard that from some of our members.
Many such cases.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, not shocking, I'm sure, to many people here. And so we had connections to tap into the existing protest movement. And we'd only had those connections because we've been doing other work in other like labor affiliated spaces, and other kind of like, the city has quite a few progressive organizations, and we've been doing work with them as we were trying to restart the engine of our chapter in the years preceding 2023. So that's the only reason we were able to like plug into those organizations that were already doing activity after October 7th to get everyone together and basically spend like, I think we spent like from Halloween until New Year's planning how to launch the campaign and writing this resolution, and having just like meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting to get it all ready.
And in this sort of like ramping up process, just to sort of like get to the nuts and bolts of it, I mean, there's a high level of coordination that's necessary. If there is a ton of strategy that goes into it, there is defining what a victory would even be. And even if you don't achieve your goal necessarily of, getting city council to divest from Israel and, make a hard stance in favor of, essentially the ending of a genocide. There are other things that you can do as far as goals along the way. For example, number of members recruited, number of doors knocked, number of phone calls made, number of sort of events held, right?
Yeah. I think it was also, I mean, you listed a lot of them, but I think one thing we kind of learned throughout it too, that was the ultimate victory, was figuring out where that specific wedge issue fit into council, because it allowed us to kind of go into our future campaign of trying to elect someone to replace an obstacle on city council for that.
We'll get there in 1 second.
Yeah, for sure. But it was definitely like, it was our first foray, I feel like, into city council kind of.
We were kind of like tangentially involved with the city workers union stuff, but we weren't really doing much.
Yeah. And for people who are not aware, so that there was the city workers in Richmond did a union drive a couple of years ago and ended up securing a contract. So
that was like the first thing Sean and I were doing together.
Yeah.
In the chapter, trying to just figure out what the fuck we were doing. I'm sorry. what we were doing in DSA.
Where do you see my bill for editing on this one? No, but so I guess when this, all this strategizing, goes through, and then there was, what was the strategy, and then what was the sort of, how was it received, I guess, not just by the members of the chapter, but how was it received publicly, and how was it received by council, and how was it sort of like, this is a huge moment for the chapter as it was. What, and for that campaign, how did it go? And, from all the various perspectives, I guess my question is.
How did it get received? The Palestine specific?
Yeah, this Palestine campaign, yes.
There was enormous energy. It was pretty obvious, even before we had launched the campaign, that if this issue did not become resolved before the 2024 election, that it was going to tank the Democrats' possibilities of winning. It was obvious. It was obvious. I was talking to people about that in October of 2023.
Yeah.
That if this got dragged out into November of 2024, there's zero chance the Democrats were going to win. And so everyone was like very upset. And polling after polling after polling, month after month, it became more and more clear that this was a defining issue for Democrats. And so by January, when we launched the campaign at the beginning of the council session at the first week of January, there were like dozens of people showing up, which was something that we had never accomplished before when we were organizing actions.
Yeah.
And people were like, what do we do next? What are we like? They were just asking like, how can I get more involved? What can I do otherwise? There's just enormous energy. And we were struggling to figure out what to do because we didn't know, we never had that kind of energy before.
Yeah.
And the strategy we came up with was between all the different organizations that were in the coalition we were working with. And I think what we ended up moving on was, okay, you want to get involved, join an organization. Doesn't have to be DSA, it could be SJP, it could be one of the unions that were also in the coalition or any of that.
SJP meaning Students for Justice in Palestine.
Yeah. And we were able to, by kind of growing all of the members of the coalition, we were able to sustain pretty constant and consistent numbers at every city council meeting for a year.
Yeah.
And that was like the main strategy, I guess, tactic that we kind of chose for the campaign, was to fill all the public comment spots.
To put this issue front and center.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, you guys are not going to be able to do your work quietly and in privacy anymore, because we're going to be in your face. We're going to be telling you exactly what we want from you.
And the council itself, however, was just sort of like, blah, what's going on here? Kind of.
Yeah, I feel like they were completely caught off guard, because before that, we went to a couple city council meetings a year probably before that, and it was like 4 people maybe speaking, and they were speaking on like, oh, there's one niche issue in my neighborhood, like we need a speed bump or stop sign. It wasn't like, hey, there's 40 people waiting to speak on this one thing, and you guys might be on your phone texting and ignoring us, but we're going to stretch this as long as we possibly can.
Yeah, I think the council had for years, even going back to before we even joined DSA, has always operated under sort of like quiet consent process. There's really no debate in Richmond City Council ever.
Everything's on the consent agenda, right?
Everything's on the consent agenda. There's no debate. Everything just gets approved. Even in committee meetings that I've gone to, there's no debate. They just bring up an item that's been recommended to them by some business organization or some nonprofit, and then they just give it its assent, and it moves on to the main body, and it gets approved. And so just the fact that people were there yelling at them was, I think, like a shock.
I thought we were doing great. Why are people yelling at me?
Well, I don't think they thought anything. Like, I think, like many cities across the country, being a city councilor is just a way for you to further your business interests.
Yes.
Andreas Addison was a business owner in the city. He was a representative from the 1st District. He was actually one of the only people who was actually helpful with us trying to get our resolution passed because he wanted to run for
mayor.
But he was just a business owner who joined council because it furthered his business interests. So is Reva Trammell. She owns, a dozen properties in her district. So is Ellen Robertson. So like more than half of the city council are just business people who are trying to further, and that's the case across the country too.
Yeah. It's very common. That's a very common sort of thing. Either advance your business interests or advance your political career.
Yeah. Although I suspect many of the people on our city council do not think that they're going to have a political career beyond the city council.
Not if we have anything to say about it, I guess.
Yeah.
It is interesting though, because I do think across the city council seats, there's like 9 of them. There is well, sometimes it is spoken, but a roughly unspoken rule that, the city councilors know best, and how dare you guys come here and talk. Normally it's unspoken, and they're kind of just ignoring you, and they're, condescending. But then, speaking of Trammell, she lectures you after you, go
Queen.
up there, and you're like,
Queen.
Hey, in 1980, you guys did this, and she's like, well, that was a different, city council, and it's like, clearly.
Yeah. Yeah, although Trammell's like a broken clock, sometimes she's on point because she's yelled at the council president a few times for some of that decorum stuff. Where I think when the water system failed a couple months ago, and people were like wanted to yell at the mayor, and the mayor was at council to give a report, and the council president had very clearly made a deal with the mayor that the mayor was going to take 0 questions, both from the public and council.
You weren't even allowed to say his name.
You weren't even allowed to say his name. And one of the councilors, Reva Trammell, was trying to yell at him about it, and very clearly, said the secret thing that there was an agreement that he was not going to get any questions.
Wait, the council president said that, or Trammell?
There was clearly an agreement that the council president made with the mayor. The mayor was going to take no questions from anybody, including council, when he came to give a report on the water system failure.
Yeah, because the water system in Richmond failed.
I think it was national news. I'm sure people heard about it.
Yeah.
We could do a whole show on Trammell.
Yeah. Oh my God, I would love that. Let's get her on.
Famously, for just to ground everyone who doesn't know who we're talking about, famously during COVID, she was on camera for one of the virtual council meetings, and she had like a Sambo doll, like a racist. Right behind you. Didn't know about this?
My God,
that's awesome. Yeah, she had like a little it's like a sort of like 10 steps worse than like the Aunt Jemima thing.
Yeah.
Like big red lips, big white teeth, like a statue in her camera shot.
No way.
Behind her during a virtual council meeting during COVID.
Incredible.
She only got like mildly in trouble for it.
That's insane.
Yeah.
The mammy jar.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Are you Googling it?
Yes, I'm Googling it right now. Oh my gosh, it's incredible. Anyway, we could talk about Trammell all day, but I do want to sort of drill down a little bit on so you mentioned the Students for Justice in Palestine. You mentioned some of the other coalition partners. Just briefly kind of go over who was a part of that and how that went as well. That's another kind of aspect of this whole deal.
Who's in our coalition?
Yeah.
Oh,
there's a lot of people.
AMP, so American Muslims for Palestine, which we found out is like really just one organizer, but I think it helped them grow the organization pretty quickly. And that organization was actually principally responsible for, over the years, there's been a couple protests for Palestine. Going back to the March for Return, there were some protests in the city for that. And in 2019, I think, and again in 2014, there were marches in the city, I believe. I can't remember. I'm positive about 2019 one. I wasn't here for 2014, but I think I remember reading about it. So it had been going on for a while under the surface in the city, like a lot of capital cities on the East Coast, it's like a shockingly diverse population. We have like a huge Vietnamese population, huge.
Yeah, cities are diverse.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
cities on the East Coast are diverse.
Well, yeah.
Cities in the Midwest.
Fair.
Fine, it's depending.
You ever been to Dearborn, buddy?
Just taking a shot at Sean.
Anyway.
But then there was Students for Justice in Palestine, which was also, I think, newly formed right after 2023, right after October 7th. And then there were some other sort of just like Jewish rights, Jewish anti-Zionist activists in the city that had been pushing for a long time to get the city to close this body called the Virginia Israel Advisory Board, which is like a board that the state has.
Why does the city of Richmond have that?
It's a state.
Why does the state of Virginia have that? Well, there's actually probably significant economic interest in Israel in the state of Virginia
because of the location of so many defensive.
Yeah, I understand that.
Anyways, there's a couple of other like peripheral groups, but the main two were AMP and SJP.
Virginia Coalition for Human Rights.
Yeah,
that's who I'm talking about. It was the ones that were
VCHR.
pushing for the Israel Advisory Board to be defunded.
That's Nancy's group, right?
Nancy's group.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nancy cracks me up.
Nancy's solid.
Yeah,
you gotta trust our elders. Sometimes they're way ahead of the game.
I cannot agree with you more. I was actually just talking about that with another guest recently. Like, they're the ones that have been around, and even at the sort of like lean times, kept the fire lit.
Bill's another great example. So the GSA member from our chapter who's been at it for decades.
Yeah,
old school.
We would have nothing without them. Honestly, we would be building a movement entirely from scratch. At least we have things to work from because of the people that have been going through like literally the leanest times. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So just to kind of push forward, there was the support for this, and I guess sort of to kind of move forward to how it played out. We can kind of briefly get to that and maybe get a little bit more into sort of like where the chapter is going, what has happened since, and we could even get into the city council race. So, but I guess so. As far as how the campaign went, I mean, we did fill the city council for a year. We did make sure that at the very least, the city of Richmond could not ignore the slaughter and genocide that was happening there. They like rolled out all kinds of weirdo, lame excuses for like why they couldn't do anything about it. But ultimately, that was something that gathered a lot of interest. It brought forward a lot of attention. And honestly, I mean, despite the fact that we never did get the city of Richmond to do our primary goal, there were a lot of other things that were positive about it going forward. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, it definitely built a larger group of people who were active and paying attention to local politics. Like even now, I mean, the coalition still exists; they still do work, but there's a lot of housing stuff going on right now, like with our campaign and other campaigns.
Well, we've reset priorities. We can talk about that in a bit.
We have a different campaign now.
But even then, they're still plugged into that, even though it's not necessarily directly involved with their campaigns and stuff. But it's just, there's just more people to pull from when you need to mobilize folks around an issue. We're just not necessarily activated before.
Right, which is counterintuitive. Like, you wouldn't think, like, I think a lot of people do like a lot of internal theory, and if you actually just go out there and do stuff, do work, do organizing work, specifically of stuff, I mean organizing work, you will realize that a lot of like the internal theory that is from 150 years ago might not be applicable anymore.
Oh, and honestly, one of the other things too, you're getting people involved and you're getting organizers in place with experience. That's one of the things that, and I talk about this a lot, when we did do break light clinics in Louisiana and in New Orleans, my old chapter, one of the best things that was for was if you find a new member who's interested in getting involved or whatever, you put them on a campaign that is something that, if you're doing it for a year, for example, you can start to trust people to be responsible for it. They're gaining experience, they're gaining confidence, and then they can bring their people that are close to them into that sphere as well. And then you can even get new members. So you have an experienced veteran member who has done, stuff before, essentially, and then you have whoever their network of people are, whoever they bring in, and that's important. That's super important. That's like how these organizations and campaigns and everything. It's how they grow.
Yeah, and we realized this after we'd already done it, but you need something low stakes to plug people in when they're new, and the low stakes thing can be attending a city council meeting and just holding a sign.
School board meetings also,
or school board meeting and holding a sign. You don't have to even speak, or it can be a book club that turns into, we're going to write a resolution that we're going to read to the council or something like that. Like, you need something low stakes for new members, and that's not like you're going to go walk around the city and door knock apartments and ask people to do like to join a tenants union or something like that. Like, you need something lower stakes than that for new members, sort of like an escalatory model of engagement for people, so that they can build, like you said, trust and rapport with the people that are in that organization that you're building.
Yeah, I think skills too.
Yeah.
I think it's much easier to get comfortable with city council, talking about what's going on at city council, and then going to talk to strangers about what's going on at city council.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I do want to push forward to the election campaign. So the Richmond DSA did support a candidate for Richmond City Council. We did do the electoralism thing, and yeah, that's actually, I live in her district, and she actually ended up becoming my city council member, which is pretty cool. Talk a little bit about Kenya Gibson and how she got in, we essentially, the chapter came to support her and how that went.
Yeah, we've been tangentially working with around Kenya. I don't know which one you want to call it, but
proximal. We've been proximal.
One of our first labor campaigns was around the public teachers getting the right to collectively bargain.
And Kenya was a city council member. School board member, a Richmond City School Board member at the time.
And so we kind of watched the relationship she had built with the teachers union, and how she kind of stuck her neck out on repeated occasions in order to further their goals, and further our goals as an organization without even necessarily engaging with us. And then when we did the Palestine support at City Council, we got to know the city councilors, and like where they stood on a lot of issues, and it got us thinking about which ones we could replace, because there's clearly, that is a huge obstacle for a lot of the work we do. Is our city council is either they'll just accept whatever they get from the mayor and without any questions asked, or they are actively doing bad things. Either they're passively doing bad things, or they're actively doing bad things.
And they're still that way. They're still that way.
But
you mentioned that cloistered internal culture as well, where they essentially have all discussion and all decisions made behind closed doors as well.
Yeah, everything's in like a secret meeting. Same with the school board though too.
Yeah.
None of it's with us or like the public. It's very much like the decision is made before the city council meeting or the school board meeting, and then you got, it's almost
it's not a public hearing.
Yeah.
In like the technical sense, perhaps it is, and like the legal, like checking the box sense, perhaps it is, but in the sort of like spirit of public, like a public issue being put before the public for the public to weigh in on,
right.
It's not the case at all. It's just like let them yap into the microphone on their little 2 minutes or whatever, and we're going to do whatever we were going to do anyway.
Because they know if they do engage with us in a meaningful way, we'll usually get our way. It's happened with the casino twice. When they actually like let us vote on something. That happened with Navy Hill.
Navy Hill was killed actually by popular backlash, not by.
Either way,
I think they would have done it, except that there was enough reporting that they eventually got the sort of. This is too in the weeds, maybe for the audience. There was a redevelopment project that was really hush hush. No one wanted to share the financials on how they were going to do it, and then the financials were finally published. And I think the whole city was like ready to riot.
Yeah,
we were just going to get fleeced for this redevelopment project. The whole city was. They were going to basically strip the school budget. Anyway,
Anyways, it failed. Good. Well, you listen to BHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. It's Good Morning Comrade. So we'd worked with Kenya. This chapter had worked with Kenya. The Richmond DSA chapter had worked with Kenya Gibson, and there was sort of a decent working relationship. And then I guess she decided that she was going to run for city council.
Yes. And we had identified her district as like a potential weak one.
Her the counselor that was in that seat before was sort of like an Andrew Cuomo figure. Like she would park in bike lanes in front of, like illegally park to go to school board meetings, like in all the time, like double park.
I don't know if she's as bad as Cuomo. But
she had illegal rentals.
Yeah.
A
corrupt figure, I guess you would say.
Yeah, and from a family of a political family in the city too. Her family was her father was a city councilor. So yeah, I mean it is quite similar.
Yeah. I think she was just allergic to being like that. Like when we were knocking doors, no one liked her, and I was like, "That's so."
Her family members liked her.
Yeah.
Wow.
But we had already like kind of targeted the 3rd district as a potential weak spot, and Lambert wasn't even willing to talk with us, which most counselors to some extent would meet us on issues, even if it was just to like
nod along,
save face or be like, yeah, whatever. She just straight up was like, no, we're not. I'm not meeting. I think she like moved the meeting. Like she made a meeting and canceled it and made one, and then was just like, no, we're not doing this. Yeah. And then Kenya said she was running. You met with her.
Yeah, I think because Johnny knows Quentin, and Quentin was her like campaign manager. Johnny's one of our SAR members in the DSA chapter.
Shout out to Johnny.
Shout out to Johnny. I think he might be watching. Yeah, no, someone had put me in touch with Quentin, and I was like, yeah, sure. This was already like May or maybe late April, and we've been doing the Palestine campaign for 3 months. And I was like, they're not going to give us this. They're not going to give us this win. We need somewhere to put this energy, and we need to find a way to target these counselors so we can put some discipline back on these people. And so I met with her campaign manager and her at a coffee shop and talked to them for like an hour. And as Sean had said, we already had understanding of her that she was a reliable defender of labor in a city that has like a 1.5% unionization rate. So like she was really like way ahead of the curve as far as we're concerned.
And critically, I'm sorry to jump in, but like it also not been a way for public sector workers to organize into a union prior to a couple of years ago.
Yeah, and she was one of the ones. I mean, I think she was the one who pushed for it on school board.
So no one would have sponsored that.
Yeah, no one would have sponsored it. I think she made it like the city. The city was reacting to a law that the state had changed the last time we had a Democratic trifecta, right after Trump won the first time, and they passed a law that said cities could basically like adopt an ordinance that would allow their municipal workers to bargain.
And they would have all the specific rules and parameters laid out in that ordinance.
And in Kenya, and Richmond was the first one to bite at that new state law, and it was because of Kenya. And
the union was well.
Sorry, yes. I always get credit.
I think you mean as far as political figures.
Yeah.
Yes, as far as political figures willing to stick their neck out in a city and in a state in which the union way of life doesn't exist. Yes, yeah. Kenya was ahead.
Yeah, no, for sure.
And so, that's a good. So you started having these conversations. We ended up having, getting essentially throwing support. And that happened at a general meeting. I remember it.
Yeah, she came to a general meeting.
She made her case to the membership
for like an hour.
Yeah, and she was very open, very kind of like, I don't know, man. It's like a lot of politicians. I mean, you know what I'm talking about. Yes. When they talk to you, they either talk to you. They try to just sort of like make them feel better than you, or they sort of don't. They speak in buzzwords or catchphrases or whatever, and it's really annoying. Yeah. Speaking specifically to Kenya is like talking to an actual person.
Yeah,
and
someone that knows how to do the job.
Yeah, and she had a reputation on school board as being somewhat of a disruptor and someone who was very interested in transparency, which was very much counter to the culture of what we talked about earlier.
She literally would just ask for the receipts for stuff, and that was revolutionary. That is the level of depravity we're talking about in our local political scene.
And the receipts like while she was on school board that she asked for are still coming up and stuff we're dealing with right now in the school
Yes,
board.
yeah.
Where they're like, oh yeah, thank God Kenya got us this.
Yeah.
So when it comes to, so we ended up as a chapter, the Richmond DSA ended up supporting someone like Kenya. How did the chapter end up supporting her? Like, what was the sort of concrete, what did we deliver to that campaign to make it successful? Because like there's, we could do the thing that we talked about earlier. We can put out a statement and this is why we're supporting or whatever. And that's, all fine and good. But and that's one way to support. But when it comes to endorsing a campaign, we mean something a little bit different, I guess.
Yeah.
A lot different.
Yeah. We had a long discussion about what we wanted our endorsement to actually be.
On steering.
Well, even as a chapter.
As a general.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we did as a general. Yeah, we did.
And because we didn't want it to just be a statement, because,
it's all well and good, but yeah.
If we just made a statement and we're like, yeah, we're endorsing her and we didn't knock doors and she won without us, then what does that really mean for furthering our goals and accountability?
100%.
So it was like, what financial, amount can we give? How many people do we think we can get out and knock doors? How many doors do we think we can knock consistently? And we came up with like a framework and like tiers of like, this is what an endorsement means. This is what support means. This is what maybe not supporting means. And we kind of just went through every race and mapped everyone onto that and came up with, we could only cover one probably candidate right now, just with how many people we have and how many volunteers we can realistically get out and knock doors for endorsements. And so we just picked Kenya because it was the best district, I think, that was being run in with, again, a candidate that we thought brought a lot to the table to help our goals.
Yeah, and
hold on,
okay.
I think we should be super specific, just so, because like people might not know, like we had no idea how many canvassers we could actually get to show up. We guessed. We said maybe we can get 10 to 15. We got 10 to 15.
Yeah,
and if 0 people showed up, we would have been with our pants down because we said we were going to get 10 to 15.
Yeah.
And so like, it was a kind of a shot in the dark. It worked. It was really a shot in the dark. And we knew we had the money to give a donation that we felt was impactful. But like in terms, and they tested us immediately when we said we could get 10 to 15 by scheduling a canvas for us.
Yeah.
And we were the only ones canvassing for her at that time. We started like 2 months before any of her other supporters started canvassing for her. And we canvassed for like 2 months alone for her with like literally 10 to 15 people total.
And I mean, those people came back every week.
And they even
hot.
And it was hot. And the campaign even hired and her campaign even hired one of our members. Who's now her full-time staff.
Yeah, and again, like when I can't help but compare this. I mean, this is obviously not as sexy as what's happening in New York with Zoran Memdani or whatever, but like as far as it being like extreme.
His hands.
Yeah.
He blessed me. I'm carrying a gift to the Uman.
That's pretty cool. But like my point is that like this is every bit as meaningful for this city. Like New York, they get the flash because it's New York or whatever. But like the meat, and this is not something that is unique. This is happening. We interviewed on this program Richie Floyd from Florida, from Pinellas. I mean, like there are like DSA chapters. There are groups that are like this that are putting forward, their support for people to win in this sort of like, hostile electoral sphere and moving things forward. And this is, I think this is an extremely good example of that. This is an extremely good example of, throwing support behind the difference really that, just a little bit of organizing. I mean, I'm not trying to undersell the amount of, work and blood, sweat, and tears that went into this campaign, but there's this sort of like foregone, sort of predetermined conclusion that a lot of leftists come to, which is that like, hey, it's never going to work. They're never going to let us win, so why bother? And this is just the perfect counter to that narrative, to that sort of perspective, right?
Yeah, Irony is counter-revolutionary. Sorry, bad news for you.
And I
Or
mean,
at least doomerism.
Doomerism
is, right?
and irony are counter-revolutionary. Sorry, folks.
I also think though that it is just the start.
Mhm.
She is still just one of 9.
Mhm.
And
Just the tip of the iceberg.
yeah, she's definitely helped us move things along. Especially with like the housing stuff and keeping us up to date on how that stuff's going. It's a little obfuscated from us.
Yeah.
So that's the new
She
campaign.
literally drafted a FOIA request for us, and I was like, okay, I'll submit it. Yeah, whatever.
So housing. So we're kind of moving forward. We listen to the HIV LP New Orleans 102.3. This is Good Morning Comrade. Sean Kassar and Thomas Adams on the show. King. What the hell? Why did I say Thomas?
Another different random white person.
Anyway, regardless,
Sorry. This is
no. Why are you sorry? I got your name wrong.
No, that's okay.
At least
I hit you with a real fastball. Like after that.
Anyway, oh Jesus Christ. Moving forward to housing. There is a new housing priority for the chapter of DSA Richmond. Do you want to talk about that?
Okay, yeah, I guess I have to take this one. So
It's really it's affordability, less so, but housing is a key component of that.
So there have, much like the Palestine stuff, there was an existing political apparatus of groups working on affordable housing in the city that range from sort of like nonprofit spectrum to the tenant union, like we are organizing to do rent strike type stuff. Although those are not legal in Richmond, they're not protected. You just get evicted, and that's the end of it. We basically did the same thing. We met with those groups over the course of months and came up with a unified campaign demand, and took it to council and have been pushing for it. This particular demand was for a what's called a rental inspection district, which is basically like proactive code enforcement in areas that are deemed by residents or the community or council or whoever to be areas where there's a high proportion of slumlords. Those have to get pre-cleared by the city before they can be rented, basically on a renewing basis of to be set by the city, usually 4 years. So we took that to council and have been pushing for it. And other groups have been working on this particular demand for 2 years, and the last mayor let it die because he didn't want to do it.
You know what else just died for him?
His career.
His lieutenant governor campaign.
That's his whole career, buddy. He lost his city, and that lost him the lieutenant governor's race. He's cooked. Bye-bye, Clinton machine.
Anyway, yeah. So yeah, the LeVar, the Stone Man, just decided to let it fall off, and so
we're trying to take
picking it back up. Yeah,
this new mayor who said he said he supports it, and that his planning director has actually already created a draft of it and submitted it to some of the council members. They said it'd be done by now, and be like actually before council by now. It hasn't been, so we've been kind of trying to drill back in on that, but yeah, that kind of sets us up to where we are now.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you mentioned some of the particulars, and this is, and I don't want you to reveal the whole strategy ahead of time for all the haters to figure it out, but sort of when it comes to sort of building support for something like this, what are you looking at?
We did the same thing we did last time.
Mm-hmm.
We took it to our general membership body and we debated it.
Mm-hmm.
We had been meeting on it for a while. We have a housing and a tenants' rights working group that has been working on this issue and housing rights for years. We kind of just let that group kind of lead the way. And in doing that and taking and me, because I'm one of the people in the housing working group, and me taking my hands off the wheel and seeing what happens to the car when I take my hands off the wheel, other people stepped up.
Doesn't that feel great?
Take leadership positions who were not in leadership positions in any capacity in the chapter.
You know what that is that you're doing, bro? You're doing organizing. It's incredible.
Yeah,
I love it.
Yes, yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah. So so we're growing new leaders in the chapter by doing this and letting them drive.
That's awesome.
And
I mean, most of them weren't even members a year ago.
most of them were not even members a year ago. Correct.
Mhm.
Yes, exactly. And now they're taking leadership positions and making this work.
Okay. It's awesome.
It's a beautiful thing. The babies are stepping up.
Yeah, and then like I'm not from a union family. Like I grew up in Miami. Like I don't have any idea how any of this works. I'm just trying to I've read a couple books. I'm just trying to figure it all out.
We won't hold the reading books against you.
Yeah, this is like the reading books. It's like it's the meme looking out the window at the wall, looking out the window at the beautiful scenery. It's like reading books. And reading books.
Sean, as far as you've seen at the campaign and other things that we're up to, as far as Richmond DSA?
With the housing campaign, I mean, I think it's just been great to see how many different people are thriving in the chapter. Because for so long, it was 7 people doing most of the actual
100% of the work. Yeah.
and now it's like 15 to 20 of, with very little overlap with those 7 people taking the reins and running.
Yeah.
And then just out of trying to get popular support for the campaign, I mean, we've canvassed, we've tried to activate other groups through the Palestine Coalition, for example. I know people have been cross-posting in there to try to get folks out to city council and press conferences and stuff in there, just because, housing, Palestine solidarity, there's a lot of natural overlap there.
Mhm.
It's like how we could be spending our money and how we're actually spending our money.
Yeah.
Other work we're doing, Jeff and I here are helping to start an EWalk local.
Mhm.
So the Central Virginia EWalk is now live.
Emergency Workers Organizing Committee. We talked about that a lot with Eric Blanc on the show a couple months back.
Yeah, and it's been awesome. I think we had 12 people on the meeting today, which is more than the 3 that were there originally, I think. And everyone's got campaigns. Everyone's, organizing a workplace. So, maybe that 1.5% that we kind of pulled out there of union density. Hopefully that.
I was guessing. I don't actually know.
I don't know.
I think it's pretty low.
Well, it's 6% in the state?
Is it 6% of the state? But it's mostly a Nova because it's federal workers. Yeah.
That
might be going down really soon, honestly.
Yeah. But hopefully we're able to pump that Richmond number up.
Mhm.
Yeah.
All that. So
3.6%
In the city?
in the city of Richmond. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's post the city and the teachers being unionized, which is several tens of thousands of workers. So pre that organization drive, I do think it was under 2%.
Yeah, I was surprised when I moved here, because I, ironically, came here working for a union and seeing just how sparse the density was around here, and yeah, it's definitely stronger in the northern side because they have members at airports, they have members at there's a lot of janitor members over there. At least for the local that I used to work for us. Yeah, you look at 32 BJ, and now they have city and county workers in Fairfax. Fairfax won their election for their recognition a couple of months ago. Shout out to our friend who was one of the organizers on that campaign. And Loudoun County got a contract a few months ago as well. So all after Richmond. Richmond led the way. I will say that.
Yeah. Well, I think what we're kind of talking in circles around right now is something that we should put a pin in for everybody. Your local terrain may vary.
Absolutely, yeah.
And you need to be astute about your local political terrain and what is a good political campaign for your local terrain.
And I think the benefit of doing campaigns is that they have a time, like an end date or an end goal.
Yeah.
And your terrain's going to change constantly.
Mm-hmm.
And especially as you win campaigns or you lose campaigns, it's going to change over and over again. And if you're working in these long, we're going to focus on this one issue and this one issue alone, and we're only going to do this one thing because we're right on it. You might be having success for labor for a long time. We were really focused on labor as a chapter, which is great.
There's a lot of labor stuff going on when we first joined. Yeah,
there's a ton. We had Starbucks. I think almost every Starbucks is now unionized. Robinson just won.
Yeah.
last weekend or a couple weeks ago. And the issue though is that when you do that focus and you don't pivot and you don't have that agility to kind of move where the momentum is your membership does fizzle. Because especially for labor is like you're not given any heads up. You need to mobilize on like a moment's notice 2 days before the thing, and then it's done. And then it's like, okay, I guess we'll just wait.
And then you wait for the vote results to come back from their thing, and it takes weeks.
Right.
It's like a lot of lull.
And you there's no like, by the time you announce if they won or lost, people are like, oh yeah, I forgot that was a thing. And so it's really hard to kind of build that and like sustain the momentum throughout. So, you know, I think the campaign structure definitely better captures and funnels energy.
I guess the final question I'll have, and we can sort of, you know, say goodbye, but I do think this is a really important one, and we can also give you a chance to, you know, talk about the article one more time. But I asked this question when we endorsed a member for the National Political Committee of this person, because I do think it's important, because there is so much going on right now. I mean, the United States, as of recording, bombed Iran's nuclear sites, 3 nuclear sites in Iran yesterday. There's constantly, I mean, we've been dealing, obviously, we've made it a part of our campaigns to you know, be involved in, you know, the response to the genocide that's taking place in Gaza. There is a lot of stuff happening right now. How do we maintain focus? How do organizations like DSA maintain focus on these really important priorities that we've, you know, taken the time, the energy to plan out while all this other stuff is going down? And how do you respond to, this is like a, you know, a $64 question sort of deal. How do you respond to all of this stuff in a meaningful enough way, but also focus on what we're working on? And really, should you even do that? You know, that's a I know it's a really tough question, but I think it's worth kind of jumping into. It is a priorities question primarily, I think.
Yeah. I also think though that it's not all on our DSA chapter to respond to every single issue.
Yeah.
I think through all of our work, we've you know, helped folks strengthen their own structures, or, you know, helped build other structures that didn't exist before. And I think just through the work, those things do grow, and a lot of those structures are better equipped, or they're better positioned to deal with, you know, some of the specific issues, maybe around ICE or I don't know, firing of the federal workers or stuff like that. And, you know, just using the networks that we've helped build through our work to kind of, you know, protect our community, but realizing that it's not like DSA is going to be in the head of every single one of those efforts. Hopefully we're involved in, you know, a lot of them, but you know, it's not about our chapter. It's about, you know, the community we've built through all of the work we've done in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's easier for a chapter, and I don't know anything about any other TSA chapters really, to be honest with you. But I imagine it's a lot easier for a chapter the size of New York City to have a response to every crisis, because they're huge, which means their
hundreds and hundreds of members, thousands of members.
Yeah, which means their capacity is huge. We only just recently crossed 400 members in the city. So, and we just, there's too much happening. Like, realistically, what is our response going to be? We're going to go back to statementism. So, like, you know, when there are particular instances where there are acute crisis, like Richmond has the second highest eviction rate in the country. When a member is being threatened with eviction, we get them money to not get out of their home, for example. But like bombing Iran, like, I don't know, like, I hope someone organizes a protest.
Yeah, we can direct people towards that. We can make sure that we're because members will inevitably want to be a part of these kinds of things, and we can facilitate that. But as far as taking the lead, that's not really even our business a lot of the times, because, I mean, quite frankly, there are organizations that are like straight up like anti-war movements that we can plug into, and we don't have to be the leaders of.
And they already exist in the city, and we know that they're going to set stuff up, so we don't have to make it a problem. We don't have to make it a priority.
Yeah, we don't need to brand it with ourselves. We need to understand like what we're we're working on, we need to focus on that and provide support where necessary. That's exactly right. Precisely. So I guess the article is in Groundwork. It is called "The Strategy for Small Chapters: Reviving Richmond Chapter with a Campaign First Strategy." Anything else y'all wanted to say before we get out of here?
Go do stuff.
Go do stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Organize your workplace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of us have like highfalutin ideals,
Yeah.
and I am in terms of like the religious eschatology of organizing. I think deeds matter a lot more than beliefs and
There you go.
ideas.
Yeah.
There you
I
go.
mean, unless you challenge those ideas, they're just going to be in your head.
Yeah.
Boom. Well said. Thomas King, Sean Cassard, thank you so much for joining us. Where can we find you guys? Social media or anything?
I'd rather you just talk to me in person.
There you go. I'll give you his phone number.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks everybody for listening. This has been Good Morning Comrade. You can listen to us I don't know if we've moved to Tuesday yet. We're actually moving to Tuesdays on WHIV. You can also find us on YouTube, on Twitch, on all your podcast apps. Just search Good Morning Comrade. Thanks everybody for listening. We love you. Bye bye.
Hello, everyone. It's your girl, Kristina Oakes, host of Kristina's Corner. It is July 1st. We are no longer gay. And it's kind of sad, not to mention, depressing. But we're here. I'm here. And there's a lot to discuss. First of all, if you're wondering, how did we get to 1K subscribers at this rate? Well, here's the story. I posted a Zoran Mamdani meme of him with a gun saying, "Vote blue no matter who." That went viral. I made sure to promote this space underneath the tweet. And now, let me see something. Let me show you guys another meme that went viral. This Piers Morgan sipping a from a Simpsons mug, and Jordan Peterson doing what he does best. 3.2 million views. 3.2 million views. Not to my own horn or anything, but I say that's a success in my opinion. Yeah, and I made sure to promote this space underneath it as well. So I'm doing everything in my power to make sure more people are subscribing and tuning in. So, yeah. Woohoo! I'm so happy and proud that we managed to get to 1K. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I don't honestly know how it went viral, but I'm assuming big liberal blue check accounts, like yeah, yeah, exactly, Letterhack. This space should be the that you check out my bank for the online left. Yeah, just one time on the space. Right. But yeah, it's supposed to be storming, apparently. I don't know. It's that time of the year where they're like, oh, 30% chance of rain. It's like, okay, so it's not going to rain. If it's above 50, we're going to get rain. If it's below 50, then we're not going to get any rain. So there's that. But since I'm the first live show, I guess I should break down some terrible news. The Senate passed the big, beautiful bill, which cost taxpayers more than the original Build Back Better bill. So that's kind of depressing, if you ask me. A little sad. But the House has a chance to do whatever. I'm assuming it's going to pass the House, though, because Republicans have the majority and Democrats keep dying. So it's like, what is the point? I know for a fact that people that make 15K to 30K a year are going to be paying like an additional like $1,500 in taxes, defunding Planned Parenthood, more money into the deficit. It's cutting people off Medicaid. They even had a list of like how many people, and it's funny that the blue states get like the least amount of people getting kicked off healthcare, but like rural and red states, like the ones like the one I live in South Carolina, it's like, oh wow, like, you know, a lot more. So, but I'm not on Medicaid. But what's sad is that I use a rural health service called the Clyburn Center. Yes, named after Jen Clyburn. And funding for facilities like that are cut too. So it's like, oh no, if I go off my meds, y'all ain't ready for Kristina off her meds. I mean, I got my meds for 3 months, so that's good, but watch out. Watch out. So I've been dog sitting and cat sitting and streaming. We've been I don't know what we did last night. I said I was gonna do a quick stream last night, but we ended up watching Cats, not the 2019 version, but the film stage version that was on VHS that I think everyone owned when they were kids, like millennials. But also, I still remember the lyrics and the choreography like it was yesterday. So it seems like there's really not any good news, and I kind of hate to talk about bad news, but like we gotta do. Actually, no. The only good news is that Elon is still like disappointed. I love the stage version. The only upside is Elon saying, "I cannot stand by this beautiful bill that is actually ugly," and Trump's like, Elon, you knew what the agenda was from the beginning. And I'm like, yeah, exactly. Trump's saying what we've been saying. Like a lot of these Trump supporters are like, oh my God, I cannot believe that Trump's doing all this shit. Like, you voted for this. He's talked about it 24/7. Stop acting dumb. Like, I have a friend, I have an aunt who has a transgender non-binary grandchild. No, I do not pick a bell. Wildcat population, letter hack. Not really. Not really. I don't think so. But I have an aunt who has a grandchild who's trans, and my aunt's like, I didn't think Trump was gonna go after transgender, people in general. And I'm like, and my cousin's like, he said it all the time. He talked about transgender issues all the time in a negative light. Stop acting dumb. So there's that. Coke. So anyways, I'm so happy that two memes went viral. A lot of people loved it because, of course, it's, Jordan Peterson crying and being red in the face and all that. So, yeah, it's crazy. But I want to talk about something very, very terrible right now. I know, Kristina, really, yeah. So if you are a citizen, like if you got your citizenship, you could get denaturalized for as little as jaywalking, probably. Yes. I don't know how to explain this, guys, but this is not good. This is not good. Not. So the DOJ announced its plan to prioritize stripping Americans of citizenship. So the DOJ announces plans to prioritize cases to revoke citizenship. This is exactly what they did to Jewish people during World War II when Nazis were in power, right? Yes. Why do you think like a lot of people are like, some people are like, Jewish people were not revoked of their citizenship. I'm like, why did Anne Frank hide? Like, I swear, people are not learning the facts anymore in their history classes because history is getting sanitized. But the Justice Department is aggressively prioritizing efforts to strip some Americans of their U.S. citizenship. Wow. Department leadership is directing its attorneys to prioritize denaturalization in cases involving naturalized citizens who commit certain crimes. What about the white people who commit certain crimes, like killing their loved ones over their insurance policy? And giving district attorneys wider discretion on when to pursue this tactic according to a June 11th memo. Man, it took that long for it to leak? Jesus Christ. The move is aimed at U.S. citizens who were not born in this country, according to data. Assistant Attorney General Brett A. Shumate wrote in the memo that pursuing denaturalization will be among the agency's top 5 enforcement priorities for the Civil Division. The Civil Division shall prioritize and maximally pursue denaturalization proceedings in all cases permitted by law and supported by the evidence, he said. This is so fucked up, y'all. Like, I can't even deal with this. Like, I know so many people who could get denaturalized over like nothing. I mean, that was the whole goal, though. That was the end game, what they wanted to do. So the GOJ memo says the federal government will pursue denaturalization cases via civil litigation, and especially concerning moves, said Cassandra Robertson, a law professor at Case Western Reserve University. In civil proceedings, any individual subject to denaturalization is not entitled to an attorney. What? They're not entitled to an attorney? Oh my God, Robertson said, but there's also a lower burden of proof for the government to reach. It is far easier and faster to reach a conclusion in these cases. Now, this is just so messed up, guys. Like, I can't. They're not entitled to an attorney? I mean, like, so they don't give Miranda rights then? Like, that is disgusting. I'm sorry, but that is so disgusting. I can't. Like, I know a lot of people who are in DACA. I know people who like, if this was going on today, like if my Uma were alive, she could be denaturalized just because, I mean, she's German. She was German. R.I.P. But it's disgusting. It's disgusting because honestly, people who choose to be citizens of this godforsaken country are more of a citizen than people like me who were actually born here. So, also, if you're going to, you know, like, if you're gonna strip like immigrants who came to this country illegally, then Melania has to go, Barron has to go, basically all Trump's wives and children. Well, not well, Yvonne is dead, but like Melania and Barron, they're gone. The rest of Trump's kids, except for Tiffany, who he pretends doesn't exist, gone. They're all gone. Gone, 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 gone. So it's I mean, you're basically stripping like more than half of the population of their citizenship, because we got to be even. We got to make sure the Europeans also get deported back to wherever they don't even recognize. I mean, some guy, I mean, a lot of people are again being sent to places they've never been to in their lives. You know, like somewhere in the Middle East or somewhere's like, you know, like I don't understand. If you're gonna send people back to where they came from, they never knew the countries that they came from, because a lot of them, again, a lot of them come here when they're like babies with their parents. I mean, that's kind of what happened with my also, they're stripping people who were, if you're born on a military base out of the country, to me that just doesn't make any sense, because does that mean John McCain and Mitt Romney are not, well, John McCain's dead, but wouldn't that mean like they would not be considered citizens because they weren't actually they were not born in America, but they were born on a military base? Because, guys, correct me if I'm wrong, if you're born on a military base outside of like the United States, isn't that still considered like U.S. soil? Because I feel like that was always the rule when it came to that rule. You know, like I'm pretty sure that was always the rule. That was always the rule. But luckily for, I mean, Some of my aunts were born in Germany. My mom was actually born in. You mean Raphael Swift? Raphael Tedward Cruz? I hate when people try to Americanize their names. I'm like, come on, dude. Admit it. You're the Zodiac Killer. But yeah, that's my mom's lucky because she was actually born here. But my Uma was not a US citizen when she came here, so my mom's screwed. So is my aunt. Oh my god. This is so all confusing to me. It's like we don't even know who's a citizen and who isn't. Like, that's not gonna be fun, y'all. I'm just saying. Here we go with the cup today. Still, you are never alone when you have Ghost. Gotta show that little thing. I'm surprised my cats aren't here to bug me and to entertain you guys. But yeah, you worry about family. Yeah, I'm worried about friends who I know who are not citizens yet. I know couples who like one has citizenship and then the other doesn't have citizenship, and it's like the husband who's like the main like provider, and it's like, uh-oh. But the fact that even if you're born here, that doesn't save you, because they're gonna strip, the birthright citizenship, which is in the 14th Amendment. That's not like he's like, this is the problem with like originalist text, like constitutionalist types, is that they'll say, oh, well, it meant for the children of slaves. I'm like, but we no longer have slaves. So what's the next thing? Immigrants. So you're gonna tell me that like generations of immigrants have to get deported? I mean, what about Ellis Island in like the 19th, 18th, 19th century? I don't like, they're gonna have to date generations upon generations of family to deport. Because most of the people that came through Ellis Island were like, like European, like Italian, Greek, which again, a lot of those people were not considered white. They had to assimilate into this country. I don't know, guys. It's just not fair. Like, this is the world we're living in, and we're gonna suffer for God knows how many years. This is all Obama's fault. Actually, no, this is all Ruth Bader Ginsburg's fault, because she was like, I'm not gonna retire. I want to wait until Hillary Clinton gets in office. And did that happen? No. She should have retired back in like 2009, 2010. Because we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't have a party lines, 6-3 Supreme Court rule, which could be 7-2, because I think it's Kagan who's getting up there in age, or is it Sotomayor? Either way, it's like, oh my god, we are just so fucked. And Etch, that's one thing my mom and I were talking about as well, because my mom's like, Trump has no, like, we were talking about Mom Donnie and how people are like, oh, he has no experience to be mayor. Most people who become mayors literally do not have experience. Like, he was an assemblyman, so he actually has experience with coming with bills and stuff like that. So yeah, Trump had absolutely no experience in politics besides giving Republicans, donations and Democrats donations and giving his thoughts on political stuff. Like, I remember when Pat Buchanan, I think it was the 2000 or 2004 election when Trump was running on the Freedom Party or something like that, and they were asking his opinions about Pat Buchanan. You know what Trump said about Pat Buchanan? He's like, I don't like how he talks about, the gays. There's nothing wrong with them. The way he speaks about, other people, it's really insensitive and rude. And I'm like, where the hell did this guy? Where did this guy go? I was like, oh God, what the fuck? Okay. Ronald Reagan, the actor? Like, it's so funny. The Gays. I'm like, that should be a band name if there's not a band name called The Gays. The Gays, the Days, and the whatever. So it's ridiculous how this is. Just crazy. So I miss when Trump just tweeted. He probably misses being like the main character. Even when he's president, he's not even the main character. So where's that? I don't like it. Speaking of Trump, Elon Musk is not happy with Trump again, and I think this feud is coming back. It's all coming back to us. It's all coming back. Okay, sorry. I'm sorry, but Elon Musk has plans, big plans, for our new pate, which is killing me right now. Also, last week I was on Power Report Live and chatting because we had our first Moon Extravaganza syndicated episode with Sam Cedar on. And that was fun. I barely talked. I was just staring at him and smiling at my chat because they were being very bad. And then I was on the Power Report again, the same episode today. So you're getting twice of me. Anyway. All right, let's do this. Musk says he plans to form alternative political party if Trump's insane budget bill passes. Well, the Tesla boss is once again sharing his displeasure with his once political allies' big, beautiful bill. Elon Musk again shared his displeasure with the Trump-backed Big Beautiful Bill, saying he will form an alternative to the Republican and Democratic parties if the budget bill is approved by the Senate. Funny you should say that. Look what happened a few hours ago. If this same spending bill passes, the America Party will be formed the next day. The Tesla and SpaceX boss posted on Twitter, his social media platform. God, I hate when you say that. He added, "Our country needs an alternative to the Democrat-Republican uniparty so that the people actually have a voice." How many third parties with that motto have existed? There's way too many of them, and they don't do anything. And of course, here's his tweet. I have him blocked. I see. Here's the thing. If you guys are wondering how come I still get people, obviously he changed the whole blocking thing. But if you blocked a lot of people before they changed the block feature, you won't see those people, which makes me very, very happy. Musk's post came a few hours after he said the bill was stuffed with insane spending and would add $5 trillion to the national debt. He said the bill proves Democrats and Republicans are really part of one party, the Porky Pig Party. Hey, speaking of Porky Pig, guys, if you have HBO Max, go watch The Day the Earth Blew Up, that Looney Tunes movie that Warner Brothers decided to give away. It's on HBO Max now, and it's so funny. It's so good. Daffy Duck doing an OnlyFans bit. Anyway. His comments are not a total shock to anyone who has been paying attention lately. That's us. That's me and you guys. We know. Musk has been quiet about politics over the past few weeks, but earlier this month he got into a heated back and forth with President Trump over the bill, saying it was a disgusting abomination. Musk then posted in support of impeaching the president and claimed Trump did not release the Epstein files because he was named in them, a claim Musk later deleted on Twitter. He's being blackmailed. Anyway. Musk's criticism has stood out considering he led the new Department of Government Efficiency for Trump from January through May. The president even gave Musk a golden key to the White House as a token of his appreciation for spearheading Doge. Musk's criticism also stands out because he was Trump's most prominent backer during the 2024 election, spending $275 million to help him and other Republicans win their races. Trump, rather than going full scorched earth in response to Musk lately, has taken a more placid approach. I think he's a wonderful guy. I haven't spoken to him much, but I think Elon is a wonderful guy, and I know he's going to do well always, Trump told Fox News on Sunday. He's a smart guy, and he actually went and campaigned with me, and this and that. But he got a little bit upset, and that wasn't appropriate. Oh my God. And there you have it. That I'm sorry, but that's funny to me. That's hilarious to me. I don't know what's else going on between the two of them, but I know Elon's getting blackmailed because of the whole Epstein thing, which is true though. He was friends with Epstein. He even talked about it all the damn time. And also Andrew Cuomo's best friend worked with Epstein, so it's there's a lot of ties to Epstein, and it's gross. Even Frank Reynolds of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia was on Epstein Island for the snorkeling. Nothing else. Apparently. So there's that. I cannot even think about what's going to happen when... I mean, bad things are happening for sure. Bad things are going to happen for sure. But either way, we're screwed. We're screwed. We're screwed. This is why I want to move to New York City. Oh, speaking of which, hey, guys, a lot of my friends are moving to New York City, like podcasters, streamers, and I want to get there within 2 years. So help your girl out if you can. I want to move back up north. Living in South Carolina, there's really not much networking, and I'm actually pretty good at bringing people together, like networking, consulting. I should start charging people if they want to help build their streaming platforms because I'm really good at it, apparently. So that's cool. Yeah, but I want to get to New York City in like about 2 years because Dan from the web keeps telling me like you would thrive here. You got, opportunities would come to you immediately, and I'm like, good, thanks. My mom and my sister are like, ha, 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 you moved to New York City. I'm like, I'm miserable here. Like, New York is where it's at. Okay, I could not stand. I was like, why not Los Angeles? It's too far away. I've always preferred New York City over, like, New York over California because weather, no, I can't do it, guys. I can't do, like, I don't want to deal with the mudslides and the earthquakes and all that stuff going on. It's not pretty. Also, tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern on Movie Night Extravaganza, we're going over 28 years later. And then we're going to do Barry Lyndon, and then we're going to have Alex of Devil's Advocate Productions to do Superman with us. Yay! I'm excited. I'm very, very much excited. Ooh, boy. Dark Gothic MAGA, how tech billionaires plan to destroy America. Yeah. Honestly, speaking of splitting the Dems, I'm hoping that Andrew Cuomo and Eric Adams and whoever the hell Bill Ackman's using as a to run for mayor of New York, they're all going to split the vote, and all the votes are going to go to Mamdani. So that's great to know. Like, hell yeah. So, I mean, he's right about all the stuff about like Trump and the bill, but like his intentions again are not good. It's why I keep saying when certain people who host the biggest progressive news show ever say that we can trust like people like Candace Owens. I'm like, no. And I said this on the Power Report. I'm like, no, we cannot trust right wingers who agree with us on like one or two issues because their intentions are not in good faith. And I say it all the time, especially watching the Jubilee video of Candace Owens debating feminists and getting her ass kicked. I'm like, yeah, no, I don't want someone on our side. Sorry. She made her bed. Now she got to lie in it. That's my news. That's how I feel about this. Whoops. Oh, we gotta watch this Fox News. Not watch, but read this Fox News article from like MSN because it's so funny. Oh well, here's actually a video for well, that's gonna be funny. Yes, please remind to be cool and all that shit. Okay, anyway. Let's see. Share screen. Speaking of our future mayor, Hey, Alex, what's up?
So when you hear Mamdani in another performative stunt, which is a video that just resurfaced, claiming he grew up in a third world country, I want you to understand really what he's talking about.
Whoa, 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 wait. He moved here from Uganda when he was 7. I cannot even with these people. Like, the amount of clip chipping that they've been doing over Mamdani is insane to me. I cannot oh my god, guys, what the hell? Like he never said like we should globalize the Antifada. He just said like I don't understand like where they say he supports saying this stuff or saying that he thinks Israel has a right to exist when he believes in a two-state solution. He believes in like so many like things that are not what people are putting in his mouth to suggest what he's saying. But this is entertaining.
Is advocating for something other than Western civilization.
Oh boy.
So the third holy grail of taboos in American politics, you have socialism, you have Islam, and then you have Palestine. And you are really going for the trifecta.
Let's go, baby.
Let's go. Tell me, why is Palestine a part of your politics?
When you grow up as someone, especially in the third world, you have a very different understanding of the Palestinian struggle.
Eating rice with his fingers, talking about growing up in the third world.
Whoa. Oh my god. It's a specific type of meal, man. Like, this is why I fucking hate conservative media, because it's just absolutely crazy. Like, what? What? Eating right. Also, too, is this like a knock on like Jesse Waters and shit like that? Like, the whole like eating food with your hands or something like that?
Look, Mamdani was born in Uganda, but he was raised in South Africa, where he attended a private school. And then he moved at the age of 7 to New York.
Yeah, 7 years old. That's not really the same thing as saying you kind of grew up there, which is why I'm like, dude, you grew up in New York City. Like, this is something that Bam said on the Power Report, guys. He said that Mamdani identifies more as a New Yorker than probably someone who's like Muslim. You know what I'm saying? Like, the way he's campaigning like a New Yorker, you know, a New York City citizen. So it's funny, like, the only time he brings up stuff like that is when he's asked about it. So, again, this is all quite fascinating to me.
New York City and attended one of the city's most prestigious high schools. Congressman Brandon Gill responded to that video on X.
Oh, God.
He wrote, quote, "Civilized people in America don't eat like this. If you refuse to adopt Western customs, go back to the third world."
Donald Trump eats New York style pizza with a fork and a knife. Civilized people don't eat New York style pizza like that. They don't. They do not eat New York style pizza like that. That you have to fold it and eat it, okay? Don't even dab some of the grease off. You eat it like a New Yorker, okay? I will die on that hill. I will die on that hill, okay? Like, I cannot even think about people like, oh, Donald Trump eats pizza with a fork and a knife. An abomination, okay? Don't be telling how certain demographics of people, don't be telling me how certain demographics of people are, you know, not allowed to eat the way they want to eat, saying that it's uncivilized and uncultured and they gotta adapt to Western values or whatever the hell.
Still with us sitting here. On set in Texas is Congressman Brandon Gill.
Who's Will Kane?
Congressman, you got a lot of pushback for that response to Mamdani, people pointing out. Just
oh my God, he's like Ben Shapiro.
Pizza, burgers, hot dogs, eat with their fingers. But I don't think you can separate Mamdani's performance and what he's saying from the way he is projecting himself eating rice with his fingers. He is rejecting what we have developed as Western civilization.
That's exactly right. And you pointed this out earlier.
So this entire segment is about how he eats rice. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is so funny.
Earlier, but this is a guy who wants to defund the police, who wants to get rid of billionaires, doesn't believe they should exist, who
Good.
said that his end goal is to seize the means of production. I mean, that
Great.
makes Bernie Sanders sound like a moderate, and then turns around and
Well, technically, Bernie Sanders is a moderate because if you apply to the progressive, even like democratic socialist policies over in Denmark and Norway and Sweden and Switzerland and all that, that's a very those views are very, very, very moderate. Like if you ask a Danish person like over like what they think of Bernie Sanders, they're like, yeah, he's a moderate. Like those policies are considered moderate in those areas of the world, but they're successful. That's kind of crazy. Like what? I don't see a problem with any of this.
and defends the phrase globalize intifada.
No, he's never defended it or even oh my god, he's never defended it. Okay, the only thing he ever did was explain what Antifada means. Like even if you ask him like a standard Muslim what jihad means, it means struggle. It means not bombing or killing or doing terrorism. It's it's actually supposed to be a like a normal word to say, but because Islamophobia is so bad, we tie those scary words to like something bad when really they're just normal words that are used like every day. It's like when people don't realize that the Quran is just the third testament, really. Like they both worship the same God. They call him Allah because that's how you say God in Arabic. It's not a different God. Chill out. They also Jesus is still is a figure in Islam. Like it's crazy how people don't understand the history of Islam. You know, I don't like it. It's like people just need to educate themselves more. Oh, excuse me.
And he puts these videos out online of him eating rice with his hands, which by the way is not something that Americans do. That is third world behavior.
I do it.
It's connected to his policies. You know, the goal here is to undermine Western civilization, to fetishize the third world, which is what he's doing. That
by eating rice with his hands. We're talking about how hey Donald, it's how we're talking about how Rizal Ramadani is going to tear down Western civilization by eating rice with his hands. Something like that. Something like that.
Video to look unique, to look interesting, so that he can then push in these policies. You know, the next step after that is he's going to make another video in a couple of years, but instead of having a bowl of rice, it's going to be an empty bowl, because that's where his policies are going to get us.
I think there's two elements to what he's done here, this video and what he's advocating for.
One,
let's just acknowledge it's just performative. That's
Right.
not who he is. He did
Right.
not grow up eating rice with his fingers, living in a third world. He grew up in private schools in South Africa and the US.
But again, he was 7. Also, too, his parents, don't they realize that his parents probably instilled some of that culture in him growing up? Because that's what happens when you're immigrants and you move to America or to a different country. You try to kind of instill some of that the cultural relevance within the place that you're originally from. Like, and also too, some people think Mom Donnie is Palestinian. I'm like, no, he's from Uganda. Chill out, people. Like, just the president's supporting exactly for rice over rice. Can you believe, guys? You know what? Next stream, I'm going to eat some rice with my hands, with my fingers, and we'll see how with these with these hands, I can achieve anything. Yeah, so we'll do that. We'll do that. We will definitely do that. I'm sorry, but that's just he's doing performative and tearing down the Western civilization by eating rice with his hands. Oh yeah, yeah, Andrea, I agree. I can relate sometimes.
All an act.
Yep. Oh, it's all an act. And all it is to say that I reject the cultural tenets of Western civilization.
By
both
eating
in terms
rice
of
with his
policy and in
hands.
terms of the way that I live my life. I want to live my life as they do in countries that eat rice with their hands.
Oh my God, this is so
You know,
funny.
we have so much in this country and in the West, so much economic prosperity,
Really,
so
though?
much cultural prosperity that we get to enjoy, but that sits on a cultural foundation that
Of,
he
like,
seeks to
Christian
undermine.
nationalism?
And that's what I was getting at in that post.
Well, and
Really?
it should be pointed out, first of all, I don't think what he's doing in his behavior is separable from what he is advocating. You married someone of South Asian descent. Your father-in-law, famously, Dinesh D'Souza. You're familiar with the immigrant culture and other cultures.
Oh my God, his father-in-law is Dinesh D'Souza? Hello, surf watchers, welcome in. But I can't, guys. That's your father-in-law is Dinesh D'Souza. I mean, that I cannot believe that Brandon Gill's married to Dinesh D'Souza's daughter. I didn't know he even had kids. Like, what?
Than the one you were raised with West Texas. It's not a rejection of a multicultural society unless the point of your cultural mores is to openly reject the place in which you have immigrated, to openly reject assimilation, openly reject Western civilization.
Right, that's right. And the point of this is to push back against assimilating into Western and American culture.
Right.
You know, my father-in-law.
No offense, but imagine, okay, if you believe that, then we gotta remove all the Mexican restaurants, the Greek restaurants, the Italian restaurants. We need to have plain, like, British food, since the Brits colonized this place. Just saying. Like, y'all, you know, really want to go there, Fox News? All right. If you're going to reject multiculturalism, then we're going to have to get rid of what it is. We're going to have to get rid of everything that the Italians gave, that basically all immigrants gave us. Okay? I'm just saying. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. I had spaghetti. That's Italian. I love Italian food. Give me chicken parmesan any day. The greatest places in the world, the most diverse. Truer words have never been spoken.
Famously, as you mentioned, immigrated to the United States when he was in college. He doesn't eat rice. He doesn't eat Indian food.
He didn't immigrate when he was in college. He immigrated when he was 7.
Just like every other American in this country. And that's what I would expect is cultural assimilation of immigrants who come into the United States. And that's what he's pushing back against.
More important, your father-in-law has been a huge fighter and lover of the concept and the pillars that have been built by Western civilization.
That's right.
That's the real key to this conversation. Not simply just eating rice with your fingers. Congressman Brandon Gill.
What in the hell? I mean, this is what's so funny about conservatives. They jump to conclusions that make absolutely no sense. And you're like, where the hell are you getting this from? You see me rice with his hands, like, okay, if you're going to reject multiculturalism because they want immigrants to assimilate here, then again, we're going to have to get rid of Mexican restaurants, Mexican food trucks, Italian food. You know, most of New York City is, you know, diverse restaurants. So it's like, I know they couldn't even bring Dinesh D'Souza on. Also, Dinesh D'Souza and Ann Coulter had a thing, if you know what I mean. So it's ridiculous. Like, we should embrace, you know, multiculturalism. There's nothing wrong with that. That's why we need a multicultural, intersectional, like we need like a multi-everything movement. Like, this is the way. Like that's definitely the way. It's sad, y'all. It's really, really sad. Yeah, that's why I think, Zoran's got a chance of winning this because he's making everyone freak out. And young folks are like, "Are you okay, Grandpa?" Like, all right, just saying. Oh yeah, definitely. Let's see. What does CNN have to? Oh, deliberations to continue tomorrow after a jury reaches partial verdict in Sean Diddy Combs trial. Oh my God. Oh no. Okay, wait. Okay, do we have any updates? Do we have any updates on? I hope that fucker's guilty as hell. So they reached a partial verdict. Oh my God, people are betting on Diddy's trial. He's just okay. Okay, ABC News, let's go. Let's talk about this. All right. One more story. Hey, Jeff, what's up? Let's see. All right, Sean Diddy Combs trial updates. Judge tells jury to keep deliberating after partial verdict. The hip-hop mogul is charged with sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracies. Oh my God. The story, oh wow. Story may contain accounts that discuss actual alleged events that some readers may find disturbing. We don't go over days. Okay, well here's the updates. Okay, jury done for the day. 19 minutes ago, 25 minutes ago. Jury sends judge sends jury back to the deliberation room. Judge says he'll tell jury to deliberate. No verdict being read. Judge will instruct jury to keep deliberating. Why can't we just read the partial verdict though? Don, we are not done finishing Dark Shadows. We got like 400 episodes left. By the way, if anyone wants to do Dark Shadows, a podcast with me, hit me up. Let's see. So the highly anticipated trial of hip-hop mogul Sean Diddy Combs is nearing its end. Combs has been accused of sex trafficking by force, transportation to engage in prostitution and racketeering conspiracy as part of a blockbuster federal indictment originally filed in September 2024. He later faced 2 additional superseding indictments. Combs has pleaded not guilty to all the charges. Combs is accused of being the ringleader of an alleged enterprise that abused, threatened, and coerced women into prolonged drug-fueled sexual orgies with male prostitutes, which he called freak-offs, and then threatened them into silence. Combs has said that all the sex was consensual and that while his relationships sometimes involved domestic violence, he wasn't engaged in trafficking. Yeah, whatever. Combs' lawyer, Mark Fidiola, said Combs was simply part of the swinger lifestyle and that he vehemently denies the accusations made by the SDNY. Jury done for the day. The jury sent back a note saying they plan to go home for the day. The jury will return at 9 a.m. on Wednesday to resume deliberations. Make sure to keep an open mind as you continue with deliberations. Judge Arun Subramanian told the jury before sending them home, "I wish you all a great evening." Combs maintained his composure when the jury was in the room. Before the judge and jury entered, half a dozen lawyers huddled around Combs. Oh God, what do you think? He's got like the dream team or whatever the hell? He appeared to wipe his eyes after he grasped a copy of the jury's note. Defense attorneys Anna Estavio and Tenny, oh my God, Garagos stood around him with their arms wrapped around him while another lawyer appeared to touch Combs' shoulder. Oh, whatever. God, what? Oh, come on, people. Like, seriously? Like, I don't understand it, guys. I really don't. I do not understand how, like, we've made jokes about a lot of these hip hop stars, like R. Kelly and now Diddy. We even had a joke. For decades there have been jokes about Diddy's parties, right? And now we have even like more like jokes about, like, I mean, especially like R. Kelly in the past. Like when I mean, the fact that we mocked the video of him doing what he did to that underage girl, I'm not going to describe it because it's disgusting. We made a joke. We made jokes about that. It was real disgusting. Ugh. I mean, even in like Scary Movie 1 or 2, they mentioned like a Diddy party. Even when Diddy did a music video for a song and Ben Stiller was in the music video, he's like, I heard your parties are wild. I want to go to one of them. And I'm like, hindsight, I'm like, oh, well, that's not good at all. Yeah, how could he possibly get off? Is the yeah, definitely. How? I don't know how. I couldn't even imagine. Couldn't even. It's disgusting. Like, yeah. Like, it's funny too. Yes, look at it. Yeah, get him to the Greek movie. Oh my god, that did not age well at all, considering it had Jonah Hill and Russell Brand. So that's gonna be very, very I can't wait to break that news tomorrow. I'm gonna be dog sitting, so I'm gonna have to bring all my streaming equipment with me. That's fun. That's gonna be fun. Anyway, I'm trying to think of what to talk about next week. I don't know, because it's gonna be a week from now. But I know tonight on Moon Extravaganza, 8 p.m. Eastern. If y'all want to check out or just stay on this space, it doesn't matter, because we're gonna be moving to live streams here eventually. It's cool. So Moon Extravaganza tonight, we are going over 28 years later. I'm so excited. A real film about family, unlike the Fast and the Furious films. Just saying. I'm just saying. And of course, Thursdays from 10 to 12 on this space, we have past streams of Moon Extravaganza. Yeah, there's like no full verdict yet set. The judge told them to keep deliberating because they want like a full verdict. I don't know, maybe we'll have the one that Sam Cedar came on the first time. Y'all seem to like the Sam Cedar episode that we had on last week. I did too, because you know, your girl loves her some Sam Cedar. I just can't help it, okay? I've never seen a single Fast and Furious film either, because I refuse to, because Vin Diesel has superpowers now and they've been to space apparently, so I don't need to get into that. I don't need to get into any of that. No way. I'm good. I'm sad that the kitties didn't show up today. Wait, what? Yeah, I understand the feeling. I was in but yeah, we definitely love Letterhack. Letterhack's the best. Also, he's coming to my birthday party in October. Better be. Or else. Nah, just kidding. I won't do anything. Also, dude, we should also share. I don't know, Letterhack, if you got some of the episodes that featured you, but those were also really good episodes as well. Not gonna lie. Unbuttoned Tipsy Sam is the best. Yeah, I know that for a fact. Yeah. What little? Oh my god! Seriously? Who's the Letterhack anyway? Yes, I'm going to live stream the birthday party, Don, because so many people that are streamers and podcasters are invited. Also, I realize I know more guys than gals when it comes to streaming, so that's great. Yay! We must protest the 4th of July. I am not celebrating 4th of July. Like, I don't need it. I just listen to Bruce Springsteen and have a good time. Indoors with the dogs I'm dog sitting over because I gotta protect them from the loud booms and bangs and crackles and all that stuff. This is not, it's not my style. This is not. No barbecues happening. No, none of that happening. Yeah, in air conditioning. Yeah. That's exactly it. Like, that's the way to go, man. Air conditioning, it's a nice 68 degrees in here. Love it. Sorry, guys. I love chatting with you. It's like the best part of a Tuesday. Don't tell the guys that. Yeah, and then they do it like they do fireworks like on the 3rd to test them for some reason, and then they keep doing them like until they run out. I'm like, you're supposed to use all the fireworks on one day, one night, all of them. No July 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, or 9th, okay? I'm just saying, don't do that. Do not do that. I'm like looking at the time so I know when to head out. So yeah. Yeah, I'm excited. Okay, so we're gonna Movie Night Extravaganza the next few weeks. Tonight we're going over 28 years later. Next week we're going over Barry Lyndon, and then July 15th we're gonna have Alex of Devil's Advocate Productions to talk about the new Superman. I'm so excited to talk about that. The red trunks are back. The red trunks are back, baby. Sorry. I see him in there going, yeah. So yeah, but that's gonna be fun. I'm excited. I also want to watch the Fantastic Four movie, and I mean, there's gonna be a ton, but nothing beats Barbenheimer in my opinion. That was a fun summer. Take me back to 2 years ago. Yeah. Well, tiny towns, they usually have like their own like celebrations. Oh, thank you. Oh boy. Okay, Looney. I'm excited for this Fantastic Four because we haven't had a good Fantastic Four movie like ever. So I've seen them all in the theater too. I'm like, oh god, this is bad. But yeah, I still haven't seen Oppenheimer yet. It's so good. I can't wait for the Odyssey to come out with Christopher Nolan. I remember reading it in high school, the Odyssey. I was like, what? And then we watched it. So that was fun. So it'd be a hell of a lot better, obviously. But I'm looking forward to discussing more movies. We're trying to come up with a theme. I think we're doing like a Prison Break theme. And I'm like, what movies have prison breaks in them? I know Deadpool 2 does. I don't know. I don't know. I just can't wait to be like pointing at people during the Odyssey, like, oh, I know them. At least we got some things to look forward to in this disaster of a country that we currently are suffering in. Okay. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna head out because I gotta check the mail and also I gotta do some movie night extravaganza prep. But Alex is gonna keep y'all entertained, which is good to know. So with that, I will see y'all later. Till next Tuesday. Bye.
Hello, folks. Welcome, welcome. Kristina, if you're still watching, I was saying in the private chat I would come on and vamp with you and talk about how excited I am for Superman and Fantastic Four. Because I have also seen all the Fantastic Fours in the theater and to varying excitement levels. Yeah, I got the Max Left hat. Hello, everyone in chat. We got 40 people watching. Hello, hello, hello. Today's show. First of all, my name's Alex. I'm the Devil's Advocate. I wanted to start out the show with two things, and then I actually do have a show prepared. One, it's been a hell of a week for me, and I was inspired by the first week of this space. First of all, we got 1,000 subscribers, which is awesome. Congratulations to everyone who's been spreading the word. Yes, it is Autumn Leaves, the Majority Report. Max Left Hat, my buddy, is barking. I just wanted to say I had a great week last week. Zoran won. Like, on the night we had the great election stream. That was so much fun. But I had a good day on Thursday. I was watching Majority Report. They said, Matt Bender said Olay was going to be on Leftist Mafia that night to celebrate Zoran winning. I come home. I turn on Leftist Mafia. There's Ben Dixon, surprise guest, who I just had a 2-hour conversation with on my channel about Kendrick and Drake. I don't know, but by the end of the show, I was so happy watching the show. But by the end, this wave of depression, anxiety, inadequacies, suicide, just everything came flooding over me. And I was inspired the first week of watching this space on Thursday, watching Left of the Box. Shout out Sandy, our Canadian correspondent. And I was inspired because she was talking about going through mental health struggles throughout her life. And I really connected with that because I too have also not wanted to be here anymore. And I've been, it comes in waves. It's always with you, but, more powerful than other times. And I just wanted to remind everybody, take care of yourselves, take a break, reach out to someone. Thankfully, I have my lovely fiance who I hear walking in the door now, but it really, and I'm still in it, so I just wanted to say thank you for letting me be a part of this space and to be myself, and just forewarned everyone, we're still in kind of beta mode, I guess, here. But I might slip up. I'm new. I'm new to streaming. I'm new to leftist politics relatively, I guess, to a lot of the other people here. And I just want to let you all know that, like, I may make mistakes. I may feel bad sometimes, but I will always be here. I will always be here on time, unless have a shift at work or something. But just shout out everyone who is part of this space, has been promoting this space. And I also wanted to jump in to the promo because I know Matt's watching. I know Matt wanted everyone to promo. So let me take the comments off for this so you can snip this out of the stream. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. Wait, no. 3, 2, 1. Hi, I'm Alex. I'm the Devil's Advocate from Devil's Advocate Productions. I am also part of this space, which is a leftist creative group on YouTube. They're live Tuesday through Thursday, every single week. There are a bunch of great creators. And I think if you are waiting for Hassan to stream, or you just finished Majority Report, or the Vanguard, or the Bitchuation Room, or watching Olay's video, and you are craving some more lefty content, jump onto this space. This space on YouTube, it's got everybody you love and more. Check it out. How was that? How was that? Who's Hassan? So yeah, folks, Zoran won. And we're very, very happy about that. But some other stuff happened in the news that I want to bring up. And I think we've gotten the hitches out. I can present and also play audio. So something happened at the Glastonbury Festival in England, if you hadn't heard. And this artist named Bob Villain, which is a great name, first of all, came out, and for the BBC was trying to avoid showing a band called the Kneecaps, which is an Irish band, and they know they're very pro-Palestine. So they were trying to avoid that. So they showed someone else, and the someone else they showed was this dude named Bob Villain, who came out and said this.
Obviously, we're seeing some fucked up things happening in the world. And, we're seeing the UK and the US be complicit in war crimes and genocide happening over there to the Palestinian people. And I know we're on the BBC, that we're not going to say anything crazy.
Like, how punk is that, man? How punk is that? Just coming out and being like, "Hey, don't worry about it. Don't cut away. We're not going to say anything nuts." And then
leave that for them lads. You know what I mean? But we have seen, unfortunately, we have seen a strange reaction to people that come out and voice support for Palestine, even though anybody with any kind of moral compass can surely tell that what is happening over there in Gaza is a tragedy. So look, we're not pacifist punks here over at Bob Villain Enterprises. We're not pacifist punks. We are the violent punks, because sometimes you got to get your message across with violence, because that is the only language that some people speak, unfortunately. This next song, we want to dedicate it to every single band that is using their platform to speak up for the Palestinian people and speak against the crimes that Israel...
I mean, like, just the violence part, I'm surprised they didn't yank him down off air. I had a conversation a couple of weeks ago with week 2, I believe, of this space with Dieter McBusiness and Ben Dixon, and we talked a lot about this topic. I also talked about it with Ben on my channel on the Kendrick and Drake video. We talked about that aspect, and yeah, just that. I'm going to leave it at that.
The UK and the US and much of the Western world are complicit in.
We understand where he's coming from.
So this is for all of you, like, this is for Murder Capital, this is for Kneecap, this is for Ammo and the Sniffers. Every single band out there using their platform to speak up for the Palestinian people. Because we must pray, hope, and wish to see a day where the Palestinian people are liberated and free from the tyranny of the Israeli government. Free, 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 free.
And this is where it gets
free,
crazy.
Free, free. Free Palestine each and every single time this is pretty songs.
Oh, wait.
So yeah,
maybe that was the wrong clip. He went on to say what everyone in the chat is already saying: deaf to the IDF. And everyone went crazy over this clip. It went viral, obviously trying to hide something anyway. It's called the Streisand effect, because Barbra Streisand in the 80s or the early 90s basically tried to kill a story in some little small newspaper about where her new house was. And because she tried to kill the story, that became the story, and then it blew up bigger than ever before. So that's the origin of that term, if you ever wondered. But they tried to, BBC tried to avert any kind of pro-Palestinian messaging by cutting away from the Kneecaps performance to this one. And he was like, nah, we're going to do that same thing. And I do want to do a full episode about like politics and music. I just found this great band called Durry, Durry, that has awesome like anti-capitalist songs without even really like meaning to or going that hard into it, but just the whole vibe. I can't get their songs out of my head. But everyone went crazy for this clip over the weekend. It was pretty funny to watch. And then, obviously they wanted to tie it into Zoran's win, because that's been like the big story the last week or so. I just wanted to show, let me see, stop screen. I gotta do it for each tab, I guess. Okay. Kristina was talking about the meaning of the term intifada. And this is what it means. This is what Google's AI says. The term intifada refers to a popular Palestinian uprising against Israeli occupation in the West Bank of the Gaza Strip, aimed at achieving Palestinian self-determination. In Arabic, the word intifada means shaking off or uprising. Two significant ones have taken place. And it says basically it means uprising, and it can apply to any kind of revolution anywhere. That's just what it means. So they're trying to smear Zoran as like a member of ISIS, basically. I know, stop using I know, but I can't. When you Google it, that's what happens now. So they've been trying to smear Zoran as like ISIS, and I think there's no better. I mean, I'm going to show some examples here, but this one, I'm sure you've all seen this one too. I watched Majority Report talk about it, and we're not going to watch the whole thing, but I just wanted to get a little bit of Kristen Gillibrand, because she's my senator from New York. And I remember when she like basically tried to force Al Franken to resign, which he did, even though, if I remember correctly, the soldier in the like controversial picture was like, yeah, no, this was a joke. Like, what are you talking about? But he resigned anyway. So I had an axe to grind against her, and she's always proven me right. So here's a little bit of Kristen Gillibrand.
Is revisionist Holocaust.
Gabe, thank you for your quote. Would somehow target.
Exactly.
So don't want to shrink from information.
So they just had a caller into this show. This is the Brian Lair show on NPR, I guess. And the caller was like, "Oh, Zoran's a Islamophobe, anti-Semite, and all this nonsense." And this is what she had to say.
That's true.
Well, the caller is exactly the New York constituents that I've spoken to that are alarmed. They are alarmed by past public statements. They are alarmed by past positions, particularly references to global jihad. This is a very serious issue, because people that glorify the slaughter of Jews create fear in our communities. The global intifada is a statement that means destroy Israel and kill all the Jews. So
we just learned what the word intifada means. And even I was watching a clip of Hassan earlier, like right before coming on, and he's like, even the word jihad actually means like, just a rebel or just standing up for something, not necessarily like violent, actions. So she's lost it clearly. AIPAC money is too good. She also probably just believes this stuff. Like, this sounds like someone who just, because she's using the term jihad and intifada like interchangeably. She doesn't know what either of them mean. And, to be fair, until I Googled it right now, I didn't know what intifada like literally meant either. But I knew that it didn't mean he was calling for a mass global killing of Jews, because I wouldn't have voted for him if he was doing that. Okay. He's not Donald Trump. He's not Stephen Miller. He's not Steve Bannon. He's not Tucker Carlson. He's not. I still have stage fright. I'm letting you know. I'm being transparent. Very transparent this episode. I still have stage fright. I'm still nervous. I think you know what it was. And not to interrupt the riveting show I'm doing, but when I was watching Leftist Mafia and I saw Ben, it's like I just talked to this guy, and now he's like with these other people who I started seeing everybody as peers, and that made me get imposter syndrome. I'm like, oh shit, I'm here now. I'm in this space, literally and figuratively, where I'm gonna interact with these people. Like the first time I talked to Ben, I was nervous. The first time I talked to Matt, I was nervous. I don't mean to say it like Matt like that, but like, you know, he's a really chill guy. He's really easy to talk to, but I'm nervous because I've only seen you on Twitter. I've only watched you on YouTube. And again, going back to like the first rule of quantum physics, if something's on camera, it's acting differently. So I'm on camera, I'm acting differently. Someone's on camera, they're acting differently. And you, just by observing, you are ascribing some kind of importance to the person you're watching. You know what I mean? Like, I might be on your phone right now. I might be on your TV. I might be on your computer screen. But you're watching me as like entertainment, as content, right? I hate the word content. You're watching this stream, this live stream, as entertainment and some informative value. Definitely a difficult truth coming up next is going to be much more informative than I will be. But you're looking for opinions. You're looking for some lefty content. And again, damn it, I said content again. Where was I going with that? Where did I start? My point being, I'm feeling nervous, and I'm just letting you know that I'm feeling nervous. That's all. Being transparent here. Kristen Gillibrand's a fucking asshole, and she needs to go fuck herself. Anyways, next clip, I wanted to kind of bridge that because, you know, we have some more Zoran commentary, but I do want to bring up from Trump himself. I want to bring up where Trump is right now. And to do that, I figure there's no better way than to let his press secretary speak for him, because that's her job. And I wanted to talk a little bit about her too. And the vibes she gives me. But here's Carolyn Levitt.
Did everyone have a good weekend? Good. It's good to see you back here. We have another busy week. On a scheduling note, tomorrow, President Trump will travel to the great state of Florida to attend the opening of a new illegal alien detention center located at Dade Collier Training and Transition Airport, alongside Secretary Kristina, Governor Ron DeSantis, Congressman Byron Donalds, and other state and local leaders. We hope to see many of you there. The facility is in the heart of the Everglades and will be informally known as Alligator Alcatraz. There is only one road leading in, and the only way out is a one-way flight. It is isolated and surrounded by dangerous wildlife and unforgiving terrain. The facility will have up to 5,000 beds to house, process, and deport criminal illegal aliens. This is an efficient and low-cost way to help carry out the largest mass deportation campaign in American history.
Okay, so that's her. First of all, let me just say thank you to all the sweet comments. BCAT, Rich P, Autumn Leaves, Letterhack, Looney Tunes, like everybody. Thank you so much, Soul Life. But this lady, first of all, the excitement in her voice, which is talking about, she's presenting this like it's a Disneyland. She's like it's an advertisement. It really is. And it probably is an advertisement for investors who want to get in on the private prison industrial complex. The way, and I've seen this in the way she holds interviews, she is like combative, as if she is asking for the manager and she will get that refund. She will kick those black kids off the street for selling lemonade without a permit. Like, she is, she has that energy and takes it hard. Like, I would never, ever want to be a Starbucks employee and she, get her order wrong, or even just have to deal with her and get her order right. She's, but what she's saying here, and I was watching Majority Report earlier, and they covered this whole like concentration camp that they're building, and someone in chat said they should call it Alligator Auschwitz, and I think that we should call it that. That is what it is. She literally says there's one flight out, meaning El Salvador or wherever else. What other countries want to build prisons for America to export our political dissidents to at this point? It's insane. So that's where Trump is. I actually woke up early this morning because I had a shift at work. I actually cut for the news. So I was cutting like these clips, and one that I'm going to show right now is it's from, I don't know why they do this, why the press is always there when he's getting on like a helicopter or a jet, because the sound is always awful. There's no way to separate it out as an editor. Like there's no way to separate it out. It's just always going to sound terrible. So I don't know why the press, I guess, is just trying to shout questions. They can be very craven like that. But, and that's their job and whatever. But I'm saying, like, it's just, as an editor or a listener, it's annoying as hell. They hear that the engines in the background. But he's on his way down to Alligator Auschwitz. And first of all, the other clips from this, when he's asked about it, is like, I think it's Peter Ducey actually asked like, where, so is the plan that if anyone tries to escape, they're going to get eaten by alligators? And Trump's like, yes, that's the plan. Basically, it's Auschwitz. They're calling it Alcatraz because they're saying there's only one road in and one flight out, like she said, right? That's their marketing thing. Disgusting. But she goes, or he goes, like, it's very unforgiving. Like that's what she said, right? It's very unforgiving territory and landscape around there. So don't bother trying to escape, and we'll send you off to El Salvador soon enough. But just the idea that Trump thinks that alligators are just going to, like, this is a fucking castle. Is just going to eat. It's just going to eat people. Like, they can't run away from an alligator. You can run away from an alligator. They're pretty fast, but like in short bursts. And, if you're breaking out of prison, you're going to be going pretty fast, I would imagine. And also snakes. He threw in snakes there. But anyways, this is when he's asked about Zoran Mamdani. And I was tickled when I was working earlier when he says here.
We need is a communist. I said there will not having such a hard time.
See the audio.
I think he's terrible. He's a communist. The last thing we need is a communist. I said there will never be socialism in the United States. Now we have a communist. So I think he's bad news. And I think I'm going to have a lot of fun with him, watching him, because he has to come right to this building to get his money. And don't worry, he's not going to run away with anything. I think he's, frankly, I've heard he's a total nut job. I think the people of New York are crazy. If they go this route, I think they're crazy. We will have a communist for the first time, really, a pure, true communist. He wants to operate the grocery stores, the department stores. What about the people that are there? I think it's crazy.
All right. So that's what he had to say about Zoran. I want to address a couple things in the chat. First of all, Rich P with some historical facts. Closing Alcatraz was a historical milestone because it was supposed to represent leaving the more brutal behavior of the past. At least it was supposed to. That's correct. That's why it was closed. I didn't go there, but the one time I was in San Francisco to visit my uncle, I saw it, right? When we were looking over the Golden Gate Bridge, you could see it. And it is spooky thinking about like how brutal it must have been in there. I also wanted to bring up another comment. The Gulf of America hat, first of all, is hilarious. I love the big font hats that he has. Sam Cedar should put out a even bigger font Max like for old people who can't read this, because that's why the hats are like that, by the way. Just the insane, the communist stuff. First of all, he doesn't know what the difference between a socialist and a communist. And why would he? Why would he? When 1950s, 60s, 70s, 80s America was conflating the two, villainizing, demonizing these concepts for, decades, over a century, probably, going back all the way to Marx and Lenin when they were alive. It just doesn't ring for people our age anymore. I'm grouping everybody who's watching here, okay? Because, yeah, there's some older people where it's like still a scary word. There's some older people who were hippies and were like, no, I was a communist back in the 60s and 70s. Like, this is not scary to me. But to people, I don't know, my age, which I'm not going to say, by the way, I'm about 3 million years old. I'm an eldritch beast, if you haven't noticed. I am the devil's advocate, literally. So I am epochs old. So, and you will understand this when it comes to my takes, too. My music takes and my technological prowess or lack thereof. But the reason I think Zoran won, and I want to see if I can pull up this graph. Primary, I want to see turnout by age, because they brought this up in Majority Report and it was really, really good. Images. Hey, look, I found it. I'm smart. Post not found. Goddamn. Where is it? There we go. Okay. Let's take a look at this graph. Look at this graph. Oh, jeez. Whoopsies. That was the Google search for the graph. This is the graph. There we go. Okay. So in 2021, 18 to 35, let's say, was this is by 100,000, by 1,000 voters, so 50,000, right? A little under 50,000. 2025, well over 50, about 75,000. And then 25 to 30, even to 40 almost, is like almost 100,000. So whatever strategy the Democrats have been looking for in the post-election era of how do we get young men, how do we get young people, how do we get non-frequent voters to get excited about candidates, how do we get candidates who are exciting, this is the roadmap. Literally, this is the roadmap. Bernie Sanders said it on some morning show. Hey, I might have tweeted it actually. Get on board. He just did the thing you've been asking for not only just since the election, but since Obama in 2008. How do we get those numbers back? Well, you shouldn't have dismantled the entire infrastructure that you had built around Obama. That would have been a helpful thing to do. You should have not pushed left away. You should have not bailed out the banks instead of the homeowners. You should have, a lot of shoulda, woulda, coulda. Should have ended the war earlier. But just the rabid hatred that they're coming at Zoran with is just kind of hilarious to me. This is another clip from when Trump actually made it to Florida. And he's hanging out with Ron DeSantis, who, dude, let's just take a look at his face here. Can I? Yes. Okay. Dude, look how fucking deflated he is. Remember when we were scared of him in the Republican primary like a year ago? he's the next Trump. He's going to be so much worse because he's like effective. Look what he's doing to Florida. Oh my God. And then as soon as the primary started, he don't got the juice. Trump's calling him like a bitch every 2 seconds on Twitter. Fucking every other candidate, Vivek Ramaswamy, just, because he's like a meme guy. He's just going for like clicks and get his profile up. So he's to the right of everybody, embarrassing DeSantis. The boots thing, I mean, it was hilarious. It was fucking hilarious. So I love seeing him so deflated like this. It's really funny. And he's just fealty to it's like what happened to Ted Cruz right after the primary in 2016, when he was like, he insulted your wife, dude. He's literally said your wife was ugly. And then you're like phone banking for him 2 months later. Like, just absolutely disgusting. But he's asked about Zoran at this press conference with DeSantis. And I just want to take a look at what he has to say.
We're going to be watching that very
Where's the sound? I can't even hear it.
carefully, and a lot of people legally. He's
Well, maybe I shouldn't have.
we're going to look at everything, but
Maybe it's Twitter. Okay, so, well, this isn't, you know what? Fucking Elon and your stupid Twitter firing everybody who made the site work. Now, this is honestly, it's been happening to me for a couple days now. Like the last week or so, randomly videos just won't play sound. So basically just what Trump says here is like, he insinuates that Zoran is here illegally and says like we might deport him, right? We're going to look into that. Repeats the communist socialist thing, gets that confused. And then kind of says like Eric Adams is a very good person and he helped out a little bit. And it's kind of like, so there you go, Democrats. When you're running your campaign against Adams, first of all, I know Zoran's already going to do it because his campaign is actually fucking effective. But the Democrats split screen Adams and Trump. Just like I saw Zoran's ads split screen Cuomo and Trump right before the election when I started seeing negative ads about Cuomo. Talked about this on the live stream, but on the election stream. But first of all, immediately threatening to deport him is wild work, but not out of character for the man. Again, Ron DeSantis just makes me laugh so hard about how like afraid we were of him. This whole narrative about Zoran being like dangerous is just straight homophobia recycled from the early 2000s. And they're just hoping that enough young people don't remember that time or weren't alive then to see the insanity that was being pushed throughout media. Like, dude, I'm a huge South Park fan, and they had you can hear it's just quiet. Okay. They had an episode after 9/11, and the whole episode was basically like, we're just going to make fun of Osama bin Laden and basically Looney Tunes him. Like Cartman is Bugs Bunny and Osama bin Laden's Elmer Fudd, just to make him look stupid and ridiculous, because he is. And even in that episode, they're like, we're not at war with the Afghani people. We're at war with this asshole and his group of assholes. And that's it. And so I understood, I'm also in New York, every bodega I go to it's either run by someone from East Asia or from the Middle East. And like, we're just like, these are normal people. I talked about this on the election stream as well. When I went to high school, my chemistry teacher was a Sheik, and or a Sikh. I play a lot of Zelda, so forgive me if I say Sheik. But he, during like the first day of class, he was like, this is why I wear a turban. This is why I have a beard. Like, I'm from a different religion. Then again, there's nothing wrong with Islam. There's nothing, and I feel bad in retro. At the time, I didn't care, but in retrospect, I feel bad that he felt the need to say that to us, so that, or maybe our parents wouldn't feel uncomfortable, or we wouldn't feel uncomfortable. And it's really it was a sad state of affairs in the after 9/11, and just it was never addressed by the Democratic Party. Again, Obama, you could have done this. Like, dude, fucking John McCain did more. Big when let me see if I can find that clip. John McCain defends Obama. CNN, so I don't know if we're gonna get I mean, it's on YouTube, so we should be all right. I want to play this clip. Either someone too young to have any register for 9/11, overwhelmingly, at least the wider left, that is, including liberals, that's going to be the attitudes 9 and 10x. To stand in their attempts. Okay, my bad. I'm reading chat. Never make that mistake. Just get distracted with chat. So this was at a town hall during the 2008 election. McCain is asked a question by this lady. So here we go. Let's go from her question.
I got to ask you a question. I do not believe in, I can't trust Obama. I have read about him, and he's an Arab. He is not. No,
ma'am. He's a decent family man, citizen that I just happen to have disagreements with on fundamental issues, and that's what this campaign is all about. He's not. Thank you.
Like, that was John McCain, who is probably currently burning in hell, but had the decency enough to not go full tilt into the red meat that his own vice presidential candidate, Sarah Palin, was going into. She was the future of the party, and that's never more evidence than today or 2016, really. But like, McCain, one, he's not here anymore, but two, like, even his daughter did not get that message. Like, Meghan McCain has also been on the tear on social media, like, oh my God, New York's gonna be a hellhole. Well, they've been calling New York a fucking hellhole since the 70s. All right. And it was a hellhole in the 70s. All right. They've been calling it a hellhole for like 50 years. And this is the problem I have with the right wing. Yeah, Meghan, my father McCain. I love that that's her middle name, man. It's so funny. This is my problem with the right wing. They cry wolf constantly, and they always do, and people still eat it up. Dude, the mainstream media still eats it up as the narrative, as like that was like Olay's first big viral moment that I saw was her on Rising, and I think Robbie was saying some bullshit, and she was just like, I just reject the premise, and I'm gonna just talk about the actual clip we're talking about rather than whatever narrative you want to spew. I'm looking at the clip, this is what I see, and I'm talking about this, and just totally shut it down. And I think the left, Democrats, have been non-existent on that. Basically, in the 90s, they made their bed. They said, we're going to go with Ronald Reagan's strategy, and they've been doing that ever since. We're just going to be the less racist one. We're going to be the cooler ones. We were the former hippies. We're going to brand ourselves like that. We're into rock and roll and rap to an extent, of course, because fucking Tipper Gore was out there saying, like, you know, NWA should be censored, and Eminem and all these people. So, you know, to an extent, they tried to be the cool party, but basically just, you know, the uniparty idea is not wrong, really. It's just the corporate party. They're just catering to the rich and the wealthy and corporations, and that's it. and they've been doing it for decades. That's why. But the way the Republicans cry wolf about New York being a hellhole, and then forever, right? Every Democrat city is a hellhole. But now that they elected Zoran, it's really gonna be bad this time, you guys. But haven't you been saying it's been bad, like horrible, for 40 years, for 50 years, 60? Really? Like Rush Limbaugh has been on this since he began his program, whenever the hell that was in the 80s. It's not the Warriors anymore. And matter of fact, when they talk about this shit on right-wing stations, they will play clips from like the Warriors or Escape from New York or like these dystopian movies when, big cities were scary in the 70s for sure. I'm not taking that away from the 70s, but they were also, first of all, not as bad as they were portrayed in media, whether it be movies or on the news. And, they got out of it. First of all, they got out of it probably because more cameras, just technology in general, but also economic policies, making it easier for middle-class people to afford basic needs. And I think that's what Zoran's platform is all about. And that's why I'm really, really excited. I'm nervous. I don't want to jinx it. We're crossing fingers. We're knocking wood. But I really think this is a flashpoint. It could be a movement. It could be the restart of the movement that had a big spark in like 2016 with Bernie, 2020 with Bernie, 2018 with AOC, and just continue that. Please. I don't want a third party. I hate that idea. I want the left to take over the Democratic Party. Kick everyone else out. You want to cater to corporations, you want to cater to Israel and shit. Go join the Republicans. Get off MSNBC. Get off, whatever. Get off TYT. I was just watching, like literally right before I jumped on the stream. I was just watching Olay and Chill with Francesca Fiorentini and the Vanguard. And they were talking about TYT and how Cenk, during one of the Hassan, the Thanksgiving episodes, which I love too, I think are very funny. He was talking about Cenk was like, why do you start a business if not to make money? And basically flat out said, like, this is why he started TYT. It's a business to him. He's a business guy. All the moves he's making is because he owes people money. He wants to be bigger. Same thing with Anna. She's clearly frustrated that her boss's nephew left the channel and did so much better than the entire channel on his own. And that's what it's been about. She wants to be on The View. She wants to get paid for like her opinion on random shit. That's why she's on Her Take, which is basically Patrick Bet-David's version of The View. There's already a right-wing version of it. It's called Outnumbered. But she's on the internet version of it. And she just wants to just be a pundit who just casually, I show up to work. I say my opinions on random topics that I don't have to pick. Maybe I pick one or two. I say my piece. I debate a little. I play debate a little. I go home and I roll around in a bed full of money. Like, that's what she wants. That's what Cenk wants. That's what they both wanted. And I got to say, I was saying this in my conversation with Ben, which, by the way, if you watch that, I was very nervous during that entire thing. I'm, again, being transparent here. I mentioned, like, I saw it years and years ago when I first got into politics in like 2012. I was watching Al Jazeera, being like, what's this new cable network that I hear is a terrorist network? I hear it's funded by Al Gore. wondering why Al Gore would fund a terrorist network. So I'm like, let me check this out. And TYT had a show on there. And so I started watching this show. And they just came off to me as people who like to bully, people who like to be angry at people, and found a target that was like socially acceptable, which was the right way. Right, excuse me. Thank you, BCAT. Very nice. And that's just their nature. That's just who they are as people. Like, it's why I never trusted like Gloria Steinem or Nancy Grace, because I feel like they have ulterior motives. It's just about their brand. Or Al Sharpton. They just come off as phony to me. Sometimes I'm right, sometimes I'm wrong. Like I said in my video with Ben, like I thought Tulsi Gabbard and Andrew Yang were like Bernie acolytes who were, I was like, ooh, in 2020, but now we got 3 Bernies instead of just 1 as candidates. And I was super wrong about that. So wrong that one of them is in the Trump administration right now. And Yang is doing what Cenk and Anna wish they could do. Be invited on news networks. Be invited on CNN, MSNBC, NBC, ABC, CBS, whatever the hell, to just be a panelist and show up for half an hour, talk bullshit, get paid, and go home. That's what they want to do. Put out books, put out blogs, and just make a living just being on the internet and just people caring about their opinions. Ole called it from all the way back at the beginning of Leftist Mafia. I was there on episode 1. I don't know if she mentioned it, episode 1, but like it was around those first few episodes where she was invited on TYT. She went on, she had a debate. She did the same thing she did on Rising. She wouldn't accept any premise that she didn't agree with. And, very cordial interview. Left, and all of a sudden, she's on Leftist Mafia. On Leftist Mafia, they're talking about trans issues. And Anna had tweeted something about birthing person, right? That was they would be on Fox News. Yeah, they could be. They could be the leftist voice, or the leftist. Yeah. Let me not. That's blaspheme. Let's not blaspheme. They could be the punching bag on Fox News. Absolutely. The Alan Combs, the Bob Beckel, who was my favorite of the liberal guys on Fox, because he would fight back, and he would fight back dirty and hard and loud. He was really funny. I actually miss his presence on there. But Jessica Tarlov is now on there, and she does what she can. She gets steamrolled a lot. She's also a woman, so obviously all the men on the panel are going to steamroll her, and so are the other women. And it came at Ole out of nowhere like it was 1 o'clock. Yes. Because, they were talking about the birthing person tweet. And, Ole just said like one thing about it. All the other white men on the panel, and I think at that time one trans person, said like we're way harsher with Anna than Ole was, but Anna had to tweet at Ole. Why? Black woman. So they were talking about that on the show I was just watching. And, Francesca was saying that, that is, they kind of just not so much lost their way, just they lost the enthusiasm for pretending this was their way to begin with. Like, they're not the home of progressives. I guess that was their tagline. I never really watched, but first of all, this space is the home of progressives. You know what? Clip this out and add it to the end of the promo I did earlier. 3, 2, 1. This space is the home of progressives. The real home of progressives. That's our new tagline. The real home of progressives. Let's steal it from them. Anyways, cut that. Okay, so that was the clip for the end of the promo. Exactly. Ole accurately said it was coddle the white lady hour, and Anna went on Ole's neck. Yeah, that was probably the only thing. Terry is the home of the disgruntled enlightened centrist. That's funny. I mean, what are they home to anymore? What are they home to? Like, who watches them anymore? Everybody, you know, they were saying again on this. I'll bring it up just to show y'all the thumbnail, so you can go watch this video for yourselves. I don't need a headphone, I guess, if I'm not playing clips. Yeah, it's this video right there with with the clown nose. So, you know, they were also talking about how, like, again, how he saw it as a business, and his goal ultimately, and Sam Cedar was the one, I think, who spilled these beans, that Cenk was telling him years ago that his ultimate goal was to, like, be on airport TVs. Like, he wanted to be the CNN. He wanted to be his own, like, network and run it like a network. And Olay was saying, like, that's not how YouTube works. They don't pay you enough for, like, having one channel to spread to, like, a whole team and studio full of people or something along those lines. I don't know how YouTube pay works. I don't get paid. My channel is barely anything. I have like 100 subscribers, which I'm very thankful for everyone. But, like, you know, I don't know how it works. And so I'm saying, like, it also gave me faith in this space, because this space, you know, is not designed to be the biggest moneymaker. Maybe one day it will be. Maybe it will be a huge, you know, we're always praying, we're crossing fingers, we're knocking wood. This goes for years. We want this to go for forever, you know. And I think why it has the capability to do so. You know, Matt was telling me when I talked to him the first time, transparency. He was saying, like, he's been part of projects like this that have either fallen apart quickly or not gotten off the ground, because everyone has their own idea of what success looks like. Everyone has their own idea of what direction, or they start infighting, and it just kind of, everyone spreads apart. And I've personally, like, I've been in Discords, even like simple things like, you know, NYC meetups to go meet some new friends or whatever. There was a video game, like Twitch streaming one that I was a part of, where it's like, we're all going to promote each other's channels and stuff. And eventually someone gets power hungry with the mod button and starts banning people. People start asking, why'd you ban my friend? It was for bullshit. Now I'm banned for even asking. And then we have to go into a separate, and then it just splits off into like a 10 million separate Discords, and it all falls apart. This good, solid foundation of an idea. And that's why I really have faith in this concept, because everyone's on board right away. We're riding this wave. However big it gets, however long it lasts, we're here in this space, and we are making friends. We're making connections. We're doing stuff. Where, you know, I'm sure there's going to be some like, I want this space to be a place where people can organize. Dieter McBusiness always talks about he's part of DSA. He wants to get it more organized and really make it this big powerhouse that it can be, and take over the freaking Democratic Party. Take over the Democratic Party from the inside and make it the true leftist party that America deserves. First of all, it's not going to be as left as, you know, some other parties around the world, or even as left as it could be, or people want it to be. But on the way to that communist utopia that, you know, I'm sure some of you watching want, you know, we're going to get things like Medicare for all, and then maybe single payer. Maybe we'll get things like city-run grocery stores that have fixed prices, so eggs don't cost $20 a carton. Or I would love, you know, Uber and Postmates and all these apps that are not really just apps. They affect the real world, like the bird scooters. They were talking about the bird scooters in the Olay video, and I was thinking about the city bikes we have here, and they just appeared one day. Like, who asked? The way Elon just test drives his fucking Teslas around the country, testing if it'll stop when it hits a person. Oops, it hit a person. I guess we have to recalibrate. You just killed someone. Like, what the fuck? How is that allowed? It's because the fucking Democratic Party has no spine. Because he was in fucking California. What did Gavin Newsom do? He bent right over. Because that's what he is. That motherfucker, that's another one who I saw like years and years ago on Bill Maher. And Bill Maher was talking him up. So that should already be an indicator that he's a piece of shit. But the way his hair is all slicked back and shit, and he always comes out like very confident and like, I know what I'm talking about and shit. Motherfucker was married to Kimberly Guilfoyle. Like, Don Jr.'s ex. He didn't even want her. That's mean. That's sexist. I know. Again, forgive me if I say these jokes and it hurts anybody's feelings. But it just, Gavin Newsom looks to me, he strikes me as like the mob guy who goes legit so that the mob can like have some legitimate business enterprise. You know what I mean? It's in like The Godfather and shit. One of them is a lawyer or a politician or like, you know, a business owner and is like the face of the family who's like the good guy who people like. You know, that's what Gavin Newsom seems like to me. Whereas like someone like Cuomo just looks like the mob guy. You know, like that's and yes, Chris, you are Fredo in this analogy. I can't believe Chris Cuomo said that being called. Sorry, I'm burping. I apologize. That Chris Cuomo said that being called Fredo was anti-Italian discrimination. Straight out of The Sopranos, he quotes to accuse someone. Like, how are you going to fall into the trap doing the accusation? Like, that's hilarious. I'm having fun. This was a loosey goosey show today. I'm still going. You know, Difficult Truth isn't here yet. I'm chilling with you guys in chat. I'm chilling. I want any clips that you want me to react to. Anything I missed, because I'm sure as soon as I get off, I'm gonna see something. Or Difficult Truth, Carlos is gonna bring up something. I'm gonna be like, oh man, I wish I saw that. I wanted to say something. Do we got any suggestions? Let me take a look, see what's going on Twitter. I'm not going to scroll on camera on Twitter because I know you shouldn't, because you might come across something that will get us kicked off the stream. Oh, Lord. No, okay. The word shooter was trending. And God, I was like, oh my God, not another one. But you know what? I am going to share this actually, because this is a good note to end on. And I see letter hacks lurking. I'm a big fan of comic books, if you hadn't noticed. Jim Shooter, who was the Marvel's editor-in-chief during one of the most creatively fertile time periods, which yielded the greatest Marvel runs of all time, and served as writer for the original Secret Wars series. He just passed this past weekend, and I'm sure you've heard Letterhack talk about it, but Jim Shooter was a fucking titan in the comics industry. And it should never be forgotten how much comics are important to not just the world, as Letterhack always goes into in depth, but are important to America. Like, it is our mythology. It is our medium. You know, we're not the first ones to draw sequential pictures, obviously. That was been going on since the caveman days. But we are the creators of the superhero, of the pulp, or the biggest popularizers of the pulp novels. And they have always been political, by the way. Every comic book in history is political, whether, you know, it's actively trying to avoid politics, which is an act of politics in and of itself, or what they choose to show. I'm so excited to see Superman. Like Kristina was saying earlier, I really, really hope it's gonna be a great flick, because I want the last like decade of Marvel. I want that for DC. I want them to have a run like that where we get to see everything I have on my bookshelf on the screen. I want to see Green Lanterns. I want to see a build up to The Dark Knight Returns. I want to see a build up to Crisis on Infinite Earths. I want to see a build up to Flashpoint, although no Flashpoint. But just talking a little bit about the influence that comics have had. Again, I want to get into this, like the Comics Code Authority and why that exists, and the McCarthy, the Red Scare, and how it ties in there. Batman being accused of both communism and homosexuality because of Robin, and the conflation of the two together. Also, so many great comics that have been banned or threatened to be banned that ended up winning awards, like Green Lantern, Green Arrow, with Speedy on heroin. I'm gonna recommend a book, actually. Matter of fact, let me do it here. Can I do that? Wonder Woman. Yes. Okay, so this is Amazon. It is a despicable, horrible company, but it's what it popped up first. Wonder Woman by Tom King, drawn by Daniel Sampre and Tomoyu Mori. I don't know how to pronounce these names, but their art is amazing, as you can see on the cover here, in their colors. It pops. Every panel is a painting. And the story, dude, I'm almost finished with this first volume here. The villain of the story, the villain of this Wonder Woman book is basically, without saying it, white supremacist, capitalist, white supremacist, Christian capitalist, like America. It's the secret king of America. That's the character's name. But that's who she's fighting. She's fighting the forces that got us to Donald Trump, the forces that pushed Donald Trump to be president. He was asked at the convention, the Republican convention in the 80s, when he's going to run. And he waited till 2016 after Obama insulted him at the Correspondents' Dinner to be like, I'm going to take this black guy's job. And he did, because the sovereign, the secret king of America, wanted it that way. All but says it in the book. It is, if you want to see fucking Wonder Woman smash some tanks on some fucking Nazi soldiers, and by Nazis, I mean, the guys running around in masks, abducting people off the streets in Los Angeles, read this book. You will love it. And I already can't wait to get volume 2. We have a Difficult Truth coming up next. It is 7:00. Top of the hour, ad break. No ad break. This is not a on stream, but soon I will be as big. Sub to my channel, Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, and Blue Sky. I will never call it X. I love y'all. Thank you for bearing with me. And have a great day. Listen to Durry, Durry, Suburban Legend, and This Movie Sucks. Both the albums are fucking great. They just rock so goddamn hard. I cannot get their songs out of my head on a loop. Oh my God, this private chat. No rush, by the way. Great. Okay. I see. Okay. I shouldn't read the private chat. Yeah, no, we're chilling. We're hanging out. Until they pull me off, I'm going to keep talking.
so caught up in the day-to-day, just keeping your head down and fighting to survive. We float by each other like ghosts every day, ignorant to the struggle, the fight with one another. Complacent with the fact that our systems are broken, with the fact that the top 10 will always be first in line, the fact that we are killing our planet and allowing them to keep us divided. We must stand together and rise up. It's time we wake up, and that is a difficult truth.
Welcome, 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 everybody. I hope everyone's doing okay. Thank you, Devil's Advocate Production, for another banger of a show. Watching or reading about Wonder Woman smashing a bunch of tanks on Nazis sounds pretty good to me. That's the kind of movies we need right now. Welcome, everybody. I agree. It was a great show. It was a great show. Please go subscribe to Devil's Advocate Productions. B-Cat, welcome. Pinkerbell. Lucky Dragon. Looney Tunes. Bozy. How's everybody doing? I hope everyone's doing okay. Thank you all for joining on this space. If you guys don't mind doing me a solid, please, if you haven't already done so, hit that like button, subscribe, spread the word. We are here Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, doing live and syndicated content. There's something for everyone, folks. So if you haven't done so, please like, share, subscribe, hit all the buttons, spread the word far and wide. I appreciate that. All right, folks, let's get started. I just hit like for a second time. You can't do that because then it unlikes the stream. Wait, I actually don't know if it does. I know that in YouTube Shorts, you can subscribe or you can like as many times as you want because there's a there's a like and dislike. Smashing tie. I mean, how else am I supposed to compete with Jake? Now this is my response, okay? There can't be only one very dapper person on this space, okay? This is competition at this point. The necktie wars. Begun the necktie wars have. For like the tie. This tie has been with me. I'm not even kidding. This tie has been with me for quite a while. And someone pointed out in chat, yeah, during the ska years. It's been a minute and a half, and this tie has been with me since, without dating myself too much, definitely more than 15 years. Ooh, I better not start making too much math. That tie looks like the one I had when I was 14. I mean, yeah, yeah. It is my lucky tie. Let's see if I can do this. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. Oh, okay. So I need to do. There we go. It reminds me of that game where people played when they hit the stick in the air and it twirled around using 2 other sticks. An era that started in the early 90s. Yep. All right, folks, let's get started. We have quite the amount of stories to go through. Bella Lugrisi, Soul Life, Swift returns. Just trying to say hello to everybody in chat. Jake. Rich P, Mr. 1K. Wanda, Pinkerbell. B-Cat. Albert. Folks, if you haven't heard already, there is a brand new concentration camp that has just about to be opened or has already opened. It's pretty much there. The president is set to visit this concentration camp very soon. And the Department of Homeland Security felt the need to post this AI image of alligators wearing Gestapo hats in this new concentration camp that has been called Alligator Alcatraz. We got a short clip from the press secretary, and we've got a couple of stories regarding that. I believe this one is it right here.
To the great state of Florida to attend the opening of a new illegal alien detention center.
I mean, you can call it whatever you want, but it is a concentration camp. You can call it whatever you want, but it's a concentration camp.
Located at Dade Collier Training and Transition Airport, alongside Secretary Kristina, Governor Ron DeSantis, Congressman Byron Donalds, and
By the way, also just to add to that, just recently we learned that a elderly gentleman died in one of these concentration camps recently. It is unclear as to why he was being detained in the concentration camp. It was known that he had some serious health conditions because when he first arrived at the Crone concentration camp in Florida, he was already in pretty poor health. Why he was there, it is unknown, but he ended up dying in this Crone concentration camp.
in other state in
which marks the 12th death in these concentration camps. I believe the number now is 13 at this point.
Local leaders. We hope to see many of you there. The facility is in the heart of the Everglades and will be informally known as Alligator Alcatraz. There is only one road leading in, and the only way out is a one-way flight. It is isolated and surrounded by dangerous wildlife and
which, to my understanding, she's talking about alligators. Paging Jank. Come on, Haas. I know you're watching. Look at these camps.
unforgiving terrain. The facility will have up to 5,000 beds to house, process, and deport criminal illegal aliens.
Again, this is a lie, because and mind you, the Cato is not exactly a bastion of progressivism, but the context here is that 65% of people taken by ICE have no convictions. 93% had non-violent convictions. So no, not the most dangerous people here. They're just picking people off because they have these quotas to meet.
This is an efficient and low-cost way to help carry out the largest mass deportation campaign in American history.
Do you think it's going to be political?
Yeah, so that's just kind of to set the stage here for the article. The Holocaust didn't start with gas chambers, folks. I know it's a dark topic, it's a dark statement to say, but the Holocaust didn't start with the chambers. It started with a mass deportation program. That's how this kind of stuff happened. That's not me making it up. From the Herald, Trump okays using the National Guard as immigration judges at Florida detention center because that's what we do now. President Trump said on Tuesday that he would approve the Florida's plan to expedite deportations by having qualified National Guard members work as immigration judges. Trump made the announcement during his visit to the new, so he already went, to the new concentration camp in South Florida dubbed Alligator Alcatraz. Let's be real, the characters these people have displayed so far, we know they would mass execute immigrants if they think they can get away with it. I mean, it's the natural conclusion to this type of ideology. Couldn't take myself or my boss seriously after nicknaming a concentration camp Alligator Alcatraz, humiliating her life and what should be soul. If only these people had. For months now, Governor DeSantis sought the approval of the federal government to deputize the Florida National Guard Judge Advocate General Corps officers to act as immigration judges. On Tuesday, Trump said that he is in favor of the plan, saying, quote, "He didn't even have to ask me, he has my approval." So anything to expedite these deportations, because the quicker they can get away with it, the less of a chance of it being stopped by judges. Because we don't want to deal with these pesky judges and pesky due process stuff. Just deputize the National Guard and get as many of these people out as possible. As DeSantis supports that by saying his goal was to cut through bureaucracy. What he means by cutting through bureaucracy is to bypass due process. That's what he means by cutting bureaucracy. He wants no due process. He just wants to unilaterally put people on planes and ship them off. That's what he means. Unlike federal judges who work for the judicial branch, which incidentally is also being a thorn on the side of the administration because of, again, this pesky stuff about rights and due process. Very, very, very annoying to these fascists. So unlike federal judges who work for the judicial branch that are independent of the president, immigration judges work under the direction of the attorney general, which the president does happen to control. Or the executive, I guess. Because the detention center is built on an old airstrip, DeSantis and others have said it will speed up the deportation process by allowing the federal government to fly migrants out of the site. Attorney General James Utemer, who was instrumental in the detention center's planning, said on social media it was a one-stop shop for immigration enforcement. Yeesh. come in, get your process, and fly out. Yeah, the process being we're just gonna get you out of here. It doesn't matter if you have a case or not. Doesn't matter if you were here legally. Doesn't matter if you're a resident. Doesn't matter if you're on protected status. None of that matters. People keep saying the National Guard members should resign in protest. That's a waste. They can be more beneficial by being obstacles where they are instead of just giving the jobs to sycophants. I mean, that is an interesting perspective. Certainly, I would 100% support National Guard members who want to stand up and do for the right thing. In other words, get processed. They will not perform actual court trials. Oh yeah, no, we're not doing any of that. No, we're not doing court trials or anything like that. Nope. According to the Florida's proposed immigration plan from earlier this year, there are 9 judge advocate general officers in the National Guard who could be trained as immigration officers, and training would take about 6 weeks. A spokesperson for the National Guard said it has not yet received formal word to begin the training, training the judge advocates, but was standing by to provide support to this mission as needed and directed by Governor DeSantis. This is what white MAGA men are being spoon-fed. Yep. Ron the fascist. I like that one. I like that one. Folks, and if you think that this is going to stop with undocumented people, I've got news for you folks. On multiple times, Trump has said that it's not going to stop with undocumented people. In fact, it doesn't even matter whether or not these immigrants were documented or not, as we've seen time and time again, especially with the more prominent case like Mahmoud Khalil, a legal resident. So it does not matter. But soon we will be seeing citizens be put in these camps and deported. And this is not hyperbole. This is not alarmist. This is just what the president has said. And I think it's important because I know that media cycles are very short. And we're moving from one story to the next as far as how the media plays out very fast. But we can't lose sight of stuff like this because this is very serious. The president is serious. He's not joking. In fact, he says this repeatedly. Taken from this expert here from one of our own, Ariana Jasmine. Posted this earlier. A contributor of this space on leftist mafia. You did, George Orwell. You did warn us.
I think we ought to get them the hell out of here too. You want to know the truth. So maybe that'll be the next job that we'll work on together. But I think getting them out, we forget about them. We had some bad
He's talking about
accidents in New
citizens,
York.
by the way.
Accidents. I like to say it, a little controversial, but I couldn't care less. We have a lot of bad criminals.
Because he doesn't care. He doesn't need to care because there's nothing stopping him. That's why he's talking. That's why he's talking like this, by the way. He's talking like this because he knows that nobody's stopping him. That's it. That's point blank what is happening. He knows that nobody's stopping him. And he can just say these things without impunity.
That came into this country, and they came in stupidly. It was an unforced error, It was an incompetent president that allowed it to happen. It was an auto pen maybe that allowed it to happen, and it did happen. But we also
So cutting through the rambling, he's basically saying that Biden let this happen, and magically, I guess, because he's spewing off the auto pen conspiracy. But okay, it's going to become a lot more common and more unhinged. Yeah,
a lot of bad people that have been here for a long time. People that whack people over the head with a baseball bat from behind when they're not looking and kill them. People that.
By the way, the hat that he's wearing is it's a red MAGA style hat that says Gulf of America.
Knife you when you're walking down the street. They're not new to our country. They're old to our country. Many of them were born in our country. I think we ought to get them the hell out of here too.
So that's where that whole clip and context comes to full circle. He's not going to stop at just criminals. He's not going to stop at just undocumented people. He's not going to stop at documented people. It's eventually going to be citizens. Sandy. And people put us down, at least my scientific community, for being doomers when they are defending Noah and everything else. And look what Carlos is talking about. We'll see the first Dems locked up before the end of the year. I mean, we're a skip and a hop away from seeing that. I mean, they've been toying with this idea of perhaps investigating Democratic lawmakers for obstructing ICE. By obstructing ICE, they mean making sure that immigrants are aware of their rights. That's what they mean. They were talking about Mamdani, saying that he should be naturalized. So yeah, I could see that. I could absolutely see that. Republicans are getting scared. Breaking news, House Republicans revolt over budget bill as Trump calls for deporting American citizens. Has the bill even passed yet? I thought the big ugly bill passed, didn't it? Well, for the Senate anyways. Yeah, they're sending it to the House for a final vote. $51 to $49 in Senate. Yep. Now, once the House gets it back, they have to vote on it. Yep, Groove Dragon is right. Keep calling your representatives at this point. The House, calling your House representatives at this point. Do it now, if you haven't done so. Yep. But oddly enough, it's going to have a tough time in the House, and that's until the spineless Republicans cave. Well, it's going to be a lot more difficult in the House because there's a lot more representatives. So, yeah. Continuing on this topic here, Trump vowed to deport the worst of the worst, but new data shows a shift to also arresting non-criminals. Kind of supporting the video that we just watched. President Trump campaigned for president on the promise of mass deportations that target criminals. And while ICE agents have arrested over 38,000 migrants with criminal convictions, new data shows a recent shift towards also arresting those who have not been accused of crimes. Right, because again, that's how that's the only way that they're going to meet these absurd numbers. These absurd numbers that Stephen Miller is pushing. That's right. Don't just leave a message that you will support their primary challenger. In recent weeks, the Trump administration has arrested an increasing number of migrants with no criminal convictions, according to ABC News analyst analysis of immigration and customs enforcement data. The numbers, which were obtained through a public records lawsuit and released by the Deportation Data Project at the University of California, Berkeley, give the first real glimpse of how Trump's immigration enforcement is playing out on the streets. So yeah, I mean, this is all but certain. Over the 5 months of the Trump administration, ICE has arrested over 95,000 individuals, according to the data analyzed by ABC's own television station's data team. At the start of the administration, ICE tended to target migrants with pending or criminal convictions. From Inauguration Day to May 4th of 2025, 44% of those arrested had a criminal conviction, while 34 arrested had pending charges, and 23 had no criminal history. So about 67%, 44 and 23, about 67 were not convicted criminals, and 23 out of those 67 had no criminal history at all. But the beginning May, the data shows appears to show there was a shift in enforcement, with individuals with criminal convictions making up only 30% of those arrested. Those arrested with pending criminal charges account for 26. Those arrested of the individuals arrested, and 44% had no criminal history. It looks like there's been a shift from about Memorial Day this year until now to an increasing number of people who have been detained to who have no criminal charges, because eventually that's where this leads. Eventually, that's where this leads, where you're arresting elderly people, where you're taking mothers away from children, where you're arresting hardworking people at job sites. Johnny Too Late. Swift returns. Welcome. Also tell them that they are supposed to represent their constituents. 68% do not approve the big B, the B. Yeah, there you go. Instead of big beautiful bill, the big BS bill. There you go. I like that one. I would argue they started by arresting hardworking people at job sites. Yeah. I mean, we've seen plenty of videos. We've seen plenty of videos of ICE showing up to... I mean, one of the first big stories was that New Jersey restaurant, if I'm remembering correct. One of the many, but of the few, one of the first prominent stories was that ICE raid where they detained a veteran. They detained a veteran. I think that was one of the first prominent stories that started to come out. True, Pendulous Dragon. Carlos, when calling your congressperson, curse them out while telling them not to vote for the big BS bill. Make sure you let your congress people know that that we know what this bill does. It's in all seriousness. Make sure that the messages that you leave, whether it be written or verbally on these voicemails, make sure that your congressperson understands that we know what this bill does. Like, that's not up for debate, okay? That's not up for debate, and we're not here to be gaslit. Of course, keep it short, but you get my point. In all seriousness, let them know that we do understand what this bill does and what they're doing and the consequences that this bill will have for tens of millions of people who will lose healthcare, as an example. They are going to have to answer for that. They are going to have to answer for the tens of thousands of people who will inevitably die because they were not able to get healthcare. Correct, but don't actually curse them out, because we're reasonable people. But be clear and demand they do their job, actually representing us and voting against humanity. Mixed messaging, yeah, that's what we're all about here. No, I'm not. I'm joking, but seriously though, let them know that we know, and the consequences of this bill is real. It will affect real people, and they're going to have to answer for that. Quote, we hear a lot about administration deporting the worst of the worst, and as far as we can tell from all available data to this point, the data has not really supported that. The data is largely divided into three groups of individuals: those who have criminal convictions, those with pending charges, and those who may be facing civil immigration charges labeled as other immigration violators. However, the data provides no indication of what kind of crimes the individuals may be accused of or convicted of. I mean, it's a hockey stick. Look at that. It's a hockey stick. I thought this space was for lefties who disagree to come together anyway, like the righties do. What seems sus? In Los Angeles, where ICE raids recently sparked large demonstrations, and in New York City area, almost 60% of those arrested by ICE in the first 10 days of June had no criminal conviction nor any pending criminal charges. Asked about the shift, the Department of Homeland Security Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin told ABC News, "We're not going to disclose law enforcement sensitive intelligence and methods. 70% of ICE 70% of the arrests ICE made were of criminal illegal aliens." But that's not true, right? Like there's no super secret intelligence that they're hiding from us. Okay, this is a lie. There's no super secret intelligence that they're hiding. It's just that they're just picking people off the streets. Okay. We're continuing to go after the worst of the worst, including gang members, PDF files, and artists. Under Secretary Kristina, we're delivering on President Trump's and the American people's mandate. Again, this is all just nonsense. Like this is just a paragraph of nonsense. Sam Cedar made a great point earlier. Your representatives don't know your politics. Tell them you thought they stood for responsible spending and expect them to vote no on this bill. And I will second Wanda's comment. Great idea, especially for red states. The hockey stick is the original climate diagnosis graph. Yes, that's exactly the reference. We are delivering on President Trump's America and American people's mandate to arrest and deport criminal illegal aliens and make America safe by rounding people up at Home Depot. If they're going after actual gang members, they'd be arresting themselves. The majority of the administration's migrant arrests have taken place in Texas, the state with the longest southern border, but the data also shows that the enforcement has largely shifted away from apprehensions at the southern border to apprehensions at the interior of the country. I guess no more. I guess the invasion's over, folks. John Sandwig, the former acting director of ICE under President Obama, told ABC News that the shift in enforcement is not a surprise considering that illegal border crossings are down dramatically. For the last probably 15 years, the majority of ICE arrests, people booked into ICE custody or ICE apprehensions, were individuals apprehended at the border. But now the administration is very sensitive to numbers and has started putting ICE under pressure, which is exactly what we were talking about earlier. I didn't realize it was Canada Day. We love our Canadian neighbors, don't we, folks? The problem is that you are now engaged in operations that are frankly more likely to find non-criminals than criminals. Interesting. As ABC previously reported, ICE's latest tactic has been arresting individuals at immigration courts. In most cases, because they just wait for them after their court, because they're trying to do the right thing, and they're being rounded up right at their court hearings. Ladybug, welcome. Renee, Wanda. In most cases, when a deportation case is dismissed, it's a positive outcome for a migrant, attorney told ABC News. But according to immigration attorneys and advocates, immigration enforcement officers have been waiting in immigration court buildings and coordinating with DHS lawyers to arrest migrants promptly after the case are dismissed, after which the migrants are placed into expedited removal and proceedings without allowing them to fight their case. If there's anything that says this isn't about serious criminal enforcement, it's this wholesale dismissal of cases of the people who are showing up in immigration court. I mean, you want to find a place where people are less likely to find dangerous criminals. It's the people who are showing up for their immigration hearings. Right, because this is not about safety. This is not about law enforcement or anything like that. This is about bigotry, xenophobia, racism, and fear. That's what this is about. And control. Sandwich said these new type of enforcement includes courthouse arrests are being made in an effort to achieve quotas set by the Trump administration. Again, particularly by Stephen Miller. It's just another way to make quickly. It's another way to just quickly make some arrests. I got to get those numbers. The administration, meanwhile, says it's continuing its effort to target accused criminals, but accused criminals is not the same as convicted criminals. At a press conference on Friday, Attorney General Pam Bondi said the federal authorities have arrested 2,711 alleged multinational gang members since Trump retook office in January. It's unclear if any of that is true. It's unclear how many of those 2,711 people are gang members because, they were literally calling people who had the most random tattoos gang members. One of them being the person who had the soccer team, the Real Madrid tattoo. They called that a gang-related tattoo. So that is the only thing that we can safely assume is that they're probably lying about this. You should all feel safer that the President Trump can deport all these gang and not one district court judge can think they are emperor over this Trump administration and his executive power because, he is all powerful. Yep, Jake is right. Step 1, arrest someone brown. Step 2, accuse them of being a criminal. Step 3, brag about how many criminals you've got. Yep. Step 4, profit. In some cases, yeah. If you're, what's that company's name? I think it starts with a G. I forget what, Geo something? The private prison company? Geo Group. Okay, yeah, there we go. Albert Bad Lefty. There it is. It was right at the tip of my tongue. Right at the tip of my tongue. Tesla? No. These are not arrests, they are abductions. Yep. This is some Orwellian stuff. If I've ever seen, every time these people speak, it is some of the most Orwellian and I mean, you can really see it in the language that they use. This is war is peace language, right? Freedom is slavery. And it's unfortunate that a lot of an uncomfortable amount of people truly believe that this is what's happening. They genuinely believe that Trump is just deporting these thousands and thousands and thousands of criminals, right? Like, they genuinely believe that. It's maybe their bigotry and xenophobia has blinded them to arriving at these conclusions and just kind of going along with this. But it is wild, the amount of people that really think that this is happening. Are they arresting Hells Angels, outlaws, and bandidos? Because trust me, I know they're some of the biggest criminals out there. No, this is not about criminals. No, this is not about criminals. Yeah, anti-intellectualism. All signs of fascism, by the way. Like, to the T. All right, folks, we're going to end on a more lighter tone, I guess. But apparently, Elon Musk and Donald Trump are at it again. And I'm here for it, honestly. We passed the Holocaust Memorials checklist during the first term. Yep. This is just kind of a continuation of that. The spat between Elon and Trump over this big BS bill has sparked up again. What happened about the Proud Boys? I consider them enemies of the state. Oh yeah, they're definitely, the Proud Boys are definitely a terrorist organization. They're a fascist terrorist organization. Yep, the idiots are still fighting. Let them fight. Trump says Doge might have to go back and eat Elon Musk after his criticism of the GOP bill. President Trump threatens to have the Department of Government Efficiency re-examine government support for Elon's businesses. Can you imagine if we get if somehow Trump pulls all of the contracts for Elon Musk? That would be something. President Trump threatened to have Doge re-examine government support for Elon's businesses, saying in a Truth Social post, because that's how we do politics now, post shortly after midnight that there's big money to be saved. Elon may get more subsidy than any human being in history by far, and without subsidies, Elon would probably have to close up shop and head back home to South Africa. You know, there's like a part of this that's actually not exactly entirely a lie, really. Because it's true. Elon's companies are heavily subsidized. Like, he is one of the biggest all these billionaires really are one of the biggest recipients of taxpayer money. No more rocket launches, satellites, or electric car production in our country would save a fortune. Perhaps we should have Doge take a good hard look at this. Found the waste, fraud, and abuse, huh? Neither Musk nor a spokesperson for the super PAC he created, America PAC, immediately responded to a request for comment. In the hours after the Trump post, Musk reposted several graphics of X depicting a climbing national debt, which currently sits at more than 36 trillion. Trump's post marks the latest blow-up in the feud between the president and the tech mogul, who spearheaded the government cost-cutting efforts at Doge, which is not. This is not what that was, by the way. To give this any sort of credence is kind of malpractice. This is not what this is about. But anyways, he just needs to lose enough for the stockholders to lose faith. Crossing fingers. The public is split. The public split is a steep downfall from the previously close-knit relationship, which saw Musk spend at least an estimated $250 million to elect Trump. Also known as Lie Social. So why doesn't he just do that instead of take away our healthcare? Well, I mean, it's Trump, so it's hard to say what he'll do. But like, honestly, at the end of the day, I mean, the Republican Party must be freaking out because that's the big bucks right there. And if they lose big bucks, Musk, who funds them, that might be a problem for the Republican Party. I don't know how much Trump cares about that, but we might have to put Doge on Elon, said Trump. Adding Doge is a monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? There's no nationwide electric vehicle mandate, although Trump recently blocked the mandate on electric vehicle sales in California because, you know. NBC previously reported that Musk pushed for the bill to keep electric vehicle tax credits. As it stands now, the Senate bills would roll back tax credits for vehicles that use clean energy. So anyways, the point being is that their feud seems to be reignited. And this culminated in Trump even suggesting that he should that he might deport Elon. Can someone please change the channel story? This story can't be believed as fiction. I couldn't make it up even if I tried, okay? Trump says he'll have to take a look at deporting Elon. I made it for a little bit. Appreciate that, Echo Resto Dragon. Don't worry, folks. By the way, this space has a lot of different content for everyone. Do it. President Trump said he would look into deporting billionaire Elon Musk in response to a question about ally turned critic of his signature tax and spending legislation. I don't know, Trump told reporters at the White House when asked if he would deport the South African-born entrepreneur and U.S. citizen before adding, "We'll have to take a look." It's the right thing to do. Elon, we had a great relationship, but now he's going against the big, beautiful bill. Elon is going to lose his mandate, but he could lose a lot more. Elon knows a lot more than that. Musk has lambasted the Republican legislation, calling it an insane spending bill, and threatened to help create a third political party in the U.S. He has denied, however, that his opposition is based on preserving government subsidies for his companies, which it is. That's why he got involved. He got involved to make sure that he can keep funneling money into his pocket and stop investigations into his companies. That's why he got involved and did all this. The two had a public falling out over Musk's criticism of the tax bill, trading insults on social media. While that fight appeared to have cooled, Musk and recent days have posted repeated attacks on the legislation, reigniting their fight. So I mean, like, this is just wild and expected, as fascists implode on each other. Heat, how's it going? DeSantis got the $450 million to finance alligator Alcatraz from FEMA. Is that even, like, allowed? I guess that's a silly question because it doesn't really matter, right? It doesn't matter if that's allowed or not. You're I can't do a Daffy impression. Everything is legal in Florida. True. All right, folks, it's time for me to get out of here. It's just 8 o'clock. What does allowed mean anymore? It just means I can do whatever. Everyone can do whatever they want, apparently, in the Republican Party. That's what that means. All right, folks, it's about 8 o'clock. It's my time to get out of here. Thank you all for joining. I appreciate it. Folks, if you haven't done so, please do all the things. Hit all the buttons. Spread the word about this space. We're here Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, doing live and syndicated content, multitude of different types. So there is something, there is a media piece for everyone. I guarantee it. So make sure you spread the word. Thank you. And coming up next is your old pal Jake on what you can do. Fantastic stuff, and a pretty dapper fellow. So stay tuned, folks. We'll be here. Thank you all for joining. I appreciate you guys. As always, folks, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. Viana, I hope to see you guys in the next one. Thank you all. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Hello, viewers of this space. Boy, Matt is going to regret letting me in here because I want to keep the conversation Carlos was having going a little bit. For those of you just joining us, the wonderful and dapper Carlos was talking about ICE detention and the fact that only 26% of the people snatched up have a criminal, anything to do with the criminal justice system currently. Most of the people getting kidnapped are guilty of being brown. Make no mistake, that is what the history books will accurately reflect. Those history books that are written in the post-apocalypse by the lizard people. But I would say that the thing to do in the long term, because this show is going to be about the short term, but the thing to do in the long term, which I beg you to bear in mind. Let me go all the way. There we go. Is keep track of these offenses that nobody seems to care about. Remember the names. Remember the consequences. Case in point, embezzling millions of dollars from FEMA in order to build a concentration camp. If we are able to pull America out of this nosedive by some miracle of cooperation, we will be having trials regarding the absolute abuse of power, the degradation of human dignity, and it will not be unlike the Nuremberg trials. Unfortunately, we got to get there first. And there's going to be a lot of names you have to remember. A Canadian citizen was the 10th person to die in ICE custody. His name, I believe, was Noviello. Let me see if I can share his tab. Johnny Noviello, a 49-year-old lawful permanent resident of the U.S., was being detained at the federal detention. This is an article by CNN. At the federal detention center in Miami while facing deportation over a 2023 conviction for racketeering and drug trafficking, according to ICE. Now, that conviction is something he's already served his time for the amounts he was found. Bear in mind, Brittany Griner in Russia was accused of drug trafficking. But let's just assume he did everything they said he did back then. He had already gone to jail, and he was extremely well behaved in jail, and so they released him. There was no reason to go after him. They simply found another body they could snatch up, and they happened to have a really nice excuse. For people that aren't willing to look at the details of his life at all, it's easier just to assume he was up to no good, because once upon a time, he was up to no good, apparently. He was a citizen of one of our closest allies. This is how you become the USSR. This is how you become North Korea. Those countries at one point behaved differently than the horrible reputation that they earned. For those of you that are old enough to remember, once upon a time, American jeans were a luxury in Russia. Sort of like how anything made outside of the United States is about to become a luxury in America. The propaganda they spread in North Korea is exactly like this. Oh, Trump, he's the very best golfer there ever was, you know. A magnificent athlete. He's in the best health of any president ever, maybe any human ever. We can't let him be in the Olympics because he would just take all of the gold medals. The weight of them would sink America. So we've asked him politely, please don't compete in the Olympics, mein Führer. Remember what's happening now, because eventually we will be relying on you to demand justice. That's in the long term. In the short term, we need to leverage the powers we have remaining. All of this whole system in which you are square at the bottom and at the mercy of evil men, that system relies on your labor. It relies on your cooperation. We can't outshoot anybody, but we outwork everybody every day. And as we saw during the pandemic, if your essential work stops for just a finite amount of time, the government buckles. I had the pleasure recently of talking to a group of folks that intend to leverage that into massive system-wide change in the United States of America. It is my honor now to show you that pre-recorded interview. We'll talk about it on the other side. Watching this space, my name is Jake with WYCD Wicked. That stands for What You Can Do. And today we're talking to Jesus. That's General Strike US. We're talking to volunteers James and Day. Folks, how are you doing on this fine, unspecified evening?
Doing great.
Can you tell me, what is General Strike US?
General Strike US is a organization that's pretty much all in the name. It's General Strike organizing here in the United States to bring about radical change.
What is a general strike as opposed to a strike in a single industry?
So just giving a quick overview, General Strike forming in 2022, shortly after Roe versus Wade was overturned. General Strike US is not a foreign idea. We've heard General Strike before. The difference is we are organizing towards a revolutionary strike and not just a reactionary strike. So the difference between a revolutionary strike and reactionary strike, unlike just setting a strike date and just, going out there, the General Strike US, what we're doing is we are organizing to obtain 3.5%, the critical mass of the people engaged in sustained participation. That participation, due to each one's capacity, their ability, will look different for each one of us. But overall, we are organizing to withhold our labor, our purchasing power, and consent to their organized crime, and basically redirect that energy back into our communities, to each other, to the planet for long-term purposes to create dual power and such. So that's what sets us apart from just your typical reactionary labor strike to more of a revolutionary strike for the people, by the people.
What is a general strike, though? Does that mean people from different industries participating in the same request, I guess, from the government?
Yeah. The idea here is, I think, to simplify it and bring this down, most people know what a regular strike is. That's where a union organizes to get a better contract, right? That's with a singular company, usually speaking. There's exceptions to that, but the general idea is the UAW strikes, gets a better deal with Ford Motor Company. Most people are aware that's happening. With a general strike, it's multiple people across multiple industries. Honestly, anyone's able to join in and help the general strike. It's a movement of the working class as a whole. And the idea is not to strike against an individual company, but to strike against the system and win a new social contract for all of us to give us a better world to live in.
When you say to strike against the system, what's the end goal then? Because there's a whole big system there.
To create the alternative structures within a dying shell. So we understand capitalism, and many of our members understand it to be a backward system, profit over people. So while we are gaining up our numbers and building these alternatives, we're putting people over profit. So these alternative structures come in many different forms, such as mutual aid. It may come in revolutionary time banks. It may come in a people-led childcare service. Every sector of the struggle, we should be building up alternative structures to replace the old.
A big factor in how this is all working is that we're a decentralized organization. We have a central organization in the national group of General Strike US, and we're divided out into multiple chapters. So there is a centralized, voice in that we're working to connect everyone. But the idea isn't that it's going to be a council room of people within our organization that are the ones that dictate when the general strike happens and when it doesn't happen. We are organizing tools and infrastructure to make sure that the general strike can happen and that we can maintain the general strike until we meet the demands, or at least as many of them as possible, and achieve as much radical change as possible. So to a degree, what you're kind of saying, like in these nebulous terms of like, is it a set specific thing or is it going to be this more generic term? We have in our welcome packet, we actually have a described plan. And that plan actually involves us reaching a certain number of signees before the exact demands are explicitly coded down in what they will be. We know that we're going to be fighting for criminal justice. We're going to be fighting for LGBTQ rights. We know we're going to be fighting for climate change action, but we also want to make sure that we get specialized and educated voices on those topics, as well as having the people who are striking have a voice on those topics. And that's so that structure is being evolved as we grow. So that way we can take on the voices of those that join us and make sure that they are heard.
Day earlier, you said 3.5% was the goal that the network in general is striving for. Just to be clear, that's 3.5% of American labor that you're looking to capture here?
Of the population and whole. So this movement is essentially for students, for the unhoused, incarcerated, for retired communities, for workers, so on and so forth. So 3.5% of the population. Essentially, we all have a role to play because our problems do go deeper than just labor. There are prison strikes going on who need our support. There are unhoused communities who should have a voice, and what demands will empower them, and so on and so forth. So 3.5% of the population itself, and that same population, that those same contributors, whoever signed a strike card, should be putting back in, contributing, helping establish the infrastructure to sustain the strike. That's why it's important to build a broad coalition of every sector in the struggle, because General Strike US cannot unfortunately do this alone. It's going to take the collective to liberate the collective.
How did you two get involved in this movement?
Dang.
Shit, I gotta do this first. So I've been organizing in general strike stuff for a while. I was with different orgs trying to, because this, as an idea, a general strike, us working collectively as a populace to fight, fascism and fight capitalism seems to be a very logical solution. So I was actually working with another organization when I kind of came across General Strike US and working to network and gain connections with different groups, and that's kind of how I came across this idea of having a strike card along with having a minimum population set, and that was really kind of one of the things that gave me there was a lot more structure to that general outline plan. I was like, that I was craving something like that as a thing to work under. So that way I wasn't just aimlessly hoping that one day a strike would happen. There's like a set thing that we know that we can, a goalpost we can move towards. And so that's why I switched over to General Strike US and been working with it ever since.
So General Strike started in 2022. I hopped on like early 2023. I found the link for the General Strike. I was already in another Discord called Moneyless Society. They are also one of our partner coalitions. So I'm already looking for, somewhere to let out my anger, direct my blind rage. I found the General Strike US. I just immediately got involved. One thing that I really liked, they got me with the phrase, we've marched, we voted, we protested for generations. And that is definitely true for so many communities. It would be illogical, for us to continue on the same route, doing the same things. I learned from revolutionaries like the Black Panther Party, and as Audre Lorde said, you cannot bring down a master's house with the master tools. So we have to think outside the box and outside the system in order to, liberate ourselves, truly liberate ourselves.
What is the organizational structure? Who tracks participation, or who says when the strike starts or stops?
One of the key factors is having the strike card. We have it on our website, but it's not simply just on our website. We actually have code that we can give to our partners, and they can put their own strike card on their own website. And the idea is they're going to be able to draw in people onto their website, using their resources, and they can feed back that information to us, and we actually tally up the total on all the websites using this code. So we're basically just using, the infrastructure of our day to sort of make this system where different groups that we work with can plug in how they want and do what they need to. So they can put a strike card on their website. They can put, they can just help with mutual aid efforts and organizing that way. Right. And what the main tracker that helps identify this target is, we just, as a collective whole, the center of this whole system that we all revolve around is this target number that we've all worked on. and the general mission of radical change for all oppressed groups, right? And so we build out from that, and from there, all these different local groups, like me and Day work in the Detroit chapter for General Strike US. And so we do a lot of our work doing mutual aid, building the infrastructure in Detroit, right? And we provide feedback of how we're doing, and other groups can implement that if it works for them, where they're out in California, could be of use or it could not. So they get to pick that up and drop it as they so choose. But the main driving factor that kind of dictates how this is all going is that tracker of the strike card. It gives us, because every single person within this organization, regardless of how entrenched they are, if they are a consistent, constant member, or if they're just planning to strike, or if they just want to provide mutual aid, they see that tracker go up. And when they see it hit 11 million people, they know, or once they see it approaching that and getting closer and closer, they know that it's getting close to the time to mobilize, right? So, and we'll be maintaining communication with everyone as well, right? So we're not going to just leave it up to the tracker. We also have communication systems applied, but everything's built in around that as the core of this organization. And we really describe the layout as a starfish. And so if you can think of it, the tracker is really the very dot center of that starfish body. General Strike National is the rest of the main body surrounding that, in which case we work on communicating with all the different arms, and then all those different arms are our local chapters that work within the communities, as well as our partners and their partners, and they're all connected out, reaching out and filling and taking care of all those jobs and all those tasks. But then it's all coming back to that communication systems that we're building up in the National General Strike organization, all built around that tracker.
So presumably there's representatives of all the various organizations, groups of people, however they're organized, that are part of General Strike National?
Yes.
Okay. And those folks, when you hit that number of strike cards, or however you're tracking the amount of anticipated participation, those folks will then get together on whatever communication platform they use and say, okay, we're there. Now let's inform all of our groups that it's time. Is that accurate? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So when somebody fills out that strike card, what is it they are communicating? Like, literally, what are they agreeing to do? Saying they'll do, not obviously obligated, but what are they saying they'll do?
Commitment to solidarity and helping, build the infrastructure to sustain the strike, commitment to withhold their labor, consent to the establishment, their purchasing power. The strike card itself serves, many purposes. Progress tracking is a physical manifestation of our strength in numbers and diversity. For so long, many people feel like they are alone, but just looking at that number, I think it's like over 350,000 individuals. It's proof. The proof is there. Many people are dissenting. Many people are noticing the empire crumble. So it serves many purposes as well. So it's just not a petition. It's not a change.com petition. When you sign a strike card, you should be actively redirecting your energy back into the community, back into the people, into the strike initiative.
When you say that they're preparing to withhold their labor, that means quit job, or go to your boss when the strike starts and say, I'm taking a leave of an indefinite leave of absence to participate in a general strike? What do you recommend, if you have any?
So, and here's the trouble with this, right? We don't have all the answers for these particular tasks or for these particular questions. Right now, we are working to try and get help from specialists and everything like that to craft better tools, so that way people can provide better answers, or I should say provide better response when they leave or withdraw their labor. But the primary thing that we would recommend for folks right now is working on their relationships within either if they're in a union or with just their colleagues, so that way you have connections within where you work, because that's going to matter a lot when you do withdraw your labor. If you have because you want to support network in your community, but it'll have a bigger impact on the company if you're going to be able to have connections with folks. And when you talk and when you leave, those connections should inform how you leave. So we'll be able to provide some information to folks on tools on how they can address their boss as well as their coworkers, because that should be important too, how you address the coworkers that you're no longer going to be working with for at least during the strike. We can provide tools to help you inform you on that, but those relationships should also be informing that. So like, talk with your coworkers, see about like how they're upset with the system is oppressing them, and what's how that's manifesting in your job and how that's manifesting your workforce. And so that way you can keep a track of those things, because as we're building up, that'll be a good thing for you to keep in mind as you communicate when you leave your job.
Yeah, I would even add to that, like when we say people are striking, it starts in the mind. Revolution is the evolution of human consciousness. So just that dissent, we're already striking. People, given their own capacity, their ability, they necessarily don't have to quit their jobs. They could just be contributing in a way, especially like if they care for, people, if they are a healthcare provider, they can actually, maintain that job, take their skills in the community, and possibly help out with the free clinic in their community. That way, still contributing to the strike. They should be able, we're not asking people to quit. We're asking people to do what's best for them. So if you're in a situation where you cannot strike financially, don't do so. Do not put yourself in that predicament. But we should all in that community be trying to build up these infrastructures to allow more people to participate in withholding their labor and their purchasing power and so forth and so on.
How can the people who are too poor to participate in the strike assist those folks? Growing food and donating it to a certain place?
Mm-hmm.
Offering up land if they have a big backyard?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
literally.
So
Okay.
This is really critical to like why the local chapters matter so much, right? Because there is no universal solution to how everything will work. The needs in certain communities are going to vary. I mean, we all need food, we all need housing, and we all need access to medical care, clean water. There's very clear basics, but also the structure of those communities are going to be very different. Here in Michigan, in Detroit, water is a lot more accessible than it is in, say, like, California for lots of times of the year. So they're going to, they might have to put more emphasis in their organizing around that, right? So right now in our chapters, we are working on building that infrastructure so it already exists, so that way people are fed, right? So good examples of that are our Feed the Fight event that we just had. We had a free store down at Riverside Park in Detroit, and we did that with the collective work of multiple organizations that partnered with us, and we're working to try and repeat that and build on it to make it bigger and more make it bigger so that way it can help more people. Similarly, we have partnerships with, as you mentioned, growing food, right? We have partnerships with food pantry or community kitchens. Either way, like the idea is one of the food pantry groups that we're working with, like we've helped them spend some man hours so that way we can help build up their food pantry and build in gardens next to it. And they even had an idea of us taking that same group of people that they've gotten and just organizing days to go to people who have yards and are willing to like lend out their yard to like use that labor force to just collectively reorganize their yard into a large garden and just supply that land. So yeah, there's many ways in which you can get involved, which is helping out with mutual aid with your labor. It's with providing food and resources, even clothing, which will be necessary. It can be even helping fight against evictions that'll happen to people as they try and resist their landlords kicking them out of the house. There's eviction fighting organizations that already exist here, and we want to partner with them and work with them to use their tactics to help keep people housed.
Strategic coalition building is important on a national level and local level. So we have to be strategic, connecting with groups and orgs already doing the work that can help with possible strike needs and strike demands. So it will be people from all classes, people from all walks of life coming together to put and build up this infrastructure. For example, we were just at the No Kings March. There was limited no poor people, but a lot of those people financially stable Democrats with the resources looking for something to do other than just protesting. So it's essential for us to meet the people, all people, where they are, whether they are homeless or whether they are just some pissed off Democrats looking, to shift their energy into other things.
But it's in the distance. It's in the future. No matter what happens, it's going to take a while. And between right now, if you want to do something right now, and then, sounds like folks should be hoarding as much of their resources, like land, food, and money, in preparation, saving up for this winter that we would enter. Does that sound accurate?
It should be for a general strike or whatever comes our way. Communities need to be proactive. Natural disaster, martial law, war, anything that comes our way. We've been too docile. We've been too static, depending on the state. So the general strike also, we put political education emphasis on everything. We also offer those classes, discussions on Wednesday. But we should be learning, building up our class consciousness that if we want true power, if we want to step into our collective power, we have to take that responsibility no matter what. And so it's just not preparation for a general strike. It's preparation for whatever comes our way. And we take care of us, and no one is coming to save us.
I'd like to add on that because there's a word that you used, and it made me think about a real differentiation, how we're trying to change the dynamic of things, right? Because you mentioned hoarding those resources, right? But that's really not what we're doing. I mean, like to some degree, like, there's this idea of being a prepper, right? And that idea is usually you have like 10,000 cans of beans in your house, right? And you use that to hoard as much food and ammunition and everything like that, so that way you're prepared. But the thing is that, like, you can't prepare enough on your own. It's not about hoarding, because that's what the billionaires do. They hoard everything. We're doing the opposite. We're sharing. We're doing it with our community. It's about maximizing our resources, not by hoarding them, but by getting our community members involved and making sure we can do as much with them as possible. So yeah, you got land. That's good, but it's making sure you just have land is not going to do much if you don't have a bunch of people willing to come and help you, make sure that you can have a nice food garden that's established and ready to feed people.
But to be clear, for those who are interested in this movement and want to be ready for it, you would recommend saving a supply of food, saving money.
Supplies and working, but saving supplies, yes, definitely. The main thing is just the idea is that you should be connecting with local community groups, so that way you're doing it on a larger scale than just yourself, because you can have a much larger impact that way. So yes, save resources that will be of use, but don't just think about this in a isolated, individualistic mentality of, I have to save all my cans of beans. It's my community needs enough to prosper, right? That's the big difference.
You also mentioned withholding commerce. I find that very interesting. So this won't just be something that affects people who are trying to use the industry that is currently striking. But hopefully, my understanding is that the 3.5% is also 3.5% of America's domestic customers for things. How does withholding your commerce at a specific time, like when the strike is on, help?
We see it with the boycotts. The General Strike US, we support, smaller boycotts, strikes and whatnot. But we see in recent, events, the people who have been boycotting McDonald's and Target, and we see the decline. We know the power of our dollar. We know that our taxes are being used, to cause atrocities around the globe. So a lot of groups have been talking about divesting and investing back into community, divesting from the military, divesting from a lot of things that don't particularly empower us. So it's important that we, along with withholding our labor, that we withhold that purchasing power. Also, is for many reasons. Some of the products that we may be purchasing may not be ethically produced, like our phones, for instance. We understand that our technology is being basically produced by slave labor when it comes, to the illegal mining in Congo and things of that nature. We understand that Amazon, the overproduction at Amazon, is destroying the earth. We have items sitting around and rotting in landfills. So just being conscious more as a consumer, switching from a consumer to creators, and it's allowing the people to actually get back into the community and create skill sharing. We can build together. It's also helping raising up that class consciousness as well. So it's many ways that we can resist. We see the boycotts, we see strikes, the protests, the sit-ins. All of these ingredients can go back into this strike initiative. That's what it would take. Yeah, please sign up, check out the website, the link tree, and just look at some of the resources provided, and it will help you understand and grasp the concept of this general strike movement a lot more.
So that's individuals. That's what the individual effort can be. Go to the website, sign up, go sign your strike card, start saving resources that you may need to live on in order to not participate in this capitalist society for a time. But you, if I understand correctly, are also attempting to reach out to whole industries, such as the auto industry, such as airlines, attempting to get their unions to agree to the general strike. I understand why you would want that, because that's a lot of folks all at once shutting down something major. But why should somebody who is a member of a union or an industry care about the economic well-being of somebody outside their industry, apart from having a soul?
Yeah, I mean, the number one answer that comes in my head is solidarity, which I think is kind of what you were just getting at, is like, it's what we should do. But I think there's a lot of folks that that's just not going to be enough for, right? And so one of the main things is that, like, it's really the main thing, the main message I would bring across is, well, this is what's going to work, right? I mean, the idea is that if we have fallen so far behind so much of the world, as well as just capitalism has taken, has indoctrinated itself so deeply, embedded itself so deeply in our culture, that it's there's a lot to undo. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, and it's not going to just simply be your one little labor issue that you have, or your better pay increase. If we don't unroot all these core issues that have deep into the soil of this country, like, if we don't unroot them and start anew and fresh, then they're just going to come back, almost like a weed that's in your yard that you just can't get rid of, right? If you just try and pull it day by day by yourself, it's not going to happen. You need to work together with your community to make it happen. And so if we have, and one of the main reasons that we're going to be able to get 3.5% of the population is because that this is going to be a movement that's going to have different things that help other people at differing levels. Some people will be joining this because it has, we are going to work on climate change, and that's one of our promises. That's part of one of our demands, right? And there will be people who will be a part of this because they want better protection for unions. And those are both good on their own. But you also, if you don't come together and work together, then you don't have a large enough force to really make change happen. And that's where our saying that we, first came up with, which is, we've been marching, we've been voting, we've been protesting, and it hasn't been doing anything. And all these individual groups have been beating against the wall constantly for decades, only to consistently often lose ground, or get marginal victories. And we're saying, all right, well, let's team up and get everybody a big win, because we'll be able to have enough power collectively as a unified, radical, unified group to really make radical change in this country.
If somebody sells cars for a living, could it be argued that the populace in general having more money, like, say, by raising the federal minimum wage, means more customers, means more cars bought, more vacations taken via the airlines, whatever industry you're talking about. Do you foresee this having that kind of an economic impact?
You know, so I think that there is a practicality of it, of us working together, right? And that's the big aspect of it, right? Is that like, because we'll be unified and working together, because it's a larger, this has been a thing that's routinely been seen throughout history, is that there's a large umbrella and it's supposed to bring a large group together. And that has good value in bringing in numbers and stuff like that. But there's a main thing that we have to make sure is we keep unity, and that unity has to be built around solidarity. And the main area which we're working on building that is in community, because as much as we'll initially be able to get people to join in because it's mutually beneficial, people stay stronger with the people who they have strong connections with. And so we can't just simply make an appeal to people's hearts and it's the right thing. We can't simply make an appeal to this being the more rational decision that when we fight together we'll get a bigger that'll draw people in. But we have to then, once we draw people in, the bigger fight is within our local communities, within our local chapters, connecting everyone. So that way that union guy, because like what I saw on May Day earlier this year is we've gotten more union effort into local organizing than we've ever had before. And I'm seeing union guys who are marching along and chanting for a free Palestine, or they are chanting for women's rights when they probably never would have. A guy who never would have, and they're hearing about these cases of things that they never would have cared about, because they're getting to see the faces of the people who it affects. They get to see how it is inside their community, and that's what's critical, because they need to know that it's not just like some weird blue-haired person on the internet. It's their neighbor.
Which industries are crucial to get on board?
We say all of them, from transportation. There's many, of course, different reasons that we would, want to connect with all of these workers, but we can start in that health industry. The health industry definitely is important because they do, take care of people. They are essential. Like if we would like to start like a free clinic or anything, they have skills that can go towards that infrastructure. People in education. They are with our youth. They are able to organize and politicize our youth as well. And in the past, they've had, plenty of strikes themselves. We can say transportation and logistics. We have truckers, our railroad workers. Many of these people, they move the economy. They move our food. They move our fuel, our medicine, and things of that nature. It will be, hypothetically, a tight situation for the capitalists if that was to be put on hold. Earlier, we talked about domestic and informal labor, the sex workers, our immigrant community, undocumented workers, women who, are, work in the homes. All of these things can shut down and prevent us from carrying business as usual. We said industrial workers, food services, tech, media. Tech is very important. Media is very important because they can help us digitally organize. They can help us put a different narrative out there for the people, by the people. All of these are crucial to this general strike. I'll leave it at that.
How does the amount of participation affect the length of the strike?
Yeah, that's something that there's no real definitive answer. There's a lot of different scenarios and different variables that really impact that. We could have, leading data analysts from across the country and try and answer that question. They'd probably come up with slightly different answers, because it would depend on, if we have 3.5% of the population, right? Well, it's going to depend on, the rich people and how stubborn they are.
No,
but it's also going to really depend
people with the WH.
Rich people. Yeah, exactly. Like, if we have the entirety of the railway, and then the entirety of all traffic, like our truck drivers, as
that's
Dave
like
mentioned,
a 10-day strike. Then that's done. We go home like checkmate, right? Can we get all of that? That's hard. So
it'll also depend on the factors outside of just the general strike, because obviously people are going to organize, protests. People are going to organize actions and things like that. And what impact do those have? And how much pressure does that apply on the billionaire class, right? So what I would really say is that, like, it would, if we can get enough, and another factor too, I'm going to say in this is that the 3.5 is when we start. The idea would be that we're not going to stop recruiting when we start the general strike. We are going to try and leverage the action that happens and try and use that to push for more people to join on. When people can see that it's actually making an impact on things, and then it might cause some pressure to the billionaires that have been ruining people's lives, they might finally, that might be the final lever to get some people to join in and help us. So really trying to build on that momentum is probably one of the most critical things. Who we have striking is another critical issue. So the main thing I would tell people who are actually listening to this and want to know, like, how long the assumption should be, because when you're trying to prepare and get what you can for your community, the assumption should be it's going to be long. We have to be able to hold out for an extended period. We will try and find as many of those factors, like getting, key industries shut down so that way it can be faster. But we have to be planning for something that's not going to be a short strike. I wouldn't expect us to be done in 2 weeks or anything like that. That's not going to be the reality of this.
So if you don't clarify what your specific asks are now, and there's certainly wisdom in that, but if you get to that, if you wait all the way until the 3.5% before you clarify that, do you not run the risk of a bunch of people saying, wait a minute, that's not why I signed my strike card. I was imagining something different.
We have a broad list of strike demands on our welcome packet. We also have, strategy team. We meet every so often, and we, try to work through which demands we'll still have to work in this current system, which demands that we can actually work towards. Like food sovereignty, the people, we can have more food cooperatives, more solidarity houses, and so on and so forth. We've also started condensing our broad list of strike demands into our own 10-point platform. So if you are familiar with the Black Panther Party, they had a 10-point platform. We've come up with our own 10-point platform, and it's basically discusses our broad list, but a strategic way, practical steps that we can take. Bread, housing, a dignified life, community safety, communal ownership of resources, things of that nature, that language as well. So there is conversations and discussions being on strike demands before we reach that 6 million. I would encourage people, if you do get a hold of our of our welcome packet, check out slide 8. You'll see our broad list of strike demands. You'll also be able to, it's a document attached. It's called GSUS Strike Demands Expanded. All of that information is there. You'll see our 10-point platform, the condensed version of our broad list of strike demands, practical steps that we've been talking about, transitional steps that we can take collectively and hold the current administration accountable in order to obtain and achieve.
A big factor too, and this is all in we our welcome packet describes this as our general plan, is that we have like set steps. So there is we have a general list of demands, it's generic, but those specifics, we have a point at which before we hit 3.5 where it's set in that we're going to be working towards those more specified portions of it, right? So, and again, I mentioned this before, is that we want feedback from the people who are joining in the organization. We're going to be reaching for that information from people, because when you sign the strike card, you can get involved in organizing with us. You can, discuss with all the people here and talk about how we can make this happen. So that way we can get as big of a consensus as possible. So we know people are actually not just, tacitly signing on to a general idea of climate change, but when we start working through that, we'll have conversations with the people involved, and they'll see that conversation unfolding. It'll be open. It won't be hidden behind doors like a lot of the things that happen with our governments today. We'll be openly talking with people about it and engaging and getting their information and their feedback.
There's even a section website. It's a tab called demands where people can go on a website and put what demands they feel will empower their community the best. So I'll check that out as well.
Yeah, it does seem to me like this has value even if you never reach the point of the general strike. The closer you get to it, the more it's going to scare the hell out of politicians, and the more they're going to be looking to release the pressure and get less people to sign up for your thing, so they want to eliminate those problems. It seems you could even get some unions to sign on if you said something along the lines of, we're not starting unless we get this many participants and these 3 unions, knowing damn well that you're never going to get the third. But if you get the first 2, it scares the politicians. I'm being very specific in these examples, but my point is there's value in just the threat of a general strike.
The idea is to achieve major revolutionary change. That's the goal. If that gets done without a single person having to strike, that's better.
Yeah.
If we can amass such a threat that we somehow get the government and the billionaires that back them to back down, that would be an amazing accomplishment. That threat, I would doubt that that's going to happen, but there is power in that threat. There is use in that, and that's been discussed in our strategies. I mean, like similar to what you're saying, right? As we're building up, there could be, elections or even different, bills that are getting passed. And once we start building a following, we can start pressuring senators and congressmen. We can start telling them that this is important to this people and they're willing to strike to make sure it happens. Are you sure you want to be on the opposite side of that? That threat can be implied as we build up for sure. And I think really the bigger part about that, as we build towards this, as we grow collectively, is that something that's been really missing in the US for a long time is that threat, not just of like the strike, but of just collective organizing to a large degree. Because as we build in our communities, we're going to strengthen the resilience in those communities, and they're going to be able to protest and fight back more and more and more consistently and harder. And that's going to be hopefully unrelenting.
I would add as well, what we're doing now, even if we don't, go through with the strike, the infrastructure, the dual power, the alternative structures that we are organizing, it will help the next generation advance the struggle. What we're doing now, we may not be able to, reap the benefits, but maybe that is all we're supposed to do. Maybe we're supposed to get this collective tool, the general strike, to that level while educating our youth, while passing on the information, and they will take it even further than we did. And we're hoping so. Maybe our youth will be in a intentional revolutionary commune where they are practicing these ideas and practices, and they will be strong enough to take on the enemy.
Can this be scaled down? Can you teach these principles to groups and say have GSLA say 5% of us are not going into our jobs until ICE is out of here, not harassing us, until the Marines are out of here and not harassing us?
Yes, people are already, especially in LA. It's funny that you did say LA, but it's very hot. But after all of that happened, LA is one of our first chapters to get their own strike fund. So I'm pretty sure they should be moving into some type of action. They have their own strike fund through Open Collective, peer-to-peer fundraising, which is good. And we do support them. And if they are, going to go forward with it, they will have our support, and it may cause a ripple effect, but I'm pretty sure we'll keep pushing for a mass general strike for each 50 states.
I had no idea they were doing this in response to abuse of power in LA. Is that just, what's that called? General Strike LA? Where do I throw money at this fund?
General Strike Los Angeles. They're on Instagram. I can give you their information if you can't find them after. But yes, they are actively organizing for that strike fund, and it was definitely a hiking, and they're organizing a spike after those LA raids. But the material conditions. These things are not linear, and we were, instead of being reactive, we are proactive. So they are already starting to gear up.
Honestly, the biggest thing I have to say is that this is the general strike is the centerpiece around which this is working around, but the idea is simply to resist fascism, resist capitalism, and bring about radical change to that's centered around human beings and the lives that we have. So just even if you don't want to necessarily work directly with this, anything that you can do to build resistance to capitalism and resistance to fascism in your community is good work, and please do it. And it doesn't matter if you're an artist, it doesn't matter if you're an accountant, or it doesn't matter if you don't feel like you have any particular skills at all. We need people to just actively come and do the work, and there'll be people who have ideas and there'll be people who just need to do work. That's fine. There's plenty of jobs for you. The only thing I would say that's the biggest thing is come with us. We've got a mission, we've got a goal, and we'd love to have you. If you want to find work somewhere else, work within your community and build that resistance.
I mean, really, how much more can you ask for out of a group of volunteers? That was General Strike US, and they are the only practical answer in the short term, at least, to resisting ICE, even though that's not what they were necessarily talking about. They were talking about a general strike to deal with conditions that have built up in America over decades, and I support that 100%. I think all of us should sign the strike card. As was mentioned in the interview, the value of it is not simply that one day about 6 million Americans will decide we're not going into work. You can try to run the economy without us, without the abusive role you've assigned to us being filled. See how long it works. It's not just that. That'll be great, but it's more. It's the threat of that. It is the flexing of worker power and the solidarity. That is a word that gets tossed around a lot, but it boils down to knowing that people of your class are going to stand by you first, foremost, and no matter what. And they'll only do that if you'll do that. So let me ask you something. When ICE comes bursting into the back of a restaurant, searching for those brown folks, what are you going to do? If you work at that restaurant, what are you going to do? I'm not saying toss yourself in front of them, but cease working. Practice for what you will be doing later and stand in solidarity. You see ICE coming, you shout, ICE is here. In fact, shout, ICE is here, work stops, and stand there until they leave. Don't do your job until they leave, until they are gone. If they take employees off the premises, you leave the premises. Go home. No additional work is being done today. My coworker, who I looked in the eye and heard about his family and kept up with the growth of his children, the stories of their lives as they became little people. That coworker got kidnapped. So I'm not cleaning any more dishes. I'm not cooking any more meals. I'm not waiting any more tables until he's returned. Because he was operating under the belief that we were friends and we're going to act like it. That's solidarity. You can practice that. And you can prepare now for what we must do then, when it comes time for the national organization, General Strike United States. You can prepare. How do you do that? Well, they said, develop a hobby of growing food. Store non-perishable food. Get canned food. And, as James correctly pointed out, it is not for you. It might be. You might use it, but that's not the main purpose. It is for anyone who needs it during the strike. It is so you can support worker solidarity. Store food. Save money. Have a nest egg set aside to get you and anybody else you can help through the strike. Assume that a U.S. general strike is going to take a very long time, and understand that even if the leaders of this strike have reason to believe that it's only going to take a month, they cannot say that publicly. They will not be able to inform you of that fact. And the reason why is because if the capitalist oligarchs understand how long the strike is expected to be, how long we're preparing for, they can brace for it. Then that's suddenly all they have to do is wait 1 month and make plans for that. And it's easier for them than for us. They have to not know. So assume that a general strike is going to be a multi-month-long process of things being like they were during the worst economic times of COVID. We've already learned that we can endure this as a people. But as a capitalist nation, we cannot. So, what did we do during COVID? Very briefly, we became a socialist nation. Under Trump. Very briefly, direct payments went to U.S. citizens. Now we know. The cat's out of the bag. We don't have to wait for the next election. We don't have to wait for a certain amendment to pass. We don't have to compromise with the worst villains. We don't have to give a little piece to Joe Manchin. We don't have to let Lisa Murkowski slaughter whales. Look it up. We just say we're not going to work until our demands are met. And before then, prepare. Get yourself ready. And practice. Practice by participating in the small scale. Again, ice out ice. If somebody is claiming to work for the government, usually, I'm going to tell you, usually it's a bounty hunter pretending to have a warrant. And by pretending, I mean what they actually have is something that says warrant on top, but it isn't signed by a judge. More on that in another show. But usually, they're hired goons just trying to snatch up brown folks to meet a quota. Those days must end, and we must resist. And the resistance I recommend is both non-violent and yet, I would argue, incredibly effective. Because all of this is just to steal the fruits of your labor. That's the only reason for any of this hell that we're enduring. It's to steal from you. So withhold your labor. This is the most practical plan I think I've heard for the type of changes that are required for humanity to go on in America. I'm proud as hell to have met these folks. I am sure you're going to be hearing from them again. In fact, I am quite sure that you're going to be hearing from another one of them now. During that interview, I had the opportunity to get familiar with a lot of folks from this group, including somebody going by the name of Lani, Lani. She was recently discussing Adriana Smith from Georgia. If you don't recall, Adriana Smith is a woman in Georgia who had a series of brain clots. She had some sort of a medical episode while pregnant. Her boyfriend woke up to the sounds of a medical emergency, rushed her to the hospital. She was found to be brain dead. She was pregnant, and so, without consulting her family, the staff of the hospital essentially kidnapped her body, and for months held her as an incubator for the baby. Her funeral was recently. Baby was born prematurely, but it was born. We don't know if it'll survive or not. It's irrelevant. The family was never consulted. The family never had any say after her body was delivered to the hospital as to what would happen. Expression of rage of a black woman. Opening statement for justice. This is by Lonnie. Adriana Smith was America's warning. This is not just a document. This is a cry from the womb, from the grave, from the burning altar of every woman who died in silence because politicians found comfort in playing God. Adriana Smith was not collateral damage. She was a nurse, a black woman, a mother, forced to give birth while dying in a country that dares to call itself free. She gave her life in a hospital where once she healed others. And her death was not peaceful. It was political. It was sanctioned. It was state violence in a white coat. We warned you. We begged for humanity. We marched for rights. We screamed until our voices cracked. And still, black women are dying under laws made by people who do not know our names, do not know our pain, and do not care. This document is not a performance, it's an indictment. One of the administration that let this happen, of the politicians who said nothing, of every system that looked away as Adriana's body was treated like property, not a person. This is the spoken resistance. This is grief turned into gospel. This is rage with rhythm. This is revolution in the key of mourning. And we will not whisper. We will wail. We will resist. We will make damn sure that Adriana Smith is never forgotten. Lonnie recommends saying her name and amplifying her story. Share Adriana Smith's story with the hashtags Justice for Adriana, hashtag Black Maternal Lives, hashtag My Womb Is Not Legislation, hashtag Spoken Resistance. Post her name daily. Hold space online and off. Use platforms like Threads, TikTok, Instagram, and Twitter/X to mobilize awareness. And very importantly, contact Georgia officials. Demand an independent investigation into the legal confusion and medical treatment that led to her being kept on life support against her family's will. The script she provides is this: I'm calling to demand policy reform and accountability for the death of Adriana Smith. No more laws that strip black women of their humanity. Her life mattered. And the targets of these messages, she recommends Georgia Governor Brian Kemp, Georgia Attorney General Chris Carr, and if you live in Georgia, your state senator and representatives. And you know what? If you live outside of Georgia as well. Here, she includes, very helpfully, perhaps because she read my diary, a link to how to find your officials. They are that link is now in the chat. Well, let me do it. Get in a time machine and do it 30 seconds before I said that. All right, now it'll appear in chat at the correct moment. One second. So here's the deal, gang. They said I could close this bitch out and meant to edit that, but it doesn't matter because they've made a horrible mistake. I intend to. Son of a bitch. No, Matt's still watching. Never mind. Then I'm not going to ambush. I'm not going to ambush his wonderful network. Again, that's General Strike US, folks. Let's have a quick chat with the Wicked community before we close it out. Swift returns. That tie is overshadowed by the seriousness of the content, but when you have a minute, check out the beautiful Canadian plaid. Big fan. Big fan of Canada. Yeah, Pinkerbell. They had to remove the baby 3 months early because, surprise, a body on life support can't support a pregnancy. I have to say, gang, I'm enjoying some of the Discord conversations with y'all. I'm enjoying some of the Discord conversations with y'all. I'm enjoying meeting all of these wonderful activists, and I'm really enjoying this space. It's been fantastic. Thank you all for making it possible. Thank you all for getting us to 1,000 subs. Hey, I'm going to ask you for more anyway. More subs, and if you're here, I presume you're subbed. Share it. Share the channel. It helps. This has been Jake Draugelis with WYCD Wicked. That stands for What You Can Do. I'm now going to turn it over to management. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Left Past 10.